Chapter 1. Therefore, Baudrillard believed that things and demands were false symbols. He criticized Marx's theory of use-value, and believed that the latter had fallen into the trap of the political economy of capitalism. Hence, he proposed his own political economy of symbols. Wuxia finished his report, and clicked on the last slide. He nodded and thanked the teacher and a dozen students. The teacher signaled him to leave the podium and wait for the next student's report. Fails. The next moment Wuxia, who was once a postgraduate student, woke up from his dream. He curled up and lay in a cold, abandoned hole in the wall. He felt the cold wind blowing from all directions. Wuxia sighed. It had been 5 years since he transmigrated, but he still had the dream of his previous life. His life before transmigrating was boring, but it was better than the miserable situation before his eyes. Thales. A large hand reached out from the hole in the wall and grabbed Wuxia's ear. It then violently dragged him out of the small hole. It was a dilapidated house. Through the half-collapsed roof, the bright stars in the night sky could be seen. However, the arrangement and shape of the galaxy were extremely unfamiliar to Wuxia. Wuxia could not resist the violent hand. What could a 7-year-old child do? He was dragged on the rough brick floor. His knees were in pain, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. This was because the cruel Quide was especially impatient with children's cries. It was said that he once paralyzed a 6-year-old girl who wanted to use her tears to exchange for food. I asked Rick, "Your monthly allowance this week is 5 coppers less than last week. Did you hide it?" The angry Quide was like a lion with red fur. His protruding nose made him look even more ferocious. Wuxia fell to the ground. His gray eyes glanced at the holes in the walls around him from the corner of his eyes. The 5 child beggars who lived in the same house with him, ranging from 4 to 10 years old, were all shivering in fear at Quide's furious roar. In the innermost hole in the wall, the youngest short-haired girl bit her left hand tightly. Her face was red as she looked at Wuxia, who was on the ground in fear. In the hole beside her, the 6-year-old boy, Ned, was so frightened that he screamed. That was Korea. Wuxia knew what she was afraid of. In fact, Wuxia's luck this week was pretty good. He, the child beggar Thales, Wuxia's current name, received a total of 37 copper coins this week, which was 18 more than the previous week. However, he only handed over 14 coppers to Quide, the head of the Blackstreet Brotherhood who was in charge of child beggars. He then used the remaining coppers, along with the money that he had painstakingly saved for 2 years, to go to Grove Pharmacy. He then bought a typhoid potion from the kind-hearted helper, Yanni, at cost price. Thales fed the 4-year-old Korea the potion. If she got typhoid at her age, without the potion, she would almost certainly die. In the 5 years since he transmigrated, Thales went through the memory formation period from when he was 2 years old to when he was 7 years old. From an ignorant toddler, he gradually recovered bits and pieces of memories from his previous life. Among them, the child's memories were fragmented and scattered. Even so, during the 2 years when he was ignorant and awake, every time he witnessed someone die, it left a deep impression in Thales' mind. From dying from sickness, falling to death, drowning to being hanged to death, to being beaten to death, there was even one time when Thales personally witnessed a crying child beggar being suffocated to death 10 meters away with a psionic ability. The Blackstreet Brotherhood, which specialized in human trafficking, never had any bottom line or principles. Even a gang needed time to settle down and establish rules and order. The Brotherhood, which originated from Blackstreet, rose to power in less than 10 years. Moreover, even the Brotherhood's sworn enemy, the Blood Bottle Gang, which had 90 years of history and was known as the aristocracy of the gangs, had killed many people. Most of the time Thales, who witnessed death, was powerless. Even he himself had to rely on the wisdom and maturity of an adult to avoid being killed more than once. For example, Quide, who was rubbing his palms excitedly, revealed the cruelty and viciousness of a gang sadist. "I did not hide it. It's winter this week, and the number of people passing through the 3 districts of the lower city has decreased." Thales got up from the ground. His brain worked quickly as he spat out an excuse. Slap. What welcomed him was a merciless slap that caused Thales to fall back to the ground. "Hand over the money you hid, and I will beat you up. Or I will beat you up first, and then you will hand over the money. Choose. Obviously, Quide did not want to listen to his explanation. This leader of the Brotherhood might just want to extort some money for wine, or he might just want to beat someone up. But you can also be stubborn. I like stubborn children the most. Quide grinned as he moved his fist. Looking at the fist that was as big as a sandbag, Thales knew that even if he did not say anything, Quide would not let him go. Last month, Quide had tortured a child beggar from the 5th house to death. Thales covered his red and swollen cheek as he quickly thought. Usually, Quide did not manage the accounts. At night, he would go to the Sunset Bar in the underground street to fool around or hold a bottle of wine. It was difficult for him to distinguish how many Middlesex copper coins a Mindy's silver coin could be exchanged for. Not to mention how much the child beggars under him paid. That was all handled by his assistant, the seemingly steady Rick. Even someone as smart as Rick knew that it was normal for the child beggars to pay 7 to 8 copper coins a week. Someone snitched. This was the only conclusion. Thales glanced at the child beggars around him. After he got the money from the noblewoman, he went straight back to the abandoned house. The children in the same house must have seen him. And in such a harsh environment, the children's hearts would become even more terrifying than the adults could imagine. Quide kicked him again. Thales secretly used his elbow to protect his abdomen and slightly reduced the force. He pretended to be in great pain, as though he was in great pain from the kick. He could not make a sound as Quide loved children's screams the most. I'll talk. Thales' face was filled with fear. Don't hit me. That depends on my mood. Quide looked around and saw that the other 5 child beggars were cowering in fear. He was very satisfied that his authority was respected. On Wednesday morning, I met a noblewoman. She gave me almost 10 copper coins. Thales hid in the corner and said with a trembling voice. I knew it. Begging? You must have stolen it, right? No one can hide from me, especially a little thief like you. Quide ruthlessly rubbed his palms and prepared for the next round of beating. Hand over the money. Without waiting for Quide to raise his eyebrows, Thales added. But I went to Red Street Market. Red Street Market? Quide lowered his raised palm a little. You went to the Blood Bottle Gang's territory? Yes, we could not get more money from that place. Other than members of the Brotherhood, skilled rangers, and some guys with special purposes, who would be so blind as to wander around the 3 abandoned areas near Black Street. Even the city defense team, who carried swords and shields, were unwilling to go near this sinful place. The first time I got so much money, the people from the Blood Bottle Gang did not appear. Then I thought that I might have another chance the next day. Idiot. Quide kicked Thales fiercely. Thales saw Coria tremble in the distance. Then he heard Quide scolding. Why don't you think about it? Are there so many benefits in the Blood Bottle Gang's territory? Thales shrank back a little and said with a trembling voice. Yes, the next afternoon, the people from Blood Bottle Gang caught me and hung me up. I said that I was lost, but they did not believe me. I gave them all my money, but they still did not let me go. Useless. Then how did you escape? Quide spat fiercely. Then, I said that I was one of Boss Quide's men. They laughed. What? Quide clenched his fists. He grabbed Thales' tattered sackcloth collar and lifted him up from the corner. What were they laughing at? Thales shook his head in confusion. I don't really understand what they were saying. Quide stared at him fiercely. Speak. Thales pretended to be frightened. He trembled and said, there was a bald-headed man among them. He said that since he was Quide's subordinate's child, he should spare his life because Quide really needed children. Before Thales could finish speaking, Quide threw him fiercely against the wall. He tried his best to protect his head, chest, and abdomen. He used his back to withstand the impact of the wall. Then he immediately turned his back to Quide to receive Quide's furious heavy blows. At the same time, he felt the force of the heavy blows and constantly changed the angle of his back to cushion the impact. Son of a bitch, you bald-headed Sven. How did he know kill you, trash idiot? Quide shouted furiously. He kicked Thales again and again. Only a few words could be distinguished from his mouth. In the hole in the wall, a few children watched in horror as Thales was beaten. However, they tightly covered their mouths and did not dare to make a sound. Thales breathed a sigh of relief as he endured Quide's violent kicks. At the very least, Quide would no longer ask about where the extra money went. Moreover, even though he looked terrifying, the enraged Quide was much safer than the Quide who was happily torturing children. His words were half-truths. Thales did go to Red Street Market, but he hid in the corner of the dark alley and carefully observed his surroundings. He did meet a noblewoman dressed in velvet, but she was accompanied by 20 swordsmen of eradication. This was also the reason why the Blood Bottle Gang did not interrupt him when he ran out of the alley to beg. Thales did get 12 copper coins from the noblewoman dressed in velvet. He was not stupid enough to steal in front of 20 swordsmen of eradication. However, he did not wait for the noblewoman's group to go far, and quickly disappeared into the crowd, never to return. As for the bald-headed Sven, Thales had never seen him before. He only knew that he was the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang's Black Debt Collection team. Quide used to be a hired thug in the Brotherhood. That was until Quide provoked the wrong person, and his lower body was broken. This piece of information was rather secretive. Thales only found out about it when he was lying in the corner of the Brotherhood's big house, and overheard the assassin Leorc and Felicia secretly mocking Quide while they were fighting with the fairies. After Quide vented his anger, he cursed the bald-headed Sven from the Blood Bottle Gang, and took out a bottle of wine from his bosom. When he left while cursing, the clothes on Thales' back were already torn and his back was covered in bruises. As Thales had deliberately turned his body sideways to avoid a frontal attack, some parts of his body were scratched and bleeding. Waves of pain assaulted him. As the blood flowed to the ground, Thales felt a burning pain. It was probably because he had not been beaten up for a long time. He felt as if his muscles were burning. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, being beaten up, hungry, sick and cold was a common occurrence. However, after he gradually recovered the memories of Wuxia, who was a postgraduate student, with his cautiousness and previous experience, Thales had not been beaten up so viciously for a long time. After Quide's voice faintly disappeared, the other 5 children in the house crawled out of their holes. They skillfully carried the powerless Quide to the courtyard. The 10-year-old big man, Sinti, grabbed a piece of the broken bowl and scooped up water from the water tank. The crippled Ryan and the black-faced Kellet were both 8 years old. They strenuously collected dead branches and weeds. They used flint and worked hard to start a fire. The 6-year-old yellow-haired Ned and the youngest, Coria, plucked a few strangely shaped wild leaves. They chewed them and gently rubbed them on Thales' scarred back. Thales endured the pain and tried to find something to divert his attention. He looked at the tearful Coria and turned to the dejected yellow-haired Ned. He tried his best to sound calm. "It's okay, Ned. I don't blame you." Ned suddenly raised his head. His face was full of fear. The other 4 children also turned to look at him. "How did you know?" The 6-year-old child could not hide his thoughts. Guilt and fear were written all over his face. Earlier, when Thales was being beaten by Quide, the 3 older children stared at him even though they were afraid. Only Coria and Ned hid her face in her hands and did not dare to raise her head. The other looked at the wall and occasionally turned her head to glance at Thales in fear. Coria's typhoid medicine was the final destination of the copper coins. Of course, she would not tell anyone. However, Thales was not sure if it was Ned. Now there was no doubt. He tried to force a smile. "It's okay. Quide will not care about this anymore." Aye. Ned's face was unbelievably red. He looked at Thales' back as tears trickled down his cheeks. "I did not ask for money this week, and I did not dare to steal," he sobbed. Rick did not say anything, but Quide was very unhappy. He said that if this continued, he would sell me to the desert to be eaten by the barren bone people. I was so scared, so I told him that Thales, you brought back a lot of copper coins one day. I thought that they would not. So Quide chased me back and said that he would come over tonight." Coria's face also turned red. Her hand that was rubbing the herbs trembled. A few drops of blood dripped from Thales' back to the ground. Thales groaned silently. Only then did the burning pain subside. This time, he was stimulated by Coria's actions again. Ryan glared at Ned angrily, causing the latter to lower his head even further. Kellet, on the other hand, looked at Ned and Thales in surprise. Cinti was the only one who did not say a word and continued to bring the water over. "It's okay, Ned Coria." Thales felt that the injury on his back seemed to have healed a lot. He held Ned's hand gently. "Next time, if any of you can't ask for money, tell me. I will think of a way." Ned cried even harder. His sobbing words were a little unclear. Thales, I'm not sorry." "It's okay now, Ned. Don't be afraid, I always have a way." Thales smiled as he took the broken bowl from Cinti's hand and drank a mouthful of water. He turned his head and gently inhaled. Compared to the countless predecessors who had traveled through countless worlds, his luck was undoubtedly much worse. But even so, he looked at the 5 children around him, especially Coria, who had just recovered from her typhoid. There was still a trace of fear in her crystal-clear eyes. "I'll think of a way to ask for more money tomorrow," he thought. In the Sunset Temple of Eternal Star City, after the prayers at sunset, an intern priestess who was cleaning up the altar stopped what she was doing. She looked in surprise at a sacrificial lamp filled with eternal oil under the stone altar. Ever since she started taking care of the altar, she had never lit or used this inconspicuous sacrificial lamp. Suddenly, a bright yellow flame was ignited in this unremarkable sacrificial lamp. The flame suddenly turned red, like the color of blood, and became more and more vigorous. An elderly priestess noticed the intern's loss of composure. She scolded her discontentedly, and the intern turned her attention back to the altar. But when the priestess herself saw the unusual sacrificial lamp, she cried out in surprise. "Nia, hurry up and inform the Lord Priestess." The elderly priestess could not hide her surprise. She trembled and rushed to the sacrificial lamp. She raised her right palm and turned her left palm up, preparing to pray. "What's going on?" It was the first time the intern Nia saw the esteemed priestess lose her composure. Even she was affected. "Did I make a mistake? But I didn't touch the lamp. But, what should I tell the Lord Priestess? Did someone secretly light up a lamp next to the altar?" Nia asked in a panic. "No." The elderly priestess stared at the lamp, her hands constantly changing the prayer gestures. Even if the entire Airl's 2 continents and countless islands were used, only one person could light this lamp. Chapter 2. Why is he so drunk again? In an abandoned house in the 2nd district of the lower city, Quide's assistant, Nar Rick, looked at the drunk Quide with disgust. He waved his hand and asked 2 young Brotherhood members to help him down. "Lock him up for a day and let him out when he is sober." Rick, who preferred to be called by his surname instead of his name, smiled mysteriously. It seemed that he did not do anything to the child. Nar Rick was different from Quide, who had regressed from being a hired thug to a child beggar. He was an ambitious and capable member of the Brotherhood. He used to study at the accounting school in Sukhard City in the south of the kingdom. If his father, who was a scribe, had not committed a crime, Rick could have been an accountant in a certain city department or even a certain family. He could have even gone one step further and become a businessman in a certain industry. When the time came, he could spend money to buy a title and enter the first rank of Constellation's upper society. 300 years ago, the Sukhard family, which had the symbol of a sunflower, was born this way. Now wasn't it also a prominent family in the kingdom? But even if he was reduced to a gang and cut off from the path of nobility forever, Rick still believed that he was more qualified to be a person who had the right to make decisions in the Brotherhood compared to his peers who were full of muscles and women. When the Brotherhood's business expanded to the southern coast of the kingdom, Rick, who was a gangster from the south, was recruited. Utilizing his specialty, he planned a few human trafficking operations from the south to the capital, and achieved great success. Thus, the higher-ups of the Brotherhood took notice of him and promoted him to Eternal Star City, the capital of the kingdom, the heart of Constellation, and the dazzling pearl of the western continent, and let him manage the accounts of the beggars in the capital. Yes, Rick knew that although the higher-ups made him Quide's assistant and account manager, it was no different from entrusting all the beggar businesses in Eternal Star City to him. Just look at his superior Quide, who was a terrifying thug in the 3rd district of the lower city. Now he had become a good-for-nothing who only looked for dignity from beggars. If Quide was not the son of a higher-up in the Brotherhood, he would have been trampled on and drowned in the mud of Eternal Star City's slums. Moreover, most of the beggar's losses were caused by him. Of course, it was also fortunate that Quide's father would give him quite a bit of money every month, allowing Rick to profit from it. With such a son, if Quide's father wasn't in charge of the arms trade, he would have lost his position in the association. What would happen if a mafia boss lost his power? Rick shook his head and watched Quide leave. As for the child beggar business, compared to smuggling drugs and firearms, compared to trading eternal oil and crystal drop ores, even compared to collecting black debts and managing the streets, it was insignificant and lowly. But Rick believed that this was his chance. The Brotherhood had risen quickly, but human trafficking had always been their main source of profit. The Brotherhood's human trafficking chain was complete. From infants to the elderly, humans to elves, and even the intelligent creatures in the distant Magic Empress territory were involved. But the most important thing was actually the Brotherhood's own source of members. Among them, the Black Widow Beth was in charge of collecting and raising the infants. At the same time, she would sell a portion of them. The slightly older ones would be sent to Rick to be beaten into beggars. The slightly older beggars would be sent to Iron Skin Locke, who was in charge of training thugs, Fickle Heart Felicia, who was in charge of training prostitutes, and some other special leaders. They would then be trained to become a member of the Brotherhood. Therefore, Rick, who was in charge of the beggars, believed that he was in the fundamental chain of the Brotherhood's human trafficking business. At the same time, he was also the node of the Brotherhood's future blood supply. Thinking about it, he was the future member of the Brotherhood. He was the leader of the Brotherhood when he first had memories. He was able to see which people had a bright future when he was a child. If he could help them at the right time, in the future. See, that's why I nail Rick am an ambitious person. Moreover, Rick was always very excited when he thought of this. Moreover, this was Eternal Star City. Constellation was the capital of the second largest kingdom in the Western continent. It was also the birthplace of the Blackstreet Brotherhood. Being able to work here meant that the leaders of the Brotherhood could always see him. Being able to see him meant that he would always have the opportunity to be promoted. Of course, the chances of him causing trouble were not small. Fortunately, Rick put his hands behind his back and looked at the drunk Quide. He raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, there was this guy to bear the brunt of the trouble. Under the moonlight, Rick turned around and continued walking. Looking at the 20 abandoned houses in front of him, he knew that there were many beggars in each abandoned house. And these beggars were the most important seedlings and bargaining chips for him to climb up the ranks in the future. For example, the black-haired Thales in the 6th house. 2 years ago, when Beth, who was in charge of the baby, sent him here, she showed a different attitude to the child. Sure enough, although this child was only 8 years old, 8 or 7 years old, he was cunning. But he was clever and cunning. A week ago, he actually came up with the idea of acting as a beggar. A cute child was beaten up by other older children and robbed of his money and food. So, when he hid in a corner and cried alone, the ladies passing by could not help but give him more compensation. Rick thought that compared to those annoying child beggars who cried themselves hoarse, the gang was short of such people who could use their brains. This child would definitely climb up the ranks when he grew up. I should give him a reward to win Thales' gratitude. Of course, a reward without a contrast would not make people feel grateful. This was why when the boy in the same room with Thales told him that Thales might be hiding money, Rick urged Quide to settle the score with him. When Quide beat Thales to the brink of death, Rick would step in to stop him. He would even go against Quide because of this. That was the only use of that trash. Then, Thales would intentionally or unintentionally take Rick as his backer. Rick did not care if the beggars did not give him enough money. This was something that only short-sighted people would care about. Compared to a few copper coins, Rick knew that favors were more important assets. But that boy, Thales, was too smart. Rick knew that whether Thales gave Quide money or not, Quide would torture him to death. If Thales really took out the money, it would only be worse. But it was obvious that the boy thought of a way to escape. According to common sense, Quide, who was in high spirits, would meticulously prepare these disobedient children to liven things up, regardless of whether they were truly disobedient or not. No matter, he still had to do what he had to do. Even if the results were not good, He could just find another reason to let Quiet beat him up. Rick walked to the 6th room and stepped over the broken door. He saw Thales lying on his stomach on the ground in the courtyard that was overgrown with weeds. There were a few children next to him who were smearing something on him. Oh my God. A few children around 7 or 9 years old actually know how to plant dragon leaves in the courtyard. Usually, only experienced gang members and poor people who had lived for many years would know that this kind of wild plant could be used as a convenient and cheap medicinal herb for external injuries. Ah, Mr. Rick. Cripple Ryan was the first to notice Rick's arrival. After having one of his legs broken, he was more sensitive to his surroundings. Quiet had not left for more than an hour, and the fear in the yard had yet to dissipate. Ned, the boy who told on Rick, had tears on his face. Kellett covered her black face while the older child, Cinty, took a step back in fear. Especially the youngest girl. She was so scared that she even screamed. At that time, Bessie had told him that this was a hereditary aristocrat's descendant. There was a high possibility that she would be a beauty. He did not want to spoil her. In the future, Felicia could train her and earn a lot of profits. It was a pity that his child beggars had to be handed over to the gang at the age of 10, or at most 12. If only he could keep her until she was 15. Then he could send her away. Otherwise, it would be fine even if she was 13. Mr. Rick. Thales interrupted Rick's subtle thoughts. He turned his head with difficulty, which affected the injury on his back. He grimaced in pain. Sigh, I'm sorry, Thales. Rick sighed and showed a pitiful expression. I couldn't stop him, Quiet. After all, I'm only his assistant. I can't afford to offend his backer. I could only come here quietly after the incident. Under the cautious gazes of the children, Rick squatted down and worriedly checked Thales' injuries. Fortunately, he didn't hit you too hard today or else. Mr. Rick, I'm fine, Thales struggled to say. I'm sorry, my allowance last week was indeed. Forget about the allowance, he said. Rick took the broken bowl from Cinty's hands and poured away the water inside. He plucked a few pieces of dragon leaves and picked up a stone to grind them. You were sent to me when you were young. In the past few years, I've watched you grow from trembling little guys to careless hairy kids. To me, you are far more important than a few copper coins. Rick's face showed a trace of pain. At your age, you shouldn't be begging on the streets, but this is the rule of the Brotherhood. Mr. Rick. Thales seemed to be moved. He clenched his fist. Come grind the herbs with a stone. It's better than chewing them with your mouth. Rick wiped the herbs in the bowl and personally applied them to Thales. Kellett, who was beside him, bit her lips and whimpered. Thank you, Mr. Rick, Coria said softly. If only you were in charge of us instead of Quiet. Don't let Quiet hear this. Rick smiled helplessly. To be honest, I'm very afraid of him. The other children also smiled knowingly. Rick knew that showing similarities and a sense of humor at the right time was a good way to make people accept him. Thank you very much, Mr. Rick, Thales said solemnly. He knew that in the eyes of many people he appeared to be more mature, so there was no need to act like a child. Rick nodded. Protect yourself well. You are a smart child. I believe you can do it well. Oh right. Rick suddenly remembered something. He passed the bowl to Ned and took out a money pouch from his waist. He passed it to Cinty, who was still in a daze. I have to hand in my salary every month, and I don't have much money myself. Here are 30 coppers. Go to Grove Potion Shop, the one at the border between Twilight District and Lower City District, and buy some medicine. This money should be enough if the price of the medicine hasn't increased. Of course, this money is not enough, Rick thought. He went to Grove Pharmacy a week ago, and it just so happened that the price had just increased. This way, when the children realized that they did not have enough money, they would think that it was because of the temporary price increase. If they did not have enough money, what could they do? Of course, they would take it from the money that they begged. This way, they would not have enough money for next week. Be careful when you buy the medicine. Don't let others, especially Quiet, know about it, Rick said with a smile and stood up. Of course, Rick thought in his heart, Quiet will definitely know. If they did not buy the medicine, that would be even better. Quiet would know that they were really hiding money. Rick's lips curled up slightly. At that time, he would be able to obtain their final loyalty. Mr. Rick, Korea looked at the money bag in Cinty's hand and was about to cry. You are really a good person. Ned bit his lips and nodded vigorously. Even the older child, Cinty, was a little moved. He touched the money bag in his hand and weighed it. Rick sighed, shook his head and waved his hand. No, I should be the one apologizing. This is all I can do for you. Mr. Rick. Thales lied on the ground and looked at Rick hesitantly. I don't know. Rick raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? I heard that when we grow up, we will be sent to other places for training, Thales asked cautiously, as if he was afraid of offending Rick. Then after we finish our training, can we work under you? Hearing this, Kellett, Ned, and Korea looked at Rick with hopeful eyes. Snap. Rick snapped his fingers in his heart. Score. It was faster than expected. Hee about this. Rick smiled. Don't look at me like this now. In the Brotherhood, I am a man with dreams. Rick bent down with a smile and stroked Thales' hair, making him appear even more amiable. My subordinates will be the best and strongest in the Brotherhood. This is the truth, Rick thought in his heart. So if you want to work under me, you have to work hard. Yes. The children nodded in unison, and Thales was no exception. I'm leaving Thales and the children. Rick turned around and tilted his head, revealing the side of his face. Next time if you encounter such things again, come and tell me secretly. Although I can't stop him directly, I can always find some trouble to prevent him from getting close to you. After saying this, Rick showed his white teeth. They flashed under the moonlight, and he left the courtyard of the 6th house without looking back. Mr. Rick is so nice. Ned's tears dried up. Unlike that bad quide. Yes. Korea nodded. Her eyes were full of joy, as if she had eaten candy. But, Cripple Ryan, who was in a state of shock, hesitated and said, I always feel that Mr. Rick scares me more than Quide. So you are a coward. Coward Ryan, how can you get money like this? Only Thales' eyes gradually calmed down after Rick left. When he saw Cinty counting the 30 copper coins in the money pouch one by one, Thales exhaled softly. His back was still hurting. He knew that regular medicine for external injuries would be better for his injuries. However, Thales had just gone to Grove Pharmacy yesterday morning, and took the typhoid medicine from Yen and I at the back door. He heard her complain that her stingy boss had increased the price of the medicine. Even the external injury medicine was increased to 35 copper coins. It was exactly 5 copper coins more than what Rick had given him. However, he also found out a key point from Sunset Bar's owner's daughter, Jayla. Rick was in charge of Quide's expensive expenses in the bar. But, I have to hand in the money every month, and I don't have much money. Rick's words echoed in the transmigrator's ears. He could not help but look at the bag of copper coins in his hand. The child beggars had forgotten their fear, and were fooling around with each other. Thales was the only one who furrowed his eyebrows. He turned his head around with much difficulty and glanced at his scarred back. He sighed and hung his head down heavily. This damn world. When Rick arrived at the 10th house, he was thinking about how there was an 8-year-old kid named Karak here. He was a fierce character at such a young age. Just as he was about to beat him up a bit and pull him under his wing, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. This was his innate psionic ability. When he was absolutely calm, even the slightest distraction would be ineffective. He would feel a chill on the back of his neck once a living creature approached within 5 meters of him. That was it. However, even if he was a warrior, his psionic ability was not worth mentioning when compared to the kingdom's psionic troops, the powerful swordsmen of eradication, the knights, and even the mysterious mystics. Even the interns in the various temples could pin him to the ground and beat him up. But Rick felt that one day, this psionic ability would save his life. Like now. Rick quickly turned around and searched his surroundings under the moonlight. At the same time, he put his left hand into his pocket, and held the small but deadly mini retractable crossbow. Bright moonlight. Empty streets. No cover. But there was no one. Rick took a deep breath and kept himself absolutely calm. He felt the chill on the back of his neck continue. Could it be that a rat crawled through the sewer under my feet? Rick turned in 3 different directions and ran quickly for a while. But the lingering chill on his neck made him get rid of this thought. Which rat would be directly below me and follow me in 3 directions for 20 meters? Rick became more and more frightened. I shouldn't have come out alone. Even if this is the abandoned house, the Brotherhood's territory. I should have brought 20 thugs, each with a mystic gun in their hands, no matter how heavy that damn thing is. Just like the Brotherhood's big boss in charge of the drug trade, Lizancy Fisher, there are 30 people following him everywhere he goes. If I had enough money, I should have hired 2 swordsmen of eradication, a psionic warrior, or even a mystic. Forget it, mystics are too scary. Nair Rick, you have to calm down, he told himself. You are the man who will be in charge of the entire Eternal Star City in the future, and even Constellation's underground world. Calm down, you have to calm down. He forced himself to be calm as he turned around and walked back the way he came, as if he was just jogging. Did I offend anyone? Was there anyone who wanted his life? Is there anything worth paying attention to in this neighborhood? He walked a few hundred meters. Under the moonlight, there was no one around. Chapter 3. If the news is true, a gray-haired middle-aged noble's right hand trembled slightly. He pressed on his left chest and bowed deeply. Please allow me to go personally and settle this matter for you. It has not been confirmed yet, but the lamp in the Sunset Temple has indeed been lit. It seems that the distance is very close. Beside the blazing fire, a well-built figure lowered his right hand that was resting on his chin and said in a deep voice, I have already sent Yodel. I have already sent Yodel. He is more suitable for covert operations than Ida. You know just how important this information is. Wuxia has even sealed off the inner altar in the name of the Divine Oracle. That's why we can't take the unnecessary risk of exposing ourselves. I'll only secretly send you there when we finally confirm it. Of course, of course. The gray-haired middle-aged noble could not hide his excitement. When the time comes, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Sigh. The well-built figure sighed. I don't know why, but when I heard this news, I should have been more excited than you. But now I am so calm. Rick did not know how he walked back to the Brotherhood's headquarters. The coldness at the back of his neck was still there. When he saw the Brotherhood's Black Street headquarters, saw the 2 elites playing a finger-pricking game at the entrance, saw the shadowy sentries outside the house, walked into the big house, saw Boss Morris carefully checking the accounts behind the iron table, and saw Felicia's disdainful gaze, Felicia's proposal to increase the brothel's budget was rejected tonight. Leaning against the pillar, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even the assassin Leork, who had always been at odds with him, appeared amiable under the candlelight at the dining table. Unknowingly, the coldness at the back of his neck disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Even Rick himself suspected that he was too nervous. When he mentioned to Boss Morris, who was in charge of the human trafficking business, that he suspected someone was following him, Leork laughed and spat out a mouthful of ale, directly extinguishing the candlestick on the table. Felicia yawned and tightened her huge chest, looking at him with even more disdain. As for Boss Morris, when he saw the cold sweat on Rick's forehead, he also had a strange expression. He patted Rick's shoulder and told him not to overwork himself and to watch less drama in the Dark Knight Temple. When strange Dr. Ramon returned from his business trip, he would ask him to prescribe a calming medicine. Damn it. Rick knew that even with his supernatural ability, it was hard for others to believe him, let alone an assassin who had followed him from the abandoned house to Black Street for a whole kilometer. But Rick subconsciously believed that the assassin's existence was real. But when he returned to his room, laid down, and carefully recalled the details of tonight's encounter, even he, who had always been paranoid, couldn't help but wonder if he was really too nervous. Rick calmed himself down and tried his ability again. Everything was normal. His neck on the pillow was very comfortable. Okay, maybe I'm just being paranoid. But in the next moment, that hair-raising chill attacked him again. F***ck. I can't sleep anymore. Rick shot up from the bed. He pulled out a box from under his bed, and pulled out a Seagull Model 6 Mystic gun that was so heavy that he needed 2 hands to carry it. He nervously pressed himself against the solid wall and slowly tiptoed out of the corridor, listening carefully. The corridor was filled with everlasting lamps burning with eternal oil. It was incomparably bright, but there was still no one there. In the distance, one of the brothers on duty had just returned from the toilet. He seemed to be scratching an itch as he walked past Rick while pulling the black and red leather armor on his crotch. In the room at the end of the corridor, Leorc and Belicia's wild and crazy roars could be heard as usual. F***ck, this shameless couple better break it if they use too much force, Rick cursed loudly. The two brothers at the checkpoint who had just passed by turned around and nodded at Rick. Their gazes met, and they immediately felt like they knew each other. Then, Rick saw that the other party was painfully scratching the leather armor on his crotch, and the other party was looking at Rick, who was leaning against the wall while holding the mystic gun. Both of them awkwardly turned their heads and returned to their posts, while the others returned to their rooms. Rick rubbed the back of his neck. F***ck, this damn supernatural ability must have failed. Besides, if the other party had reached the headquarters of the Brotherhood and not been discovered by a single person, then it would be useless even if he held the mystic gun. Even Boss Morris's supernatural ability would be useless. Sleep. Thal's back injury looked bad, but it did not seem to be too serious. It was only the third day, and he could already stand up and walk. His attributes were extraordinary. Thal stood in line and sighed. He looked at the dilapidated houses and walls around him, took the black bread and wild vegetables handed to him by the thug Pearson, and put them into his mouth. It was a pity that he was born in such a place. There is a sharp branch next to you. You must have secretly cut my hand. It's not me. My hand was also cut last night. Everyone in our house had their hands cut. It must be the people in the 8th house. They are jealous of our harvest yesterday. It's them. The people in the 14th house were also cut last night. They don't want us to touch sheep on the streets. Thales yawned and listened lazily to the child beggars in the other houses. The child beggars next to him even made a fuss until the thug came to stop them. He sighed, swallowed the last mouthful of the disgusting breakfast, and clapped his hands to call the child beggars in the 6th house. They started work. It was Tuesday, and the begging in the 6th house was relatively smooth. For more business, they went directly to the west gate near the sentry post. The recent week seemed to be the celebration of Sunset Goddess, but it was said that Sunset Temple had sealed the inner altar due to the oracle, causing many believers to enter the city from the west gate, climb the city wall, and pray to the sunset to make up for the regret of not being able to pray to the spokesperson of Sunset Goddess in the human world. Before the guards could stop them from glaring at them, Thales even managed to steal a blackwood carved bright moon god statue from a fat vegetable and fruit vendor with the help of Ryan and Coria. The vendor paid too much attention to the wallet in his arms. Hence, when Ryan and Coria were bargaining with him over a clover, Thales reached for the package behind him. The bright moon god statue should be worth at least 50 coppers on the market. Of course, this kind of stolen goods could not be seen in public, and could only be sold through the channels of the Brotherhood. The veterans of the Brotherhood knew that they were only child beggars and thieves, and would desperately lower the price. They would even rob the valuable ones. It was good enough to get 5 coppers. But no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. When Thales and the others returned to the abandoned house, they saw Rick, who came to patrol as usual. He did not have his usual kindness and indifference. Instead, he hurriedly gave a few instructions to the thugs and disappeared from sight. Is Mr. Rick in trouble? Coria, who was hungry, asked while biting her finger. They went far away and came back late. Fortunately, Thales had a good relationship with Pearson, the thug who was in charge of delivering food. He often bribed the thug with small gifts, and the latter agreed to keep food for them. It could be quiet. That guy is the most troublesome, Kellett said. His stomach was also growling. Ned and Ryan shuddered at the mention of the name. Boys, there's no food tonight. The 6 children entered the now empty yard. Pearson, who was in charge of getting food, waved his hand when he saw them from afar. Don't look at me. I can't do anything about it. Pearson shook his head indifferently in the face of the 6 children's angry, but somewhat unconfident questioning. Rick has ordered us to rest early tonight. Our work and rest schedule has been brought forward. In the end, Thales persuaded Pearson in every possible way, and used the bright moon god statue as the price to exchange for the 4.5 pieces of black bread and half a bowl of black pine vegetables that he had originally planned to save for his 2 hounds. Recently, Rick and Quiet have been a little neurotic. When the other 5 children were eating, Pearson revealed a piece of news to Thales before he left. Quiet's temper has been getting worse recently. He's been cursing damn Baldy all day long. But he's always been like this. Rick has become very strange, especially in the past 2 days. I heard from the people at headquarters. Speaking of this, Pearson looked around and whispered in Thales' ear, he's being haunted by a ghost. Thales looked at Pearson, who was walking away. He took a bite of the black bread that was usually unpalatable, but it became especially delicious when he was hungry. He pondered silently. He did not know what happened to Rick that caused him to encounter a ghost. But what made Quiet's temper worse? Thales swallowed a mouthful of bread. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile for now. Rick tensed up again. For the past 2 days, he had always thought that there was something wrong with his psionic ability. It was not until this morning, when he prepared the next batch of child beggars' supplies and flipped through the roster, that he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his psionic ability. Rick was a very ambitious person. He believed that in order to achieve his ambition, he had to start from small things. For example, he never wrote his itinerary and plans on paper. For example, he would place a few strands of hair in inconspicuous places in drawers, boxes, and important documents to prevent others from stealing or peeking at them. For example, he never hid his money in one place. He had always been proud of his cautiousness. He also believed that one day, he would receive his due rewards for his cautiousness. For example, now, Rick flipped through the roster of child beggars. On the roster, the strands of hair were placed in the same position on every page. This was supposed to be a good thing, as it meant that no one would flip through the roster. However, Rick was the son of a scribe. His father had taught him that if they wanted to, every outstanding thief and ranger could easily avoid the secret method of pinching hair and flip through the documents they wanted without anyone noticing. Hence, Rick obtained a more cautious method from his father. The secret to flipping through the documents without anyone noticing was, of course, to ensure that the hair remained in its original position after flipping through the documents. The fastest method was to press the hair in its original position. When flipping through the pages, he would use his hands to clamp the upper and lower pages of the book, to continue clamping the hair in its original position. How could he break through this method? Like the nobles, it was of course the fastest and safest way to seal it with wax. However, Rick had a special method that his father used. It was a light dry gel made from the oil of a green dolphin. It was a gel used by the poor who lived by the river. The properties of this dry gel were not strong. As long as the book was not too heavy, after the pages were applied, even if the book was closed, the glued areas would not be glued together. One had to use external force to press both sides of the glued areas for a short period of time, before the pages would be glued together. When Rick flipped through the roster, he found that the hair was still in its original position, except for a little bit. These strands of hair were tightly glued to the pages of the book. Someone had looked through his roster of child beggars and flipped through the pages of the hair with his hand. Rick felt a chill in his heart. Moreover, it was definitely an expert who could leave the 4 strands of hair that were clamped on different but inconspicuous positions in the book without leaving a trace. Fortunately, he had his father's secret method to discover it. 4 days ago, because he saw Thales' begging act, he flipped through the roster in order to find the house where the boy was. At that time, everything was normal. However, up until today, in the 4 days since then, someone had come to his room and flipped through the roster of child beggars. Rick felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that this was not the most important thing. So he scrambled to open the hidden compartment of the drawer and pulled out the most important account book of human trafficking, his secret deposit book at the Royal Family Bank. The account book and deposit book were safe. There were no signs of them being flipped through. The strands of hair naturally fell off the pages. Rick breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the things in the hidden compartment had not been. Wait a minute. If it was an expert, how could they have missed the hidden compartment? Rick trembled as he pulled out the entire hidden compartment. He opened it and touched the place where the strands of hair should have been clamped. Then he collapsed on the chair. The strands of hair were firmly glued to the seam of the hidden compartment by the Rick family's unique light-drying gel. When Rick walked into the dining room in a daze, he turned a blind eye to Leork and Felicia, who were flirting with each other. Instead, it was Leork, who had always been at odds with him, who called out to him in Schadenfreude. "Accountant, I heard that you recently encountered a ghost?" Rick ignored him and continued to sit expressionlessly. He pulled over a bottle of ink on the table and used it as a sauce. He poured it on his steak. "Ignore him." Felicia smiled as she sat on Leork's lap. She glanced at the killer flirtatiously and fed him a glass of red wine. "Are you still coming to my room tonight?" Of course, of course." Leork did not wait to swallow the red wine and hurriedly replied. "I only found out today that the boss had removed the sentries outside the house a week ago. So tonight we might as well, go a little crazy." "Io, you are really bad." Clang. The bottle of ink in Rick's hand fell on the table. The ink spread across the table and flowed in front of the man and woman on the other side. His face was pale as he raised his head to look at Leork and Felicia, who had an unhappy look on their faces. A week ago, there were no sentries guarding the big house in the headquarters? Nonsense. Leork brushed off the ink on his body and threw a piece of bread at Rick's face in annoyance. "Recently, the boss said that the operation against the Blood Bottle Gang must be kept a secret. The fewer people, the better. So, the sentries were removed outside the house. You can't even enter the house to use the toilet. But you don't have to worry. Don't you still have a ghost that never leaves your side to protect you?" Then in the corridor. Rick did not realize that his voice was trembling. "In the corridor? There won't be any sentries in the corridor, right?" Leork and Felicia had long thrown him to the back of their minds. They kissed each other as if there was no one else around. Rick took a deep breath. The day before yesterday, he was inexplicably followed in the abandoned house. That night, the sentries that should not have existed in the corridor of the headquarters. The child beggar's name list that was carefully flipped through in the room. Very good. Everything is connected. Now, Rick," he said to himself, who was trembling nervously. "You've been targeted. The opponent might be very powerful. He might be so powerful that he could come and go as he pleased in the headquarters of the Black Street, which was heavily guarded by sentries. He might be so powerful that even a terrifying killer like Leork and an experienced psionic warrior like Boss Morris did not notice him. I'm the only lucky one. Thanks to my late father, I discovered this. He might be right behind me. I must save myself. I must find his purpose." Rick's brain worked frantically. The other party must have turned his room upside down in the past 2 days. However, he only carefully looked through the child beggar's name list. He abandoned the more important account book like it was a worn-out shoe. The thing that the other party is looking for is in the child beggar's name list. That's right. I was targeted near the abandoned house. That's where the child beggars live. He's looking for a certain child beggar. However, Rick had a headache thinking about it. He had more than 100 child beggars on hand. Next month, Beth would send another batch over. These were all children of unknown origins, or children with no future trouble. Important and valuable children, such as the descendants of certain powerful people, or the children of certain wealthy merchants, had long been ransomed or killed. Which child beggar does he want? He's so skillful and has such terrifying strength. Why doesn't he make a request to the Brotherhood openly? We'll just give it to you directly. I'd rather cooperate with him one by one. Even if I have to drag out all the child beggars, strip them and search their bodies, or even kill and dissect them, it would be better than being hung by a ghost every day. Wait a minute. I seem to have thought of the key point. Why doesn't he make a request to the Brotherhood openly? Of course, this matter cannot be known by anyone, not even the Black Street Brotherhood. Is it a competitor of the Brotherhood? No. If the Blood Bottle Gang had such strength, the Black Street Brotherhood would have been destroyed dozens of times. He doesn't have any formal channels, and he doesn't want to deal with the Black Street Brotherhood in downtown. Such a terrifying person would definitely not be at a low enough level to deal with a gang from the slums. Why is he interested in these orphans who have been lost for many years? Can't he just go to the police station to look for missing children? Moreover, the police station would not dare to slight a person of this level. Even the Brotherhood could only lower their heads. Wait. Rick's mind lit up. He seemed to have grasped the main point. He's skillful, comes and goes without a trace, works in secret, and is interested in the origin of a certain child. His level is far higher than the Blackstreet Brotherhood. Strength is built with money and resources. He's secretive because it would be disadvantageous to him if this matter were to be made public. He doesn't deal with the Brotherhood because his level is too high. He's interested in the children that the Brotherhood collected from different sources. He's probably above the supreme class, and he's backed by someone with power and wealth. Yet, he avoids the eyes and ears of the Brotherhood and the police station to secretly search for an important child. Rick fiercely slapped his thigh. A string in his mind seemed to have been connected in an instant. He's involved in some big family's bloodline inheritance struggle. F***ck. Rick fiercely glared at Leork and Felicia, who had already started to move up and down. However, his thoughts had long since left the couple in front of him. Chapter 4. Jayla. Black Pine Wine. Give me another dozen. In the noisy and dark Sunset pub, Clyde panted heavily as he leaned on the bar counter. One glass after another, he poured the wine into his mouth. Hey big guy. If you don't have money to tip, you won't get any Black Pine wine. Jayla, who was standing behind the bar counter, unhappily brought out 2 large glasses of Black Pine wine. She placed them on the bar counter without a trace of politeness. For your father's sake, these are the last 2 glasses. I'll give you 30 seconds to finish drinking, and then get out of here. Every hour you sit here, our pub, no, the entire underground street's profits will decrease by 10%. Clyde was already a little dizzy from drinking. However, even in the noisy pub, Jayla's shrewd voice still traveled far. Clyde could feel the gazes of the customers around him, and the ridicule they might have in their hearts. His heart was filled with anger. Back then, I was the blood axe Clyde Rhoda who made the entire lower city tremble in fear. If it was not for that incident, why would a girl at the bar counter dare to bully me? Even the bald Sven, who debuted 2 years later than me, dared to laugh at me in front of the beggar and laugh at my next words. F***ck. You blind girl. Clyde gritted his teeth and shook his heavy head. He stood up and grabbed Jayla's hand. He dragged her in front of him across the bar counter and fiercely roared. I told you. A dozen Black Pine wine. The whole pub quietened down. The lower city district was a famous chaotic place in Eternal Star City, and the underground district was a famous chaotic place in the lower city district. It was especially so after Blackstreet Brotherhood took over the place 10 years ago. Sunset Bar was the center of operations in this chaotic place. The people in Sunset Bar were basically people who belonged to Blackstreet Brotherhood, or people who were looking for Blackstreet Brotherhood. Hence, when Clyde grabbed Jayla's hand and roared, everyone in the bar looked like they were watching a good show. They did not make a sound or stop him. Clyde's head became dizzy, but he could still feel that the wrist he was holding was very smooth and soft. He could also feel the faint fragrance from Jayla's body. Under the dim light of the candlestick in the bar, Jayla's short brown hair looked clean and neat. Her smooth face and delicate outline were clearer than usual. Clyde's imagination ran wild for a moment. Jayla seemed to be shocked by him as well. She stared in shock at the former top fighter, who was now a down-and-out drunkard. When the noise of the customers disappeared, the dizzy Clyde felt vaguely satisfied. He felt that his actions had received due attention. But soon, when he shifted his gaze to Jayla, he gradually sobered up. Thus, the elation he felt just now gradually turned into fear and trembling. Jayla Charlton was one of the few people who knew her full name. This beautiful woman. Clyde recalled his father's words to him to stay away from her, as well as what he had seen and heard in Sunset Pub several times. This shrewish and seductive bar girl was currently staring at him with a playful gaze. Clyde's chin began to tremble uncontrollably. Jayla, that I am not. But before Clyde could react, clack. Jayla's hand, which was grabbing his wrist, was forcefully grabbed by her. In the next second, Quiet's middle finger and index finger were bent in the opposite direction. What followed was a piercing pain. Ah! Quiet cried out in pain. His face was distorted. But it was not over yet. Jayla fiercely grabbed his outstretched hand and forcefully twisted it in the opposite direction of his elbow joint. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. No. Jayla. Sister Jayla. I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Ah. The sound of Quiet's elbow joint being dislocated was heard at the same time as Quiet's scream. Before Quiet could finish begging for mercy, the agile woman used the force to flip over. Her slender left leg, which was wearing short leather pants, stepped onto the bar counter and ruthlessly smashed Quiet's neck. Good job, little Jayla. You did not embarrass the boss. With this skill, you can apply to train as a swordsman of eradication. She actually wore safety pants. I swear I saw it. I bet she's wearing black. The surrounding customers instantly regained their liveliness. One by one, they cheered for Jayla. Listen up, you gorilla. Jayla glared fiercely at Quiet, who was suffocating from the pressure. She stood with one foot behind the bar counter, while her left leg was pressed against the counter. Her right hand was clasped around Quiet's outstretched arm. Her graceful and slender figure was clearly visible. She slowly took out a strangely shaped knife from the leather holster on her left boot. The blade and the handle were not in a straight line. From afar it looked like a wolf's leg. Then, without changing her expression, she stabbed Quiet's palm vertically. The tip of the knife was nailed into the bar counter. The customers' cheers became even louder. Woo-woo. Quiet was in so much pain that he squeezed out tears. However, the pressure on his neck made him squeal like a pig. Jayla slowly lowered her upper body and displayed her perfect flexibility. She approached Quiet's tear-streaked face, whistled and smiled. Then his face turned fierce and ferocious, and he spoke in a rhythmic but chilling and flirtatious voice which was full of charm. Quiet Rhoda. I don't care whose son you are. I don't care if you are the leader of child beggars or a hired thug who collects black accounts. But you mother****, listen to me. From now until the end of the world. If you dare to appear in my bar again, I will put you down there then, son. One piece at a time. Chop into mincemeat. Mix it into the wine. One mouthful at a time. Pour it down your throat. Do you understand? Trash. While Quiet cried, he covered his pierced right hand and escaped from Sunset Pub under the laughter of the customers and Jayla's disdainful gaze. Only then did Jayla clap her hands and wipe off the blood on the wolf limb blade with a look of disgust. It was as if it was not blood, but the mucus of a devil from hell. Jayla turned her head in annoyance and saw that the customers were still staring at the bar counter. Among them, there was no lack of gazes filled with ulterior motives and desires. What are you looking at? Whoever dares to look again will have to pay twice the price of the wine. Jayla threw down those harsh words and shifted the customer's attention from her back to the wine. Then, she fiercely threw down the rag and walked into the kitchen. Is this enough? I did as you said and deliberately told him about that thing. Jayla grabbed a bottle of white wine. A multi-purpose knife suddenly appeared in her left hand, and she deftly opened the cork. Of course, Miss Jayla. In the kitchen, Quiet's assistant and the actual manager of the child beggar's business, Heir Rick gently lifted the black top hat on his head and smiled as he nodded. I hope that he will restrain himself from now on. From his unrestrained drinking to his unrestrained beating of child beggars. The Brotherhood cannot always clean up after him. What you want to say is that you cannot always clean up after him, right? Jayla quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine. Rick suddenly felt that this crude action was more appropriate on Jayla's body. It was fresh and attractive. That is not wrong, because the Brotherhood's interests are my interests. Rick smiled and subconsciously touched the back of his neck. Are you sure that this will work? Why do I feel that a person like him will find more trouble when he goes back? For example, to vent his anger on your child beggars? You really know him well, Rick thought. Actually, I do not know whether it will work or not because I do not know him, but... Rick shook his head helplessly. This was his signature action to show his innocence and sincerity. Recently he has become worse. 3 days ago, for a ridiculous reason, he beat up a seedling that I thought highly of. If it were not for that child's intelligence, Another seedling would have died in Quide's hands. I did not know that you were so generous and righteous. Jayla rolled her eyes in her heart. As he said this, Rick's gaze suddenly became firm. That is why I decided that this cannot go on. He must be warned. Otherwise, he will sooner or later ruin the business that I have worked so hard to manage. All right, you do not have to explain to me so many reasons like, I was forced to kill my superior. Jayla yawned and waved her hand to let Rick leave. I did not say that I wanted to kill him. Speaking of which, hurry up and pay the remuneration we agreed on. I only accept cash, Jayla interrupted Rick. She lazily finished the white wine and stuck out her tongue to lick the last drop of wine into her mouth. This action made Rick's heart skip a beat. Also, you still have to pay for the wine he owes today. Jayla slightly narrowed her eyes as she watched Rick leave after he took off his hat and saluted her. Don't think that I do not know that you switched Quide's wine today. Others might not be able to recognize it, but I, Jayla from the Sunset Pub, know it very clearly. Quide only drank strong Shaka wine. Unlike the wine that makes people drunk, Shaka wine is usually given to the prisoners on the Western Front who are shackled and ready to charge. The drunk person's movements will not be hindered, but their minds will not be clear. So, Nair Rick, are you sure that you have too much money to spend and that you really do not want to kill him? When Quide returned to the big stone door in front of the abandoned house full of humiliation, pain and drunkenness, he did not live in the Black Street headquarters. Quide felt that anyone who knew the inside story would stare at his lower body when they saw him. At that moment, two thugs happened to pass by the wall in a hurry. Their chatter could be heard from afar. Have you heard? The child beggars are spreading a rumor that Boss Quide is no longer a man. What do you mean? Can he become a woman? Oh, idiot, it means that Quide has been castrated. I heard that a few years ago, when he was collecting debts at Karaima Street, he encountered something strange in a haunted house. It was the house where the Earl of Norfolk and his family were hanged. Everyone said that a female ghost in a red dress cut off his lower body. It was clean. For a moment, Quide felt all the blood in his body rush to his head. The next moment, he lost control and roared angrily. He pounced from behind the wall and grabbed one of the thugs' neck tightly. Who? Who said that? Which bastard? Which bastard? I'm going to kill him. The other thug panicked and retreated a few steps. Quide fiercely pressed the person in his hand to the ground. His grip became tighter and tighter, but his pierced right hand was unable to withstand the force. After all, he was a famous leader of the thugs in the Brotherhood. He was also a top-notch expert in the ordinary rank. Even though his physical strength had declined and his skills had deteriorated due to many years of decadence, as long as he did not fight against the female cat burglar from the Charlton family, he would still be able to defeat an ordinary thug. Especially now, Quide felt that all the anger in his body had turned into an inexhaustible force. Boss Quide, it was just a rumor. We don't believe it. Quide was like a wild beast as he suddenly raised his head. The thug who was trying to defend himself was so frightened that he took a step back. However, he immediately saw that his other companion's face was pale. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. The thug who kept retreating looked at Quide's ferocious gaze. His face was full of fear. Yes, it was the child beggars who spread the rumor. Boss, it was really not our fault. You can ask the child beggars and you will know. Gotcha. It was the sound of a neck bone breaking. The thug who was choked by Quide had already stopped breathing. Quide slowly stood up from the ground. His eyes were filled with a ferocious glint, as if he was about to devour someone. The after-effects of tonight's alcohol were too strong. It caused him to gradually lose his last bit of rationality. The remaining thug's body was trembling. Seeing that the situation was not good, he cried out while rolling and crawling away. Quide wanted to chase after them, but he was too drunk. His footsteps were unstable and he could not run. He fiercely took 2 breaths and looked at the corpse under his feet. He felt that his anger had not been vented. He kicked it a few more times before shaking his head and walking towards the 20 or so abandoned houses. Quide did not think about why the thugs who were patrolling tonight, this was necessary to keep an eye on the child beggars, did not appear. He only had a strong desire in his mind to find the people who laughed at him. Then he would torture them to death one by one. Quide, who had just killed someone, felt as if a long-lost shackle had been opened in his mind. He had returned to the days when he had to make a living on the edge of a knife. These damn thieves, he thought fiercely. Since they dared to spread rumors, I will make them pay the price. Damn thieves. The thug who had escaped trembled as he crawled out of the abandoned house's big stone door. He bumped into Rick under the tree outside the door. Mr. Rick. When the thug saw Rick, it was as if he had seen his savior. Boss Quide. Quide has gone crazy. Didn't you say that we would definitely be able to escape? In the end, before we could even finish talking, Quide. The thug was so scared that he was out of breath. He could not even speak clearly. Pearson did not manage to escape? He was killed by Quide? Rick seemed to be shocked. After getting confirmation from the thug, Rick shook his head dejectedly. It is my fault. I thought that Quide would be ashamed and hide when he heard the news. There is no other way. Go and close the big stone door, and lock Quide in the abandoned houses district. Then prepare the carriage. We will leave immediately. Okay. Mr. Rick, where are we going? The thug, who was still in a state of shock, heard that they were leaving and nodded. He did not even think about what to do with the child beggars who were also inside. Go to the headquarters and look for Boss Morris. Rick's face suddenly became serious as he watched the thug rush to the side of the big stone door. He stretched out his hand to close the double door, and inserted the stone lock. This time, Quide would definitely look for all the child beggars. Among them, there would definitely be someone that the ghost wanted. He had brought forward his work and rest schedule for the day. It was not too late yet. Quide had half of the night to take care of the child beggars. Whether it was torture or killing, it was the ghost's and the assassin's concern. Since he was interested in the child beggars, what would he do when the child beggars encountered a disaster? First of all, he would definitely not have the time to look for him. If he came to look for a child beggar, then Quide would be killed by him. This way, the Black Street Brotherhood would take over this place tomorrow, and he would not have any trouble. If he came to kill a child beggar, then he would probably watch Quide kill all the child beggars. This was very likely. One should never underestimate the filth of a noble's family. Then his own trouble would be solved. In short, the problem of the big shot's family and the coldness on the back of his neck would all be solved tonight. Otherwise, one day, the ghost that couldn't find its target would come looking for him. Rick didn't think that the lackeys of the big families would have a good temper. He also didn't think that after meeting the ghost, he would be able to see the next day's sun in one piece. It was not that Rick did not think of pretending to be sick for a month or simply asking for a transfer to another place. He wanted to run as far away from the scary ghost as possible, until it found what it wanted. However, Rick, who had been fine the day before, suddenly fell sick or left. Wouldn't that be the same as telling the ghost that he knew of its existence, and then betting his life on the ghost's kindness of not involving the innocent? There must be another, safe, unsuspecting scapegoat to expose the ghost's designs. Boss Quide, I will have to trouble you again. Rick thought indifferently. It was a pity that this group of child beggars, Thales and Karak. After this, there was a chance that he would be punished because he did not keep an eye on them. However, compared to his own life and future, at this moment, the thug who was lucky enough to escape rushed over with the carriage from afar. Rick nodded at him and gave him an encouraging and comforting smile. He then walked to the side of the carriage. Then he took out the mini-extendable crossbow from his bosom and shot the arrow that was soaked in the poisonous blue vine grass accurately into the surprised thug's wide-open mouth. On the night that Rick made the decision that would never be known to the world, but still deeply affected the fate of the kingdom, the child beggars in the 6th house were led by Thales to sit beside the fire that they had painstakingly started because they had to rest early. They counted the day's harvest. That woman in black gave us 8 coppers. I heard that her youngest son had just passed away because of typhoid. No wonder she was so generous. Milara, with her ears drooping, gave us all the coppers she had left over from the grocery shopping. Oh, only 2. Sinti had a smile on his face as he counted the coppers one by one and piled them on his left. Thales nodded, grabbed a sharp stone, and drew the word Jung on the ground. That skinny man with Highland boots refused to pay, So Ryan and I taught him a lesson. Kellett took out a card and looked at the words on it in distress. But he only had this card in his bosom, and I don't know what it is for. That is the pass to the National Institute of Science, Jadestar Grand Library. That is in the upper city, 5 blocks away from us. Fales looked at the card and said, "That skinny man must be a scholar from a foreign academy. I don't know if he is a philosopher or a scientist. But looking at him, he might be a literary scholar." Wow. Fales, you actually know the words on it. Coria and Ned looked at Thales with admiration. How is that possible? Thales shrugged and looked at the vague hope in the eyes of the two children. No one has ever taught us how to read and count. I only knew about it when I saw the book emblem on the back of the card. However, Thales thought that he was already teaching himself how to read, such as the words on the signboards of Sunset Bar, Grove Pharmacy, and National Institute of Science. And his past memories gave him an inexplicable respect and admiration for knowledge, so he would not let go of any opportunity to learn and accumulate knowledge. Thales raised his dust-covered hands and looked at the calluses that had appeared prematurely due to working hard all day long. He rubbed his half-full stomach and sighed. It's really a form of happiness to be able to sit in front of the study table freely and absorb the wisdom of the predecessors. Thales could no longer remember the scene of his transmigration. To be precise, the memories of his transmigration were retrieved bit by bit as Thales gradually grew up, and his brain gradually took shape. His memories from the age of 2 to 3 were scattered and sparse, just like a real 2-year-old. He only remembered a patch of sticky red. He did not know why the color could be described as sticky. A black stone house filled with the cries of a baby, and a skinny woman. He only found out later that she was the black-hearted widow Beth, a female leader in charge of raising the new children in the Brotherhood. Thales was sent to the abandoned house when he was 3 years old. It was also at that time that the memories of his previous life gradually became clear to him. The scenes that flashed through his mind the most were scenes of him sitting in front of a desk, his gaze moving back and forth between the books and the computer, or sitting in a classroom, discussing something with a dozen young people in different attire, or a middle-aged or old professor. But those were all illusions. Over the past 4 years, Thales struggled to maintain the survival of the child beggars in the 6th house in a life filled with beatings, bullying, darkness, crime, and death. Compared to the postgraduate student in his previous life whose brain was more developed than his body, the 4 years of being a child beggar had given Thales many new skills, such as acting skills to gain sympathy, pickpocketing without anyone noticing, cleverly and quietly eavesdropping, and framing his competitors through cooperation on the streets. During this period, Thales also made many preparations that exceeded the scope of a child beggar, such as building good relationships with people of different social classes. In Lower City, different social classes probably meant different social classes of the lower class. Secretly finding out the secrets of the Brotherhood, arranging several secret locations, secretly storing some inventory. Quide was not wrong about this, and so on. Thales was not prepared to accept the fate given to him by this world. He would not be a child beggar who knew his place, nor would he become a thug or a thief for the Brotherhood. He was also not interested in creating a gang storm in Eternal Star City. He wanted to escape. Then he would live his own life and be a free person. At least he would be freer than he was now. As long as he took one step at a time and followed the plan he had made. Thales looked at the corner of the house. There was an inconspicuous stone slab there. No. Katja. At this moment, a scream of fear and panic suddenly came from the 17th house next door. Chapter 5. The abandoned house was not a house, but a place in Eternal Star City. It was located in the 2nd district of Lower City, adjacent to the infamous Black Street. Its total area was about the size of a street. Thales once heard from the elders in the Brotherhood that the abandoned house was said to have been built by the Court of Constellation 100 years ago. It also used to have a rather respectable name, but no one remembered it anymore. It was only recorded in the City Hall. It was also once filled with the mediocre, but bustling citizens of the capital of the kingdom. No one knew when it started, but the abandoned house became a place where gangs came in contact and negotiated, and occasionally fought. Hence, under the company of blood and axes, the houses in the bustling streets became deserted, with only stone walls and bricks left. It was said that the abandoned house was once used as a place to dump corpses. To this day, children who grew up happily under the sunshine of the capital would be warned. If you don't listen to me, I will send you to the abandoned house. The reputation of the abandoned house was second only to that of the terrifying Blackstreet. When the Blackstreet Brotherhood rose to power and seized the hegemony of the underworld in Lower City District, the abandoned house became the headquarters of the Brotherhood's child beggar business in the city. In order to facilitate management, and to prevent the child beggars from escaping during the night, the Brotherhood had set up a 10-foot wide and 15-foot deep trench on all four sides of the abandoned houses. The trench was filled with sharpened wooden stakes and rusty nails, leaving only a stone door that could be locked from the back at the front of the abandoned houses. Rumor had it that after countless corpses and tests, someone finally dug a secret passage in the deep trench and escaped. But at least in the 4 years Thales was in the abandoned house, no child beggar was able to find the legendary secret passage. Instead, the number of corpses in the deep trench increased every year as the Brotherhood's business expanded. It was said that every year, there would be blind children who tried to escape through the deep trench, so the Brotherhood had to clean up the corpses in the trench every year. As its name suggested, the abandoned houses' land was made up of stone houses that had been abandoned for a long time. There were a total of 23 of them. There were originally more, but some of them had collapsed during the gang war many years ago, and some of them had been demolished by the Brotherhood. They were located irregularly behind the big stone gate. Some of the stone houses were isolated, while others were closer to each other. The lucky child beggars were assigned to abandoned houses with well water, while the unlucky ones, like the 6th house where Thales was, could only fill their water tanks with water from other houses. And this was usually not without a price. Water and food often caused conflicts between the child beggars. For example, the water tank in the 6th house was obtained during the 2nd year after Thales arrived at the abandoned houses. He reached an agreement with the 17th house next door to fetch water once a week through various means. Before Ned and Coria arrived, there was only Cinti, Ryan, Kellett, and 2 other child beggars who were no longer alive. Even drinking water was a problem for them. Now what Thales and the others heard was the cry of their leader, Diego, from the 17th house next door. Thales still remembered that when he fought for water, he threw a stone at Diego's head. At that time, Diego's cry was almost the same as now. Cajun, someone come. We don't have it. Not us. Diego's cry was painful and panicked. So much so that the child beggars in the 6th house, including Thales, could not react for a while. However, Thales still had the memories of his previous life. His first reaction was to chase everyone in the courtyard back into the hole in the house. For a long period of time after that, Thales regretted this decision deeply. He wanted to hide. Thales glanced at the inconspicuous stone slab in the corner of the house, and hid under the wall opposite the 17th house. He stared at the dog hole that connected the 17th house and the 6th house. Back then, this was the symbol of the alliance between the children of the 2 houses. What happened to Diego and the others? Is there a fight? Ned asked curiously after he hid himself. The child beggars did not live in harmony. There were not many harmonious houses like the 6th house in the abandoned houses. Apart from Quide, many of the child beggars' injuries and even deaths were caused by the child beggars themselves. The children who were not even 10 years old did not know how to hold back. For example, before Ned and Coria came, one of Thales' 2 former roommates passed away like this. But the 17th house was considered a minority in the abandoned houses. Diego had brown skin, small eyes, blonde hair, and was a carefree but stubborn child. At 9.5 years old, he appeared to be more of a leader than Cinti and Thales. At least the child beggars in the 17th house listened to him. This was also the reason why the battle for water between the 6th house and the 17th house was full of twists and turns. It doesn't look like a fight. Could it be that the other houses are bullying Diego and the others? It must be Karak from the 10th house. He loves to bully others. Kellett seemed to have figured something out and said hurriedly, "Then we have to hurry and help them. We promised them to help each other." Cripple Ryan wanted to run out of the hole and crawl into the dog hole. But before the moonlight shone on his upper body, Ryan was dragged back by Thales. Don't worry, it's not Karak. It's something else. Thales listened to the screams next door with a solemn expression. No, Diego. There was a dull sound as if a sandbag was thrown against the wall. But this time, it was another child, Ursula, who was crying. Thales remembered this 8-year-old child. When they were fighting for water, Ursula tightly pursed his lips and stood beside Diego. When the two sides started fighting, it was also Ursula who hugged Cinti's thigh, and did not let him get close to the fight between Diego and Thales. If Thales did not attack Diego's knee and quickly pick up a stone, the sixth house might not even have a fixed water supply to this day. Something's wrong. As the oldest child in the house, the puzzled expression on Cinti's face gradually turned solemn. As the child beggar in the sixth house who worked with Thales the most and had the best rapport with him, Cinti was silent most of the time. But whenever he spoke, it was either something important or something crucial. Soon, the puzzled and solemn expressions on the children's faces turned into horror. Beg for mercy. Beg for mercy. Continue. I love to hear you begging for mercy. A deep but crazy voice came from next door. None of the child beggars in the abandoned house would ever forget this sound. To them, this sound was even scarier than that of a demon from hell. At least a demon would not break a child beggar's bones inch by inch, slash open a child beggar's face with a knife, or dip a child beggar's head into a vat of water in the name of quenching your thirst. Do demons really not know how to do that? At least the child beggars did not know that. It was Quide. Quide Rhoda, the leader of the child beggars in Blackstreet Brotherhood. He was also the child beggar's nightmare and bane. No. Boss Quide. We were wrong. Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Do you dare to scold me behind my back? Damn it. Red-haired woman. Damn it. Baldy. Damn it. Jayla Charlton. All of you deserve to die. As Quide cursed in a delirious manner, a series of beating sounds came from next door. Sometimes it was a fist, sometimes it was a stone, and sometimes it was the sound of a human body colliding with the wall. Help. Help. Callie. Marita. Get up. Save me. Run. Run. Ugh. Oh my God. Where are the guards? Where's Mr. Rick? Oh my God. He wants to kill us. He wants to kill us all. No. No. Heart-wrenching cries came from more than one person. The abandoned houses under the moonlight seemed to be soul-stirring in Thales' eyes. It took Thales 3 seconds to realize what Quide was doing. He turned his head abruptly and looked at everyone in the sixth house. Ned and Coria were shivering in the hole in the wall. Ryan, who was about to rush out to help, was scared stiff. Kellett and Cinti were not any better. The former's anxious and fearful gaze moved back and forth between the few of them. He wanted to speak but could not speak. The latter's face was pale as he stared at Thales. Asterisk bang. 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 Crack. Asterisk, you bunch of damned scums. Even you dare to mock me. Mock Bloodaxe Quide Rhoda. Even you dare to. Haha, go on and scream. Why aren't you screaming anymore? Scream. The crazy roars and painful screams echoed in his ears, accompanied by the cracking sounds that no one wanted to think about. Thales knew that at this moment, panic had already spread in the sixth house. He racked his brains frantically to think about the current situation. Quide was beating up the child beggars in the 17th house. No, judging from Quide's appearance and the frequency and strength of his beating, it was not as simple as venting his anger tonight. Besides, even though Quide was a bastard, he would not beat up all the child beggars in the entire house at once. Oh right, where is Rick? What about the guards and the patrolling thugs in the abandoned houses? Even though the houses might not be able to hear each other through the stone walls, the thugs on the streets would definitely be able to hear each other. Of course, Thales did not know that the guards in the abandoned houses had been reduced to 2 people. Moreover, the 2 thugs would never come again. Thales, what should we do? Cinti instinctively felt that something was wrong when he heard the tragedy next door. His pale face was already covered in sweat as he kept asking Thales. Quiet, no one is allowed to make a sound. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and thought hard for a solution. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a child beggar's figure emerge from the dog hole between the 6th house and the 17th house. Coria was so frightened that she let out a small scream. Thales' eyes were very sharp. He could tell with one glance that the person who emerged from the 17th house was Nsora, whose head was covered in blood. However, Nsora seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Without waiting for Thales to help him up, Nsora panted and fell to the ground. He did not care about the blood on his head and face. Run. Run. We have to. Thales and Sinti anxiously helped him up. The screams and roars were still ringing in their ears. However, Nsora seemed to have lost his mind. He did not speak no matter how they asked. He only muttered "run" with a horrified expression. That was until Thales used a slap to wake him up. What's going on? Did Quide come to vent his anger? Nsora's tears flowed down his face. Quide, he's crazy. He wants. We are not the only ones. He wants all of us to go in one house after another, to see. Nsora was already rambling incoherently, but it was enough for the child beggars in the 6th house to understand what was happening. The 6 small faces instantly turned pale, and even Thales could not help but feel fear in his heart. I heard crying and went out to take a peek. I saw Quide dragging Larry from the 3rd room. There was blood everywhere. Then I saw me. He grabbed Caca and slammed him on the ground, and Diego tried to stop him, and then he punched him hundreds of times and Diego didn't move, and Marita and Quade pushed him into the fire. Ooh, the fire dash! Thales felt his skin crawl. It was not that he had never seen Quide beat someone up. However, most of the time he would be stopped by multiple thugs just before he was about to kill someone. As for whether the children who were beaten up would be permanently disabled, the Brotherhood did not care about this. The 3rd house is finished, and ours, he has just been fighting the Midlands. I don't know how many houses. However, before Nsola, who was crying and complaining at the same time, could finish, Thales covered his mouth with his hand. At this moment, through Thales' actions, everyone realized that the crying and roaring next door had disappeared. The 17th house was quiet, as though the children had fallen asleep. Only a rough panting sound was left, and it was still moving slowly. Everyone knew what this meant. Almost all the children in the 6th house began to tremble. At that moment, Thales suddenly turned his head and tried his best to lower his voice. Listen, let's quickly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, there was a loud sound. The door of the 6th house was kicked open. At the door, Quide's swaying figure slowly approached. His ferocious and evil grinning face looked at the 7 shivering children. Ran, where did you run off to? You look a little familiar. Everyone in the 6th house was stunned, and Thales was no exception. Quide rubbed his nose. Thales saw that his face was bright red. It was the color of drunkenness. His hands were also dark red in color. That was the color of blood. Quide looked at Thales, who was covering Nsora's mouth tightly for a while. I remember you. The expression on his face kept changing. Gradually, it changed from a sinister smile to one of ferocity and hatred. You are that brat that was caught by that damn Baldy. It's you. You must be the one laughing at me behind my back. Am I right? It must be you. It must be you. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Rick carefully steered the carriage. He forced himself to calm down and felt the warmth behind his neck. Fortunately, everything was normal. That ghost did not appear. It was probably having a headache because of Quide. In front of him, the big house of the Blackstreet Brotherhood gradually approached. Rick heaved a sigh of relief. Accountant. Leork's voice could be heard. The assassin from the Brotherhood was shouting for Rick from 20 feet away. Leork's face appeared in the distance. It was as though he had appeared under the light of the torch. He asked in a dissatisfied tone. Why did you come at this time? This is a knife business. You want to join in the fun with that pair of accounting hands of yours? Rick was stunned for a moment. As the carriage moved forward, he saw that the small square in front of the big house was filled with the shadows of torches. They were all figures standing quietly, and every single one of them was wrapped in black cloth. The black cloth belonged to the Brotherhood. There were at least a few hundred of them. Rick suddenly realized that almost all the people in the Blackstreet Brotherhood were here. Rick quickly moved to the side and got off the carriage. He took a few quick steps forward, and with the help of the moonlight, he saw his superior, the plump Morris, who was also the boss of the human trafficking business in Eternal Star City. He was discussing something with a few other figures with different silhouettes, a 2-meter-tall yellow-haired giant, a mysterious figure dressed in a dark red long robe, and a plump and honest man. Rick was startled. He recognized them. They were the other big shots of the society. There were even a few leaders who did not usually stay in Eternal Star City. Rick walked past groups of black-clothed thugs who were armed to the teeth with axes, knives, daggers, and even studded clubs. He walked straight towards Leork. "Leork, it's nice to meet you." "Forget it. I will not talk nonsense." "What do you want to do tonight?" Rick did not like Leork, just like how he did not like Rick. They had to meet frequently because of their work. Both of them had a tacit understanding about this. However, Leork was the one who knew the most inside information, and was the quickest to ask about it. "Didn't the boss tell you?" Leork curled his lips in disdain and glanced at Rick. "Old rules. When facing the Blood Bottle Gang, other than mystic guns and infantry crossbows, you can use any weapon." The assassin, who was known for his efficiency and ruthlessness, touched the scimitar behind his waist. It was as though he was feeling the sharpness of the scabbard. Rick was shocked. "Against the Blood Bottle Gang." The assassin took a deep breath and licked his lips with a playful smile. "Tonight, we will take down Red Street Market. Is there still no news from Yodel? What about Sunset Temple?" A middle-aged noble with gray hair asked solemnly as he faced a luxurious chair in front of the stove. "Patience, my friend. We have waited for 12 years. It does not matter if we wait a little longer." The robust figure stood up from the chair and grabbed a scepter inlaid with a bright blue crystal. Upon closer inspection, the crystal on the scepter flickered with starlight slowly but rhythmically. "Our pointless guesses here will only show that we are doubting Yodel's abilities. Moreover, did he not bring the flame of that lamp? I believe that he is already very close to his goal. He is just making a final confirmation," the robust figure said slowly. The middle-aged noble bowed deeply. "It's not that I doubt Yodel's ability, and I've never underestimated his loyalty. It's just that." He paused for a moment and sighed. "Yodel is too calm and callous. Compared to his unwavering loyalty to, he doesn't care about anything else. Just like 12 years ago, I'm worried that he—" The middle-aged noble did not continue speaking, and the robust figure did not immediately reply. The robust figure walked to the French window with the scepter in hand. He looked out into the distance at the brightly lit and resplendent great temple. Even the moonlight could not compete with such brilliance. "Then go and make preparations. Immediately head to the temple in secret. Once you have news, set off immediately. Do not wait for Yodel's signal." After a long while, the robust figure said slowly, "I have no reason to doubt Yodel. He will not hesitate to act when it is time." Chapter 6. Warning. High energy ahead. Non-combatants must evacuate immediately. Repeat. High energy ahead. Non-combatants must evacuate immediately. When Thales regained his senses, Quiet had already grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Thales struggled and held on tightly to Quiet's hand that was strangling his neck, but he could not muster up any strength. He desperately opened his mouth wide, but he could not inhale any air. His legs kept kicking. His head started to spin. Beside his ears, all the sounds seemed to be separated by a thick layer of cloth. Coria was crying, Ryan was shivering in the hole in the wall, and Kellett was sitting in front of the hole in the wall, muttering to himself. Cinti and Ned shouted angrily and fearlessly rushed over. One of them hugged Quiet's thigh, and the other hit Quiet's stomach with his small hand. Cinti flew out and knocked over the water tank. The water splashed all over the courtyard. Ned was kicked by Quiet. He screamed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Thales did not have the time or mood to be surprised by Ned's bravery and Kellett and Ryan's cowardice. He knew what Cinti was doing. He dug his nails into Quiet's hand from the front of his neck to the back of his neck. He wanted to break free, to get a breath of air. Suddenly, his nails dug into the back of Quide's right hand. It was as if he had dug into a hollow wound. Thales did not hesitate. His face was already red, and he dug his nails into Quide's hand. Ah! Quide cried out in pain. He loosened his iron-like hands and flung Thales against the wall. Thales felt dizzy and his throat was in pain. He held onto the broken wall, and could not help but cough. Quide grabbed his palm. The wound caused by Jayla's knife had started to bleed again. Damn you, Jayla Charlton. Damn you, brat. Quide endured the pain and roared angrily. His anger and drunkenness surged at the same time. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the ferocious Quide suddenly turned around, and saw Ursula in the 17th room trying to escape. However, the door that Quide had just kicked down could not support his weight and broke apart. Haha, you want to run? Quide laughed sinisterly. He strode forward and grabbed Ursula's left leg. No. No. Ursula cried as she was lifted upside down by Quide. Kid, have you ever forged iron before? There is? No. Haha, it's all right, I'll teach you. Thales crawled up in pain. He only had time to see Quide swing Nsola's left leg with both arms and smash Nsola's head against the wall behind him. Thales only had time to instinctively turn his head to the side. There was a muffled sound above his head. It was similar to the sound of a fruit and vegetable vendor in Arlen smashing a melon. That's right, it was the vendor from whom they had stolen the bright moon god statue. Coria's cries turned into piercing screams. Thales was stunned. He could not close his eyes in time. Red and white liquid splashed onto Thales' face from afar. It was warm, but also cold. Ned crawled up from the ground and witnessed everything. He broke down and screamed, then ran toward the dog hole that led to room 17. Quide opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He had an intoxicated look on his face, as if he was not inhaling air, but high-grade black pine wine. The demon in human skin turned around and threw away the remaining part of Ursula. He laughed angrily and looked in Ned's direction. At that moment, Thales thought that Ned was small and agile. He would definitely be able to get through the dog hole before Quide did. Everything would be fine once he got through the hole. Once he got through the hole, he would be safe. Get through the hole. Get through the hole. Get through the hole. But before Ned could get through the hole, Quide grabbed both of Ned's legs. Are you that kid who can't even pay up? Quide laughed. Then what's the use of having you? Ned cried loudly as he was dragged out of the hole by Quide. Scream, it's not miserable enough. It's a pity that the water tank is broken. I can't catch fish anymore. Quide shook his head to dispel the dizziness caused by the alcohol. He looked at Cinti, who had just woken up from the ground and the water tank beside him, and muttered, Then let's make it simpler. As Ned cried and kicked, Quide threw him face down on the ground. Then he raised his right foot and stomped on the center of the 6-year-old child beggar's back. No! Asterisk thud. Crack. Asterisk at the same time as Thales' heart-wrenching roar. There was also a heart-wrenching sound of something breaking. Everything in front of Thales became blurry. Asterisk thud. Asterisk this was Quide's second kick. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the third kick. Cinti shouted with all his might. He grabbed a piece of the water tank and rushed towards Quide. Quide only laughed loudly and kicked away the pieces in Cinti's hand. Then he grabbed the collar of Cinti's linen clothes and lifted him up. So I can't do anything. Thales lowered his head. In the corner, Ursula's body was still twitching silently but terrifyingly. Ned was lying face down on the ground, motionless. I thought I was protecting these children. But I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Cinti howled and kicked. Quide's laughter became louder and louder. Little brat, continue screaming. I like to hear you scream. Maybe I'll let you go when I'm in a good mood. Thales' vision darkened, and a familiar scene appeared in his mind. Deviant behavior. This is what we call human behavior that goes against social norms. Most people are used to calling it crime. But we must know that crime is only a very small part of deviant behavior. What we are concerned about is not the behavior itself, but the meaning and understanding of the behavior at the social level, at the collective level. Durkheim was one of the first scholars to put forward the theory of social norms, and he also looked at deviant behavior from the perspective of functionalism. There is a point of view that the enforcement and punishment of deviant behavior is one of the basic methods by which the main body of power shapes the people and shapes the social structure. This was the memory fragment from Thale's previous life. Just now he had recovered a part of it. Demon. You demon. At this moment, Sinti howled and kicked, dispersing the scene in front of Thale's eyes. Yes. I am the demon. Quiet laughed. Tell me, how will the demon deal with you? Thales took a deep breath. Damn bastard. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. He knew what to do. He should do this. He clenched his teeth and rushed to the corner of the house. He knows. Thales grabbed a stone at the corner of the house and forcefully lifted it. Then he put his hand into a hidden hole behind the stone. Hurry up. Hurry up and touch it. Forget it. Since you have guts, I'll leave you for last. Quiet laughed until his lips were asymmetrical. He fiercely pulled Sinti's right leg until Sinti's lips turned pale. Asterisk crack. Asterisk until it was dislocated. Quiet threw Sinti down and stomped on Sinti's dislocated leg. Sinti's suppressed but uncontrollable howl reached Thale's ears, causing him to speed up his search. Quiet left the courtyard and walked towards the house. The bright moonlight shone on Quiet's smiling face through the half-collapsed roof. Ryan crossed his arms and stared at the floor beneath him. He tried his best to shrink further into the hole in the wall. Kellett crawled out of the hole in the wall shakily. He wanted to pull Coria, who was already hoarse and silent, out to escape. However, Coria seemed to be paralyzed from fear. She sobbed and did not move. Kellett did not dare to look at Sinti. He only pulled Coria as if he was pleading. However, Coria suddenly raised her head and whined like a lamb. Kelly seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and saw Quiet's grinning face. He only felt something wet under his crotch. Caught it. Thales touched the thing he wanted and pulled it out with all his might. Then, Quiet grabbed his right arm from behind with a delighted expression on his face. Did you think that I would miss you, brat? I knew it. You're the most cunning and treacherous one among these little bastards. Haha. Quiet gradually tightened his grip and laughed sinisterly. No. Thales felt the pain in his right arm. He struggled to turn around. At the same time, he wanted to stab Quiet with the thing in his left hand. Look. Quiet looked as if he had found a treasure. He dodged and avoided Thales' attack. Then he snatched something from the boy's left hand. A dagger. Haha. Brat, you actually want to use a dagger to deal with me? Ha 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 ha. What are you going to do? Stab my thigh? Quiet pulled Thales up and laughed maniacally. No. Thales thought in despair. The dagger. The sheathless dagger that I stole from Sunset Pub. That was his last hope. Yo. Quiet looked behind Thales in surprise. When Thales pulled out the dagger from the hole, he used too much force and brought out a coin. Look at what I found. A silver coin? A silver coin. Ha ha ha, you really are a damn brat. You secretly hid a silver coin. Thales wanted to use his left hand to struggle, but a 7-year-old child's strength was not enough. He could only hit Quiet's iron-like abdomen in vain. That silver coin was a gift from the noblewoman in Red District. Thales wanted to say that he did not lie. Copper coins. That lady only gave me 12 of them. 1 silver coin. Thales let his imagination run wild in despair. But it all came to an end. He had failed. As the price for lying, Quiet did not care about Thales' punches and kicks. He only laughed sinisterly and used the dagger to pick up the silver coin. He swung it in the air and caught it with the other side of the dagger. This Mindy's silver coin of the kingdom was very valuable. It was rare even today. The front side of the coin was engraved with the portrait of King Mindy's III. In the history of Constellation, and even in the history of the eastern and western peninsulas, there was also an inscription engraved with ancient patterns. A king is not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline is glorious because of the king. Thales could not understand this line of words at all. Its true meaning was the answer that Thales had received when he boldly asked the noblewoman. Thales thought silently. He still wanted to learn how to read, and learn the knowledge and wisdom of this world. In the end, Quiet held the silver coin with the dagger again, and swung it a few times. He nodded and was very satisfied with his knife skills. It seemed that he had not regressed. Then he pulled Thales a few steps away, and threw the silver coin into the fire near the courtyard. As the price for lying, I will reward you with this silver coin. Thales looked at the silver coin that was gradually turning black in the fire. He suddenly realized what Quide was going to do. He kicked even more crazily. At that moment, Thales suddenly caught a glimpse of the cripple. Ryan, who had always been timid and cowardly, shakily crept behind Quide and lifted a stone. No. Thales thought sadly. Ryan did not fight much. That stone. Too small. Too small. Thud. Ryan did not have enough strength. The stone only hit the back of Quide's neck. But it was enough to attract Quide's attention. Run. Ryan. Run. Thales and Sinti, who was hugging his right leg in pain, shouted loudly. However, Ryan was a cripple. His leg was broken by a bad-tempered thief when he was begging. He became a cripple after he became a child beggar who lacked medicine. Ryan retreated in fear. He turned around and ran away with a limp. Thales was dragged by Quide as he chased after Ryan. Soon Quide caught up to Ryan. Quide was so angry that he laughed. Cripple. Quide opened his mouth wide and panted like a wild boar. Smashing just now was really fun. Plop. Ryan was kicked to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. I. Without waiting for the terrified Ryan to finish speaking, Quide raised the dagger in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed Ryan's right wrist. Ryan's screams were deafening. Even Thales trembled a little. Aren't you a cripple? You have a broken leg. Quide shouted crazily. You should at least be symmetrical from top to bottom. Then Quide pulled out his dagger. The smile on his face became wider. He pushed Thales to the ground with one hand, and turned around to focus on Ryan. He viciously kneed Ryan's stomach. He raised the dagger and aimed it at Ryan's wrist that was already pierced. It was like sawing wood. Start. Cut. Thales closed his eyes in pain. No. 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 That. Ryan's screams had already turned into a continuous, unrhythmic wail. Sinti's angry roar rang in his ears. Thales did not look at Coria, who was still sobbing. He also did not look at Kellet, who was silent. Please, let this end quickly. Quickly end it. When Ryan's continuous wails turned into painful moans, Thales, who was already numb, felt his collar being grabbed by Quide again. He felt a burning sensation. Thales opened his eyes and saw the dagger in front of him. There was a silver coin on top of it. It was a silver coin that was scorched black by the fire. The burning heat assaulted him. Open your mouth, Quide said fiercely and coldly. Beside him, Ryan held his bloody right hand. There was no emotion in his eyes. He just lay on his side in a daze. His body trembled from time to time. There was only a bit of flesh left on his right palm that was connected to his wrist. Thales retracted his gaze and looked coldly at Quide. Are you not willing? Quide shook his head and chuckled. Then your eyes will do. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the dagger and the silver coin that was burnt black and moved it closer to Thales' eyes. The burnt black King Mindes was getting closer and closer to his eyes. The inscription became clearer. A king is not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline is honored by the king. Just as it was about to touch his eyes. Thales roared and struggled fiercely. He bit the little finger of Quide's hand that was holding the dagger. Quide hissed in pain and leaned back. The silver coin fell from the dagger and landed on Thales' bare chest. A burning sensation came from his chest. No. It was an intense burning sensation. It even caused excruciating pain. Thales could not endure the burning of the silver coin. He let go of Quide's teeth and reached out to grab the silver coin on his chest. Bastard. Quide looked at his bloody little finger. He was furious. Then I'll leave you something as a souvenir. He knocked the boy down with one punch, then pounced on Thales and pinned him down. He pressed the scalded silver coin against Thales' chest with his dagger. Hiss. It was like the sound of a soldering iron rapidly cooling down. However, the material used to cool it was a body of flesh and blood. Thales roared furiously. Along with the burning temperature on his chest, there was also a burning smell. The muscles all over his body started to burn in pain again. Quiet pressed on the silver coin for a full 5 seconds. He stared at Thale's face that was constantly changing in pain. Only then did he feel relieved and let go of Thales. Thales struggled free and fiercely pulled the silver coin that was stuck to his chest. He did not care about the burning temperature, and tore it off along with his belt and blood. The silver coin rolled on the ground with charred flesh and fresh blood from Thales's hand. It clanked loudly. Thale's blood fell to the ground and quickly dried up. He laid on the ground and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Damn it! He was obviously an adult, wasn't he? Why did he want to cry? What a pity! It would have been better to swallow it or press it against my eyelids. Quiet carefully picked up the silver coin and threw it into the fire. It's okay. We'll do it again in the next round. Thales closed his eyes tightly. The burning sensation on his chest did not seem to weaken. Instead, it became stronger and hotter. There seemed to be a surge of power. It was accumulating. Just let me slit Quiet's throat. He muttered in his heart. When Thales opened his eyes again, he only stared coldly at Quiet. Quiet looked at those lifeless eyes, and suddenly felt a little bored. Hey brat, don't you want to play anymore? Quiet kicked Thales. Thales only stared at him coldly. Come on, he thought. This time whether it's my eyelids or my nose. You can burn it however you like. After all, I can't do anything after I transmigrated, can I? Quiet looked into Thales' eyes and confirmed the coldness in them. Quiet hated this kind of coldness. When he was collecting debts, he hated this kind of debtor the most. This meant that no matter how much he tortured the other party, he would not be able to collect any money. Boring. Quiet spat and thought fiercely. The fun has been ruined. I've wasted too much time. However, when he turned around and saw the other 2 child beggars in the hole in the wall, his eyes brightened again. Under Coria's cries and Kellett's fearful gaze, Quiet reached his hand into one of the holes in the wall in the 6th house. He reached for the only and youngest girl. Thale's pupils instantly focused. Cinti looked at this scene in horror. Even Ryan put down his broken hand and raised his head. No. That's Coria. That's their youngest child. That child. The burning sensation in his chest became hotter and hotter. His muscles also felt like they were on fire. Coria only cried loudly. She was only 4 years old. Bastard. How dare you? Coria. Devil. Come at me. How dare you? You can't. Thales, Cinti, and even Ryan, who was holding his broken hand, frantically crawled towards Quiet. However, they were all kicked away by Quiet one by one. You are not allowed to hurt her. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of the hole in the wall. It was Kellett, who had been scared back into the hole. At this moment, he bravely pounced forward, wanting to protect Coria. However, Thales only shook his head in pain. No, you are not enough. Kellett's fist was easily caught by Quiet. Don't disturb the entertainment. Quiet chuckled. Without any hesitation, without any hindrance, he slit Kellett's neck. Kellett's eyes widened, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Thales collapsed on the ground. Ryan began to cry and laugh as if he had lost his mind. As for Cinti, he only hammered the ground fiercely. Quiet pushed Kellett, whose windpipe was broken and artery was spurting blood, to the side. He could not speak. Coria cried more and more fiercely. Don't grab me. I am very obedient. I don't have typhoid. I don't have it. Quiet grabbed Coria's hair and carried the crying girl out of the hole in the wall like a pet. Then he stretched out his dagger and picked up the silver coin from the fire. Bastard. Damn bastard. Thales closed his eyes and roared with all his strength. He hated himself. He hated this damned world. Then he looked at Quiet helplessly. As the girl struggled desperately and crazily, he pressed the silver coin, which had been burnt black for the 2nd time, against Coria's face with the dagger. The children's sobs rang in his ears. Coria's cries were no longer coherent. How could this be? Thales lay on the ground, as if he had given up all hope. He was motionless, and his eyes were filled with gray despair. Only his chest, where he had been scalded, felt a scorching heat. Quiet lifted the dagger and the silver coin from the girl's face, causing the girl to scream. He panted and looked around. He suddenly felt a little bored. Let's settle this quickly and look for the other kids. Wait a minute. Is it not good for the Brotherhood to do this? Quiet's drunkenness began to subside. Who cares? Since Rick and his thugs did not appear, it's not a problem. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Then he wanted to use both hands to break the girl's neck. Huh. When he raised his left hand, Quiet suddenly felt strange. Didn't I hold the dagger and press the silver coin against the girl's face? Dagger? He did not think much about it. Quiet continued to raise his left hand and touched Coria's neck. At this moment, Thales, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have touched something with his right hand. It made him tremble slightly. A dagger? He did not think much about it. Thales trembled as he got up and hid his hand behind his back. Everything happened just like that. In Cinti's eyes, Thales, who was trembling on the ground a moment ago, suddenly jumped up. Go to hell. The 7-year-old transmigrator used up the craziness of 2 worlds and 2 lives to stab and twist Quiet's neck. So annoying. Quiet had already seen his movements, but he did not care and just used his elbow. Then Thales was sent flying by the impatient Quiet's elbow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' head hit the side of a hole. He saw stars, but he still stubbornly raised his head and looked at his hand. He was holding the dagger that he stole from Sunset Pub. The dagger's edge was stained with blood. Everything seemed to have stopped at that moment. Quiet was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head in surprise and looked at Thales, who was sent flying and coughing nonstop on the ground. Quiet's surprised gaze did not last long before he realized what had happened to him. He suddenly let go of Coria. Then, in disbelief, he stretched out his trembling hand and touched his neck. His hand felt warm, moist and sticky. This feeling spread down from his collarbone to his chest and abdomen. In Quiet's eyes, that damned brat, Thales, strenuously but firmly, slowly climbed up from the ground. The dagger in his hand trembled slightly along with his right hand. However, the frequency was stable and trembling. At that moment, Quiet panicked a little. His hands rushed to his neck in panic, and pressed on the big hole that was gushing blood. However, his trembling hands and chin seemed to be resisting his intentions. Arterial blood that was as red as paint gushed out unstoppably. Quiet clenched his teeth. He felt that his legs were a little weak, so he took a step back. However, this step made him fall to the ground, and he could no longer get up. The burning pain in his chest continued, but Thales raised his head. Under Coria and Cinti's fearful and shocked gazes, and amidst Ryan's indiscernible laughter, he looked at Quiet coldly but firmly. He spoke word by word. Go to hell. Trash. Quiet clenched his teeth even tighter. His anger surged again. However, it was different from before. Along with the anger, everything in front of him became dark, blurry, distant, and small. Everything was collapsing. His eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He glared at Thales. Then he extended his slightly trembling hand, the hand that was pierced by Jayla, towards Thales' direction. He spoke in a hoarse voice. He spoke hoarsely. Damned brat. His blood-stained hand swept past Thales' ice-cold face. Chapter 7. Bite this piece of wood tightly, and you will feel better. I'm sorry. I could only think of this method. Thales frowned and knelt in front of Ryan. The crippled child beggar leaned against the wall, half lying on the ground. He raised his right hand, which was still bleeding. He stared blankly at Thales, who was sharpening a dagger on a blunt stone. He let Thales stuff a piece of wood into his mouth. Behind Thales, the girl, Coria, was sitting on the steps of the courtyard and the house with a dull expression. The burn on the left side of her face, which had been treated and applied medicine, was now covered with a piece of cloth, and that charred silver coin was now tightly grasped in her hand. The girl widened her eyes and looked around. She even looked up at the moon and laughed hysterically. Behind her, Quiet's corpse was leaning against the broken wall. A wave of nausea assaulted Thales. Thales could vaguely feel the sensation of metal piercing into flesh and blood from time to time when he wielded the blade. Thales sighed and endured the discomfort of killing for the first time. The burn on his chest was still hurting, and it took away a lot of his attention. He had to kill Quiet. Thales did not regret it. However, he had taken a life. No matter what Quiet had done, whether he deserved to die or not, in a sense, he was equal to his own kind. He was a two-legged living being. And Thales had stabbed the dagger into his neck. More importantly, Thales turned his head and looked at Korea. He sharpened the dagger in his hand faster and faster. These children had probably experienced the most crucial scene in their lives. An illusory scene appeared in front of his eyes. The light from the projector and the words on the slide appeared like breaking waves. The paper I will be reporting for today's class is mainly focused on the field of psychology. From the perspective of developmental psychology, childhood and adolescence are the most crucial period for the formation of a person's mind and personality. Bloom's follow-up research found that the environment, interaction, and behavior experienced during this period are strongly related to the future personality and psychological development. Many theoretical studies also believe that this influence may last for a lifetime. Thales shook his head and buried another piece of memory that had been retrieved deep in his heart. The mental health of the child beggars was secondary. The problem at hand was how to survive. Thales suppressed the disgust in his heart and shifted his attention to the dagger in his hand. The dagger was not even as long as an adult's forearm. It was single-edged, and the tip of the blade was slightly curved. The wooden handle was wrapped with a black leather belt to prevent slippage, and the two sides of the blade were smooth. Thales suddenly noticed that the word JC was engraved on one side of the blade after being washed by the fresh blood. G. Thales' gaze changed slightly, and a thought struck him. Haha, no matter how many tricks, how many schemes, and how clever they are not as useful as JC's dagger, Thales thought. Then Thales' gaze turned cold. A moment ago, he was still sharpening the blade, but in the next moment, it appeared beside Ryan's severed hand. Chi. Thales cut down without hesitation. The blade cut off the last bit of flesh between Ryan's palm and wrist. Yes. Humph. Ryan's body spasmed violently like a prawn in the Asur River that had fallen into boiling water. He bit the firewood tightly, and a frightening sound came from his throat. His eyes were tightly shut in pain, and his face was distorted into an exaggerated shape. Tears and snot flowed down his face. Thales quickly pulled over a strip of cloth with medicine. It was actually just some dragon grass. Wrapped it around Ryan's severed hand, and tied it back and forth violently. Hopefully this will work, stop the bleeding and prevent infection, or else. Thales looked at the fire and shook his head. Ryan was still convulsing in pain. Thales pressed down on his severed hand with one hand, and pulled him into his embrace with the other. Hang in there, Ryan. It'll be over soon. Hang in there. Thales comforted him softly with his eyes closed. The burn on his chest was grazed by Ryan's hair, and he felt a piercing pain. Thales looked to the other side. Kellett, Ned, and Ursula were lying quietly under the moonlight. It was as if they were asleep. Ryan's breathing gradually became regular, but Korea began to sob softly again. Thales sobbed, I'm so scared. Korea doesn't have typhoid. Korea is already healed. Thales put Ryan down, turned around, and held Korea in his arms. He carefully avoided the burn on her face, and patted her gently. It's okay, Korea. It's okay now. I'm sorry. I didn't protect everyone. Thales. Thales opened his eyes and looked at Cinti, who ran back, panting. He asked calmly, how's the situation outside? Cinti was the least injured among the children in the 6th house. After Thales helped him reattach his dislocated leg, he was sent out by Thales to gather information and spread the word about the possible arrival of the members of the Brotherhood. Cinti's life as a child beggar allowed them to master a lot of self-saving knowledge, such as reattaching bones or dismantling bones. No Rick, no thugs, no one from the Brotherhood. It seems that the people outside the abandoned houses don't know anything. Cinti was the oldest and had a tacit understanding with Thales for a long time. He directly told Thales what he was most concerned about. Quiet seems to have gone to many houses. Some people managed to escape. However, excluding us and the 17th house, there are at least 6 or 7 houses with no movement. Thales' eyes dimmed. The 6th house was not the abandoned house closest to the main door. He could roughly guess the fate of the child beggars in those houses. Now the child beggars know what happened. Everyone is spreading the news that the Brotherhood wants to kill all of us. Some people are hiding in their houses and dare not come out. However, most of them ran to the streets. Some even want to escape. Thail's eyes brightened. Wait, you said that the thugs are gone? Sinti knew what Thales was thinking. He shook his head and said bitterly, "It's useless. The main door is locked from the outside." Karak led the people in his house and shouted at the door, but no one came. "Unless we can cross the trench and the spikes inside, we can't escape." Ryan struggled. He hugged his right hand and sat up from the ground. His face was pale. "Do we have to escape? We can wait here until morning. When Rick and the others come, we can tell them that Quide went crazy." "No," Thales firmly interrupted Ryan. "Quide died in the abandoned house. If they find the murderer, we will definitely die. Even if they can't find the murderer, they will use the child beggars as an explanation. Moreover, Quide's father is a big shot in the Brotherhood. They will not let this go." Moreover, Thales looked at Ryan coldly. "Do you still want to wait for them to send the next Quide? Even if the next leader is not someone like Quide, once he finds out that his predecessor died in the hands of the child beggars, do you still expect him to feed you well and kneel down to beg you not to kill him?" Ryan, Korea, and Sinti could not understand what Thales was saying. The three of them blinked their eyes and looked as if they did not understand. Thales looked at the three of them and helplessly lowered his head. He sighed and said, "Sigh. Simply put, we have to escape." "Oh." The three children nodded in unison as if they were suddenly enlightened. Thales shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of his eyes. Heavy snow swirled on the scattered streets. A graceful figure hopped and skipped as she walked in front of him, mumbling incessantly. So Weber used his observations and historical data to summarize the origin of capitalism in Europe. In his book, he mocked Old Ma for saying that the economic base determines the superstructure. "Although I don't understand what you are talking about, it sounds very powerful." Sigh. Simply put, Weber is using his intelligence to crush Old Ma. "Oh, is that so? Then let's go eat hot pot. Obviously, you are the one who asked me what lessons I had today. Can you not change the topic so quickly? And why are you changing the topic so naturally?" Then it's decided. Korean-style barbecue. Assault freedom, attack. Wasn't it about hot pot just now? Hey, don't push me. And what assault freedom? I already said don't push me. Thales closed his eyes tightly and dispelled the illusion of the memories that surged back to him from the void. Recently, the memories were surging back more frequently. Past events appeared one by one. But not now. It cannot be now. There are more important things to do now. Thales opened his eyes and found that the three children were waiting for his decision. He stood up gently and pulled Ryan up as well. He took a deep breath. "First of all, when there is no one outside, move quite out of the sixth house. Although he is very heavy, we cannot let anyone know that his death is related to us in the short term. Then Sinti, go and secretly pass the message to everyone. You must do it secretly. Don't let anyone know that you deliberately passed the message. Tell them that there are 5 loose spikes at the bottom of the trench on the left of the 4th house. Remove them and cover the remaining 2 spikes with a stone slab or something. Then they can escape from the abandoned house." Sinti was shocked. You found the secret passage in the deep trench? Secret passage. Ryan and Korea seemed to be shocked as well. Thales did not say anything. He only patted Sinti's shoulder. "Go." That was not a secret passage dug by a powerful senior child beggar. The so-called secret passage was dug by him using the excuse that he could return at night by begging at the West City Gate twice a week. He took a dagger, tree vines, linen, and a corrosive agent from the pharmacy and secretly dug it over the past 4 years. It was like Errol's Shawshank's Redemption. As for the legend, it was simply a fantasy. There was never a savior, was there? Thales patted Sinti's shoulder again. The latter nodded, and was about to turn around when he scratched his head. He seemed to have thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Why do we have to tell everyone? Can't we escape by ourselves? The more people there are, the harder it will be for us to escape, and the slower we will be." "No," Thales said in his heart. The Brotherhood is not to be trifled with. They have spies in every street, every road, and every corner of the 3 lower districts. The outskirts of the West City Gate are also filled with their lackeys. For a few child beggars who were not even 10 years old, even if they escaped from the abandoned house, it would be difficult to escape from the Brotherhood. Thales's original escape plan required another half a year. He would then be able to completely figure out the pattern and rhythm of the Brotherhood's spies between the 3rd district of the lower city and Red Street Market. Then, he would be able to prepare supplies from Sunset Pub and Grove Pharmacy. Then the possibility of their escape would greatly increase. As long as they could escape to Red Street Market. But now was not the best time. But in order to survive, they had to escape. Accidents always came suddenly, right? So he had to turn the escape of the 6th house into a mass commotion among the child beggars. If only the 6th house was missing, it would be too obvious. The Brotherhood would soon find them. Secondly, the more people there were, the slower they would escape, but the safer and more inconspicuous they would be. However, if he had to list out these reasons one by one, Thales raised his head and looked at Cinti. His piercing gaze made the latter feel uncomfortable. Cinti, do you still remember the promise we made 4 years ago? Cinti was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. When he raised his head, his gaze had already become firm. Of course. Cinti looked at Thales, at the boy who was a head shorter than him, and slowly said, "You are in charge of thinking. I am in charge of doing." Thales nodded solemnly. "Let's escape together." Jayla Charlton watched in boredom as the last customer walked out of Sunset Pub. She then stood up lazily and kept his cup. There weren't many customers today, especially the Brotherhood's own people. Many of them had been transferred to participate in that big operation. Even the cook, Edmund, had gone with a machete. It was said that he was going to return a favor. The old man had not been back for a long time. Boring. Jayla glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3:30 in the morning. It was a little early. However, that clock was also a little slow. That clock is already very old, Jayla thought. Even the back groove of the eternal oil is rusty. The rust has mixed into the eternal oil and greatly reduced the efficiency of work. I have to think of a way to make the old man pay some money and change the clock. Sunset Pub had so much business, but there was no tax collector from the city hall to collect taxes. For the king's sake, I will give him 2 middle fingers. Jayla. There were also no idiots who came to ask for protection fees. 100 coppers per person. And I will protect your fingers from being chopped off by me. How about that? Jayla. Even the stock of goods was obtained from the Black Street Brotherhood's own channel at a discounted price. Nair Rick, you are in charge of the accounts. Hurry up and tell these brothers on the ground, and also my knife, what price should you give me when I purchase the goods? Jayla. It should be possible to pay some money to change the bar's clock, right? That stingy old man. After closing the main door and dealing with the matters at the bar counter, Jayla put down her apron and rag, tightened her leather pants, extinguished the everlasting lamp at the front desk, what an ironic name, and walked into the kitchen. It was a little early today. According to the old rules, after she finished her training, there was still. The next moment, Jayla's expression became cold and fierce. She instantly lowered her body and bent her knees to a position where she could easily exert force. The wolf-limb blade, which was famous in Black Street, instantly moved to her left hand. The blade flew out like a bolt of lightning. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the wolf-limb blade fiercely stabbed into a wine barrel. Only a small part of the blade was exposed, and the hilt was still trembling. Ah! It was a little girl's terrified scream. Jayla slowly straightened her body, and sheathed the other wolf-limb blade in her right hand back into her boot. Then she lit the everlasting lamp beside her. The lamp illuminated the dark kitchen, and a few small figures appeared. Jayla. Thales, the boy who was frightened by the wolf-limb blade, forced a smile. He raised his slightly trembling right hand and shook it unnaturally. Hi. It's me. Jayla stared at him coldly and did not say a word. Her gaze was sharp and terrifying. Coria shrank her body towards Thales in fear. Jayla suddenly walked over. Thales felt the three child beggars behind him take a step back unnaturally. I know, Jayla said coldly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been aiming at a wine barrel. Jayla walked in front of him and pulled out the wolf limb blade from the wine barrel that was 2 inches away from Thales' left ear. She twirled the blade in front of him as if to demonstrate her strength before she sheathed it into her boot. And you brat. Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. He instinctively raised his hand to protect his forehead, but a slender finger had already poked him. Ah. It hurts. You must call me Sister Jayla. When I came in from the back door, I didn't see Edmund, so I wanted to go to the kitchen to take a look. They were now in the cellar of Sunset Pub. The three child beggars, aside from Thales, were leaning against the large sack of food. They were restless and chewing on the white bread in their hands with great difficulty. They had not eaten such good food for a long time. A little further away from them, Thales sat on a wine barrel that was twice his height. He looked straight ahead at Jayla Charlton, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest and one leg leaning against the wall. She looked languid but valiant. If this was his previous life, Thales would probably look at her from head to toe with an appreciative gaze. Then he would look up at the sky and reminisce about the beauty of this world. What would Thales do after that? Nonsense. Of course, he would go home and do whatever he needed to do. As for now, sorry, this body is still young. Tell me directly, why did you come to me? Jayla still had that cold expression on her face. She went straight to the point. But Thales was already used to it. Ever since he first met this big sister, who was only 16 or 17 years old in the trash behind Sunset Pub 4 years ago, she had always spoken and acted in this manner. He knew that this was the kind of person she was. Quite has gone mad. He killed almost half of the child beggars in the abandoned houses. Thales said with a solemn expression. At the same time he silently clenched his fists. Mother ***. From the moment Jayla saw the scarred child beggars, she had a faint suspicion about what happened earlier that day. Jayla's expression did not change, but she began to curse Rick in her heart. That accountant. I knew that you did not have any good intentions when you poured shaka wine into Quide's mouth. Why did I agree to his request just for 10 gold coins? 10 gold coins, 10 gold coins. This kind of thing would definitely anger the Brotherhood. 10 gold coins. I should have at least taken 20 gold coins from him. Furthermore, no one came to stop him, and no one came to save us. We could only escape on our own, Thales said dejectedly. The scene from a few hours ago seemed to have replayed itself. And sigh, half of them are child beggars. Jayla closed her eyes and sighed. I understand. You guys can hide here for a day. Don't worry with me here. That gorilla will not dare to come. If he comes, I will chop off his cough hand. Jayla looked at the other 3 child beggars and frowned. She could recognize the new injuries, especially the child whose right hand was wrapped in cloth. When Edmund comes back, I will ask him to look for Rick and the people above. Quide did such a thing. He will not be able to escape. This guy, why didn't he die earlier? Jayla was a little dispirited. She put down her leg that was leaning against the wall and stood up. Thales' eyes darkened. He looked at the 3 child beggars and let out a deep breath. Then he looked at Jayla. The Brotherhood has a big mission today. That's why the guards and patrols are lax. If you guys can escape, it must be. Forget it. I will go get some medicine. If you want a doctor. Wait, brat, what happened to you? While Jayla was talking to herself, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Thales. His body was also covered in wounds, and the clothes in front of his chest were torn to shreds. His right sleeve was even covered in blood. That's not right. This brat's gaze. Jayla suddenly walked in front of Thales and dragged him down the wine barrel. Then she squatted down and held Thales' shoulders with both hands. She looked straight into his eyes. Jayla's gaze suddenly became very serious and anxious. Brat. Could it be that you? Thales did not dare to look into Jayla's eyes. However, after a few seconds, he adjusted himself and raised his head with determination. Thales heard his voice was calm and unshakable. Chapter 8. 5 hours ago. Lorbeck Dara was 43 years old. He was a first-class police chief affiliated with the city defense team. He was in charge of the Western City Police Station, which was responsible for the safety of the west side of Eternal Star City. 20 patrol teams, a police officer of various sizes, and countless civil servants were all under his command. More than 100 police officers equipped with excellent suppressive equipment such as electric batons, mini crossbows, anti-charge shields, fog bombs, and thunderstorm bombs. Nearly 300 high-quality soldiers equipped with anti-mystic equipment such as the Fallen Demon Sword, Arc Light Shield, Perpetual New Armor, and energy-breaking crossbows. 20 swordsmen of eradication, who were the elite military force of patrol captains, were all under his command. This was very rare for someone who was born into a low-level noble family. Lorbeck's father was just a small lord in Kira County in the west of the kingdom. If he had not climbed up the Covendier family's high branch, it would have been impossible for him to become the chief of the Western City Police Station of the capital, Eternal Star City, at this age. In this wonderful relationship where he showed sincerity to the Covendier family and received an official position in return, there was only a small fly in the ointment. That was, he was responsible for a total of 6 districts in Eternal Star City. They were the 3 districts of the Western District and the 3 districts of the Lower City. Yes, it was the front line of the bloody battle between the Blood Bottle Gang and the Black Street Brotherhood. A small fly in the ointment. A fly in the ointment? Bah. Oh, by the king's grace, this is simply a huge misfortune. Oh, he was also responsible for the patrol of the Western City Gate and the safety of the streets. This was what his white-haired predecessor had warned him when he handed over his position. You must instruct your subordinates that when they set off from the barracks and pass through the Western District and the Lower City District to the Western City Gate. Yes, his predecessor believed that the Western City Gate was the only place for the patrol team to patrol. For the police, the Western City Gate was the only place where they needed to enforce the law. For the sake of your money, when you pass through the 3 districts of the Western District, you must be polite and friendly. For the sake of your life, when you pass through the 3 districts of the Lower City, you must be on tenterhooks and advance cautiously. For the sake of your position, when you reach the Western City Gate, you must be cautious and full of energy. Lorbeck quickly figured out why. The Blood Bottle Gang, which was rooted in the 3rd district of the Western Ring District, had a long history. They had an unclear relationship with many of the bigwigs in the imperial court, but they would regularly pay a lot of money to the city defense team. Therefore, for the sake of their wallets, when they passed through the Western Ring District, they had to be friendly with the police and the people. The Black Street Brotherhood, which was entrenched in the Lower City's 3 districts, was ruthless, crazy, and violent. Half of the unsolved criminal cases in the kingdom were related to them, and they showed no mercy to the officials. Therefore, for the sake of their lives, when passing through the Lower City District, they had to keep their eyes and ears open. They had to jog along the way and not stop for too long if there was nothing important. The Western City Gate was the face of Eternal Star City. It was the gate that many foreign dignitaries, nobles of all sizes, stewards of the Temple of Gods, and adventurers from all walks of life had to pass through when they visited Eternal Star City. Many diplomatic disputes, struggles between nobles, religious confrontations, and conflicts among the people occurred in this area. It was also the place that the bigwigs in the palace paid the most attention to. Therefore, for the sake of their positions, when they were on duty at the Western City Gate, they had to be fair, strict, diligent, dedicated, and selfless in serving the people. In summary, in the 3 years that Director Lorbeck had been in charge of the police station, half of his hair had turned white, and he had 3 more wrinkles. Because he did not return home at a fixed time, his wife often protested against him in bed. This was understandable. At this moment, Lorbeck sat at his desk and looked at the moonlight outside the window with a worried expression. He did not want to work overtime either. It was just that there was an important person who had called him tonight, so he had no choice but to work overtime. Also, he was not worried about his work, but about the rash young man in front of him who worked for him. The 25-year-old Cohen Caribbean, who had just been promoted to patrol captain 2 months ago, relied on his superior skills even among the swordsmen of eradication. It would be even better if he could defeat that pervert Miranda, Cohen, and his good family background, sighed old man, It would be even better if you were a king. Then I could also be a prince. Ouch, why did you hit me? Sigh, old man, it would be even better if you were a king. Then I could also be a prince. Ouch, why did you hit me? Cohen, as well as his military experience, which was rare among young nobles. After he was discharged from the army. Damn, old man. I didn't sign it. How did I get discharged? It must be because you shamelessly. Ouch, why did you hit me again? Cohen, he became the first trump card of the 20 patrol teams of the Western City Police Station. They all say it's because I have a good father, but old man, you must know better than anyone that I don't have a good father. Ouch, old man, if you hit me again, I'll get angry. Cohen. At this moment, Cohen was wearing a neat and dignified military cap, with a few strands of beautiful blonde hair peeking out from behind the brim of the cap. He was wearing a well-tailored blue meteor star uniform, which accentuated his strong and well-proportioned figure. On his feet was a pair of black military boots that did not reflect light. Coupled with his determined and heroic face, he was the undisputed lady killer in the capital. What a pity! If I were 20 years younger and transferred to Eternal Star City earlier, I would probably be in existence that would make all the noble ladies in the capital scream. These were Chief Lorbeck's daydreaming thoughts. Because the young and heroic maiden killer, Cohen, was speaking righteously and resolutely explaining his point of view to Chief Lorbeck. He patted his chest resolutely, as if to let his superior know of his determination. Sir, in summary, I think it is absolutely inappropriate to empty the garrison forces in Red Street Market. Especially tonight. There is a high possibility of a violent conflict between the Blood Bottle Gang and the Blackstreet Brotherhood. In addition, I have received information from my subordinates that the Blackstreet Brotherhood is in front of the headquarters. You still have spies in Blackstreet? Chief Lorbeck yawned and interrupted him. Ha, it is indeed difficult to plant spies in the Brotherhood. Cohen scratched his head in embarrassment and curled up the corners of his mouth. But under my astute and capable idiot, I think you are tired of living. Chief Lorbeck's roar was very sudden and caused a wave of commotion. The secretary, the beautiful red-haired Miss Yora, who had just passed by the door with a document in her arms, was so shocked that she slipped. Do you think that the Brotherhood cannot touch you just because you are ranked third in the year-end assessment for a level 1 swordsman of eradication? Do you think that the Blood Bottle Gang will not dare to touch you just because you are from the Caribbean family? Most importantly, do you think? The angry Chief Lorbeck's voice became louder and louder. Cohen, who had been speaking incessantly, was stunned. You can command your immediate superior just because you are more handsome than me? Outside the door, Miss Yora, who was picking up the documents on the floor, trembled. The documents that she had already picked up were scattered all over the floor. Heir. Chief, I have gone off topic. Although I am handsome, the Brotherhood. Shut up, idiot. The angry Lorbeck suddenly felt that there was a reason why his old classmate's son was beaten up by his father every day. Lorbeck took a deep breath and said slowly, I know how you feel. I've also been hot-blooded before. 3 years ago, when I was transferred here, I also thought that one day, I would clean up all the evil and darkness in the Western District, so that the citizens could walk on the streets with peace of mind and not have to be on tenterhooks. But do you really think that the Blood Bottle Gang and the Blackstreet Brotherhood are just gangs that can't be shown in public? I sent out 20 swordsmen of eradication, who can fight against 100 people, and 400 guards and patrol soldiers, and you think that you can wipe them out in one fell swoop? The Blood Bottle Gang has 2 mystics, 8 psionic warriors, 12 omnipotent fighters, 3 or 4 great assassins, 6 powerhouses, and 13 generals of the Brotherhood. Do you know how many of these people are superclass and even supreme class people? Also, they are spread all over the kingdom. Their influence extends to the Western continent's thugs, bandits, rangers, and adventurers. They have a pervasive intelligence network, a deep-rooted network of relationships, a sizable business network, a network of interests that can affect one's life, and a network of secrets. Do you think they are all vegetarians? Do you think this is a war against the Baron Bone people and the orcs on the Western Front? Do you think that my police officers and city defense soldiers have no families, children, social connections, or burdens? Do you think that they will be willing to die for you just because you yell? Even if the two gangs are wiped out, what about the secret affairs of the nobles that are related to them? What about the oil and funding of the administrative departments that rely on their threats to survive? What about the annual offerings they give to the important people in the palace? What about the poor, rioters, and unemployed people who have lost their livelihood after losing the gang's restraint and protection? What about the people who no longer pray and donate to the temple without the gang's oppression? What about the rare medicines and strategic resources that can only be smuggled in through the gangs in the city's pharmaceutical, alchemy, and farming markets? What about the shortage of supplies? What about the adventurers, mercenaries, and psionic warriors who have lost their livelihood? What about the local gangs' overt and covert cooperation? What about the kingdom's secret intelligence department's inability to grasp the underground movements of foreign spies? Have you thought about all these miscellaneous things that you can't not consider? Why do you think I cleared out Red Street Market tonight? That's right. Let me tell you, because a certain important person told me that the place will become the bloodiest battlefield tonight. No matter who gets close, it will not end well. So not only do I want to clear out the place, but I also want to put up a curfew notice and warn everyone not to get close. Why do you think we're working overtime today? It's so that in the morning, our people can work together with the City Hall's medical, fire, and land administration departments to collect the corpses of the losers of the war and clean up the ruins brought by the war. Lorbeck stopped roaring and panted. He pulled open his collar that was making it hard for him to breathe. Cohen was silent. His fists were clenched tightly by his sides. Now, Captain Cohen Caribbean. Lorbeck slowed down and said in a normal tone, "You can go out now. Reflect on yourself and think about why your father sent you to the police station in Constellation, the most difficult place to stay in the entire Western Peninsula. Also, remember to help Miss Yora pick up the pile of documents outside the door. That's all your fault." The door opened and Cohen walked out slowly. However, his gaze was gloomy, lonely, and helpless. Miss Yora, who was picking up the documents at the side, felt her heart ache. "All these? I know all these that Director Lorbeck said." Cohen thought silently. He extended his hand to the sword rack outside the director's office, wanting to retrieve his saber. However, if even the youngest director of the police station was so shrewd and scheming, if even the blood-sucking gangs hidden in the underground world did not dare to face them head-on, then how can this kingdom change? Cohen put his hand down slowly. He walked towards Miss Yora, who was squatting down to pick up the documents. The secretary felt Cohen's approach and blushed. She was thinking about what tone to use to thank him for his help. Hot-blooded? Cohen smiled bitterly in his heart. When I crawled out from the pile of corpses on the Western Front, this word no longer belongs to me. This is not hot-blooded. Cohen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His lonely eyes flashed with determination and anger. This is the right thing to do. It's what I have to do. Miss Yora's face turned even redder. She suddenly realized that from Cohen's angle, he could see the proud view of her, which was comparable to lonely old mountain peak. And this is very important. I have to say it 3 times. He's handsome, he's really handsome. Red Street Market, huh? Cohen squinted his eyes. The next moment his expression turned cold. Without even looking, he suddenly flipped his right fist, and a gust of wind blew in front of the director's office. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk when the gust of wind dissipated, Cohen was gone. Along with it, his sword on the sword rack also disappeared. Only Miss Yora, who was gnashing her teeth, was left, tearing at her long red hair that was messed up by the gust of wind. Beside her, the messy pile of documents had been blown into a stack by the wind and stood neatly on the ground. In the director's office, Lorbeck closed his eyes helplessly and sighed. Compared to Red Street Market, that important person had a more troublesome request for him. He wanted to find out why the Sunset Temple sealed the inner altar from the Sunset Temple believers who entered and left the western city gate. Those religious lunatics. Lorbeck shook his head. How could he dare to provoke anything related to the oracle? Especially that shrew sunset goddess. Ba. Lorbeck shook his head and threw the thought out of his head. If it was 300 years ago, he would have been sent to the Inquisition by the temple priests of the sunset goddess, just because he had this thought. From the looks of it, although the two magic empresses were shrews with bad tempers, they still did some good deeds. Ba. Lorbeck shook his head and threw the thought out of his head as well. If it was 100 years ago, he would have been sent to the demonic prison by the Empress Kingdom's demon guards, just because he had this thought. Back to the present. You said you killed Quide. Jayla looked at Thales in shock, as if it was the first time she truly knew him. Yes, and Thales was extremely calm. He gave this beautiful and dangerous young woman a seemingly outrageous suggestion. Please help the four of us escape from the third section of the lower city. Thales was not just trying his luck. During his 4 years of begging in the abandoned houses, his world was not just filled with darkness. Other than the few children who helped each other in the house, the helper in Grove Pharmacy, Yanni, and the seemingly unapproachable female bartender in front of him. Speaking of which, was she really just a bartender? These were the few warm colors that Thales found in this world. 3 years ago, if it were not for her, he would have been bitten to death by Morris' angry wolfhound while he was looking for food in the trash outside Sunset Pub. After that, Morris grumbled for a long time. Why was it that the angry wolfhound that he had raised for 6 years could not be tamed? It actually ran away and disappeared on its own. Say that again? Jayla seemed to have heard the most unbelievable words, such as the devil from hell returning to the human world, or the gods descending upon the human world. I mean, I would like to ask you, but Jayla interrupted him. You have just killed the most terrifying force in Constellation's underground world, Quide Rhoda, the only son of Blackstreet Brotherhood's leader in charge of the beggar business in Eternal Star City. He is also the boss of firearms, Ironheart Shanda Rhoda. Jayla finished speaking in one breath. With a steely expression, she extended her slender index finger and poked Thales' forehead. Then you still want me to protect you, betray the most terrifying force in Constellation's underground world, and escape from the Blackstreet Brotherhood's hunt and pursuit? Not exactly. Thales rubbed the finger mark on his forehead. Under Jayla's murderous gaze, he smiled sheepishly and said, but that's about it. Jayla digested this news for a long time. Although Thales was anxious, he still waited quietly. Jayla came back to her senses and sighed. However, her expression quickly returned to being cold and indifferent. Going against the entire Brotherhood for you? Do I look like such a good person to you? No, it should be. Do you think I look like a good person to you? You don't need to meet the people from the Brotherhood, Thales said anxiously. We have our own escape plan. You only need to give us some food and supplies. You only need to help us hide from the Brotherhood's eyes and ears on the way from the 3rd district of the lower city to Red Street Market. This is a piece of cake for you. I beg you, Thales said solemnly. We only have you to rely on, Sister Jayla. However, Jayla did not seem to buy his words. You are just a little beggar. Jayla laughed coldly. No matter what, I am still a member of the Brotherhood. What makes you think that I will not immediately hand over you, the murderer of the Brotherhood's leader, and the accomplices? Thales was silent for a moment. Jayla tilted her head and waited for his answer with a faint smile. Because I believe in you. Jayla was stunned. She did not catch up to Thales' logic. What? Thales enunciated each word clearly and firmly said. Because I believe in you, and I want to be a good person. Jayla was stunned. Did I get the wrong script? So, or to use his weird language, he could actually say such silly things? This brat, isn't he always quite mature? And he's a member of the Brotherhood, someone who grew up in a beggar's nest, right? Why is he suddenly? Did he watch too many dramas in Dark Knight Temple recently? The story of the friendship between the hero Chara and the prophet Kaplan? Or was his brain damaged by Quide? But Thales took a deep breath. What he said next made her speechless for a long time. I know that almost everyone in the Brotherhood is scum and scoundrel. They are all perverts with blood debts. They are mad wolves and demons in human skin. To them, sympathy, kindness, conscience, and compassion are not even as good as the mud in the sewers. They sell young girls whose families have been ruined to brothels. They beat desperate children until they are disabled. They sell drugs to teenage girls. They extort diligent merchants until they are penniless. They force farmers who sell their children to starve to death when they encounter natural disasters. They capture people who cannot pay their debts and sell them as slaves in the desert. They work together with degenerate nobles in the ugliest of secrets. But I also know that many of them are forced to make a living. They are all forced. They are all influenced by what they see since they were young. They are all unable to extricate themselves from it. They all want to survive. They all have their own reasons of, I can't not do this. That is why they become the Brotherhood's most vicious pawns and ruthless thugs. But it is precisely because of this that I feel that in this kind of environment and situation, besides surviving, I can still persevere. I can hold on to a little sympathy, a little compassion, a little kindness, a little conscience. I can persist in doing good deeds. I can be a good person. I can give up the idea of earning dirty money with my knife skills. I can give even the most destitute drunkard a cup of free ale. I can give a cloak to a beaten woman. I can even kill the beloved dog of the Brotherhood's leader to save the life of a child I don't know in the cold, windy garbage dump. I can even help him, support him, and care for him. Jayla furrowed her eyebrows tightly. She did not realize that she had started to bite her lower lip. When he said this, Thales raised his head and looked at Jayla. His gaze was sincere and hopeful. To be able to do all this, I feel that it is more difficult, more dangerous, and more comfortable than being a pure bad guy in the Brotherhood. A bad guy who abandons his beliefs and conscience. A bad guy who commits all sorts of crimes. And who is happy and comfortable every day. Stop! Jayla raised her head with an indignant expression. Her eyes were red. Brat, you are not related to me. How dare you? But her words were interrupted by Thales, who did not care. Jayla Charlton. I have seen your knife skills when you split a dog into 3 parts. I have also seen you chop off the finger of a troublemaker. I also know that the customers in Sunset Pub are very afraid of you. I know that even Quide, Rick, and even Chief Morris are polite to you. When they know that you lower the price of their goods, they dare not say anything even though they are angry. I do not know the meaning of the surname Charlton in the Brotherhood, but I think that your hands were once stained with blood, and you even killed a lot of people. Perhaps your family and the people around you are all members of the Brotherhood. Perhaps your father, brothers, and sisters are all people who have committed many crimes. Jayla did not interrupt him. Instead, her expression was desolate. She sank into a deathly silence. So actually, I do not know whether you are a good person or not, and whether you can be considered a good person. Thales quietly took out a dagger. I stole this dagger from your pub, but I know that I only said to you that day, I don't have a knife, how can I chop firewood? Then, that afternoon, this dagger appeared on the most obvious spot in the storeroom. I knew it all along. I always thought that this dagger was left behind by someone else, maybe Edmund. It was only today that the word JC appeared on the side of this blood-stained dagger. Thales raised his head and looked straight at Jayla. The faint starlight in his eyes made her heart tremble. That is your initials, right, JC? I just heard your full name from Quide's mouth. Jayla clenched her teeth. She did not even notice how a low-class child beggar, who never had the chance to read and write, could understand the letters on the dagger, and even spell out her name. Jayla Charlton, Miss JC, I want you to know, I must let you know that today, the dagger you gave me saved my life. It also saved the lives of the 3 children over there. The 3 children who think that even ordinary white bread is like a king's feast. Jayla clenched her fists, and her eyes gradually focused. This detestable brat. So even though I do not know what you were like in the past, and I do not know what you will be like in the future, I always feel that you want to be a good person. Chapter 9. It was 4:30 in the morning at Red Street Market. The terrifying assassin of the Brotherhood, Leorc's ghostly figure appeared on the roof of a house. In the next moment he appeared in a small alley at the side, and in the next moment he pounced on the wide street. The ground was dyed red with blood. Dozens of corpses lay on the ground. Some were elites of the Brotherhood wrapped in black cloth, and some were members of the Blood Bottle Gang with red headscarves. Leorc roared angrily again. His figure disappeared. When he appeared again, He was already on the signboard of the shop opposite him. It was as if he was trying his best to get rid of something that was following behind him. The sounds of fighting continued in the distance. Suddenly, calmness and ruthlessness appeared on Leorc's originally anxious face. In the next moment, Leorc's scimitar pierced through his left armpit at a strange angle. It was like an mamba snake hunting its prey, thrusting towards his left rear. There was no one there, but rip. The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. One hit. Phantom Wind Follower, Ralph. Leorc raised his scimitar and wiped the blood off the tip of the blade. The anxiety and anger on his face had already disappeared. What replaced it was cold-bloodedness that hid madness. Silent Assassin Leorc, are you too lucky? Or did you really sense my position? An unfamiliar feminine voice floated from all directions. Leorc maintained his original posture, without uttering a word. It is a pity that an assassin like you is in the Brotherhood. As the voice faded away, a figure appeared on the road in front of Leorc. It was a green-haired man with tattoos on his face. He was wearing a gray tight suit. He laughed as he touched his left collarbone. There was a wound there that was slowly bleeding. Leorc's pupils suddenly shrank. His attack should have perfectly pierced his opponent's heart, and then pulled out the moment it pierced through his heart's blood vessels. In the end, his scimitar only grazed his opponent's collarbone. Leorc was surprised for a moment, but he quickly recovered his calm state and silently prepared for his next attack. An assassin would always have the confidence that his next strike would be able to kill his target. If Rick was here, he would definitely disapprove of Leorc's nickname as the Silent Killer. That annoying killer had used the most nonsense to mock him, right? Even Thales, the transmigrator, would nod. Leorc was not too quiet when he was fighting with Felicia against the fairies. However, Leorc's eyes were gloomy and his body was motionless. He stood on the signboard like a statue and was indeed filled with a quiet and terrifying aura. But at the next moment, Ralph, who was known as the Phantom Wind Follower, changed his expression. Forget it. Ralph snorted. Who would have thought that Karka would be killed by Morris? Should I say that damn fatty is worthy of being one of the Brotherhood's 6 great leaders? I'll go into hiding. But don't misunderstand, our game isn't over yet, Tranquil Killer. The next moment, Ralph disappeared. At the same time, Morris, one of the 6 leaders of the Blackstreet Brotherhood, and the owner of the human trafficking business, appeared at the corner with a ferocious look on his face along with a team of elites. Boss. Leorc instantly floated down from the signboard and saluted Morris. It's the Phantom Wind Follower, Ralph. The plump Morris nodded and threw a corpse on the ground. It was a sturdy man, but he seemed to be in extreme pain before he died. If the Brotherhood's exclusive Black Doctor, Strange Dr. Ramon, was here, he would quickly analyze that the sturdy man's lips were purple, the corners of his eyes were bloodshot, and his nails were pink. Warwolf Karka, a psionic warrior from a nomadic tribe in the eastern peninsula's Kisili Plains, died of suffocation. Have you found the others? Morris asked with a solemn expression. He did not feel the slightest joy of getting rid of a strong enemy, especially when the other party was a psionic warrior. Leorc shook his head with a solemn expression. No, but I encountered what seemed to be an air wall, in a few places. According to the descriptions I heard in the past, I suspect that the air mystic has taken action. The assassin paused for a moment and said with extreme solemnity and worry. The air mystic? Air wall F***CK. Morris spat hatefully. No matter which psionic it was, when they heard that the enemy they were facing was a mystic, and coincidentally a mystic who could restrain their own abilities, they would not be too happy. For the sake of this foolproof surprise attack, the Brotherhood had gathered almost all the elites in Eternal Star City's headquarters, and arranged them into groups. They wanted to catch the enemy off guard, and deliver a fatal blow. However, the moment the Brotherhood's elite troops began their attack, they were scattered by several huge forces and strong winds. Some parts of Red Street Market were even impassable. The originally powerful elite troops were instantly split into a multi-headed snake that could not even look at each other. In the poem sung by the bards, the monster multi-headed snake Kilika was killed by the hero Raikuru, by chopping off its head one by one. Now it seemed that the one who scattered them was undoubtedly the air mystic. That terrifying fellow. I hope I don't run into him head-on. Morris listened to the constant sounds of fighting and tried to identify the location. We were supposed to gather our elites and attack the Blood Bottle Gang's branch in Red Street Market. In the end, it became them ambushing us. Damn it, this is really embarrassing. We have lost all our faith in the Dark Knight God Kingdom. They only have 2 great mystics, and they have already sent one of them. We are still foolishly sending ourselves to our deaths. Our brains are even duller than the god of Dark Knight. Morris cursed with blasphemous words, but his brain could not stop working. There must be a traitor. When we go back, I want to squeeze Lance's lungs out. This old man, how does he do intelligence work? Leorc lowered his head. He was smart enough not to curse the other 6 powerhouses like his superior, who was also one of the 6 powerhouses. Morris took a deep breath and quickly made a clear judgment. Since the enemy is a mystic, and we do not have any elites who are above supreme class, the operation to attack Red Street Market has completely failed. Spread out and give an order to all your people. Give up on the target, return to where we came from, and break out of the encirclement with all your might. We are going back to Black Street. Jayla looked at Thales. The expression on her face gradually faded. It felt like a long time had passed. But Thales just stared at her without moving. Then the man exhaled and lowered his head. Stinking brat. Jayla was expressionless. She only stared at the dark floor of the cellar. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. But then the young female bartender quickly said in silence, Did anyone ever tell you? Thales listened attentively. Are you precocious? This time, it was Thales' turn to be stunned. Mature early? This transmigrata haha. Quickly think about it. How did the transmigrata seniors get away with it when they were suspected by the locals? Then this transmigrata touched his head, blushed and said embarrassedly, Haha, am I precocious? Haha about that, Jayla. I understand what you mean, but I still enjoy my current single life. I don't want to. Ding. Jayla's expression instantly contorted. She poked Thales' forehead with her finger. Brat, you'd better know when to stop. Also call me Sister Jayla. Thales rubbed his forehead in pain, but a memory faded in front of his eyes. It was a warm afternoon. Wuxia, Dota 2 won't be able to continue without you. You'd better know when to stop. Why do you keep saying the same thing recently? Hey, this is a famous saying in the 2D world. Of course I have to. Why are you still queuing for the next match? Oh, my friend invited me to play against you. I'm sorry, but I can't go. With your Dota skills? You'd better know when to stop. It's the same thing again. Hey, my gaming mouse. Thales rubbed his head and buried the memory in the depths of his brain. What happened recently? More and more memories flashed in his mind. Even though it was a good thing that he could regain a lot of knowledge and wisdom from his previous life, he could not keep flashing back at crucial moments, right? He shook his head and looked at Jayla, whose expression had changed. He said clearly, I don't ask for much. We just need to cross Red Street Market, and we can escape to Blood Bottle Gang's territory. From then on, we can take care of ourselves. No one will know about you. You won't get into trouble. Right now, it is the night before dawn. It is the darkest. It should not be a problem for you to hide from the Brotherhood's spies from downtown to Red Street Market. I dare not say for other places. The Brotherhood will notice us the moment we appear, but Red Street Market. However, Red Street Market is the border between the Brotherhood and the Blood Bottle Gang. That is the only chance for us to escape. The Brotherhood will definitely spend time catching the child beggars who are fleeing in all directions. By the time they react, they won't be able to chase us through Red Street Market. At that moment, the confident and determined Thales curled his lips slightly. Phew. Jayla sighed and closed her eyes. When the other child beggars are fleeing in all directions, you will head straight for Red Street Market. It is a good plan. With my skills and experience, it is not impossible to distract the Brotherhood's spies. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze suddenly became sharp and astute, fierce and terrifying. It was as if she had instantly turned into the female assassin she once was. Even Thales rarely saw Jayla like this. But will you be safe once you reach Blood Bottle Gang's territory? You can make the Blackstreet Brotherhood run out of options, but it's only temporary. The Brotherhood has countless capable people. Their fighting power is outstanding. Even Blood Bottle Gang is at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time before they find the real culprit. And after that, where can you go? As long as you are in Eternal Star City, Blackstreet Brotherhood will find you. Even if you leave Eternal Star City, how do you know that the Brotherhood's power will not be more terrifying and unbridled than in Eternal Star City? Jayla's words seemed to have hit Thales' weak spot. Thales' face was pale as he swayed. Yes, his plan had not gone that far. His ability was limited, and his wisdom was limited. He had no way of guessing what would happen after Red Street Market. But they had nowhere else to go, did they? They could only go to Red Street Market. That's our problem. Thinking of this, he said stubbornly. Jayla, the astute and ruthless assassin, not the lazy and indifferent female bartender Jayla, shook her head. But this is impossible. Seeing that Jayla was still shaking her head, Thales became anxious. In order to obtain Jayla's help, he had done everything he could. He had even used his verbal cannon of justice to win her over. How could he fail? You can't play like this. This is not Football Manager. He had no other choice. As a calf, he could not be greedy for money during a crucial moment in a team battle. He could not be stingy with the opportunity to enlarge his strength. Earthshaker had made a decisive leap. I know that compared to providing food and giving me a dagger, this request is too much. But please look at the 3 children over there. Their hopes are all in this bar. Jayla, please help me. And Thales said with difficulty. Jayla raised her eyebrows. The transmigrator was very unwilling to say what he was about to say next, because to him, this was completely undisguised coercion and torture. And you still owe me a favor, don't you? Thales said firmly. Huh. Jayla's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise, but she immediately laughed. The bartender placed a wolf limb blade on her thigh in front of Thales. A favor? You're saying that you once suggested that I change my weapon to this. And you think that it's a favor? All right, that counts, but you're taking too much advantage of me. Thales looked at the wolf limb blade. His mind immediately recalled the memories he once had with Jayla. That was a long time ago. Jayla, I've thought of a way to compensate for your lack of strength and speed. How many times have I told you to call me Sister Jayla? Go away. A brat who doesn't know how to fight, has no psionic powers, divine arts, and knows nothing about mystic energy. Don't disturb my training. Jayla. This is it. Look at this picture. This style and curve of the blade. Brat, where did you get it? It seems quite interesting. This is called a dog limb blade. Whether you believe it or not, it's a weapon from another world. But what dog limb blade? Even if you want to use it, at least change it to a nicer, more majestic name. Also call me Sister Jayla. Also, what other world? Don't go to Dark Knight Temple to watch dramas. The people there are all crazy. When Thales thought of this, he shook his head and chased away the memories. He firmly and slowly enunciated the following words. No, it's not because of this favor. It's because you provoked Quide to this state, causing him to lose his rationality and go crazy. You caused the child beggars to suffer heavy casualties, and caused us to have no choice but to flee. Thales finished his sentence with a heavy heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Jayla widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled continuously. You. How did you? Thales was originally a little nervous, but when he saw Jayla's expression, he finally made a judgment. Yes. Thales nodded. His heart was a little heavy. You were the one who cut Quide's hand, right? He cursed and called your name. Also, when Quide's greatest humiliation was mentioned, he might have been angry, but he was more ashamed. How could he be crazy enough to kill the child beggars? I don't know what happened, but Quide must have come to Sunset Pub to drink and offended you. Then for some reason he lost his sanity and rushed into the abandoned house to kill half of the child beggars. That's what happened, right? The other half of the child beggars' lives are actually related to you, right? At that moment, Thales clearly saw the trembling in Jayla's eyes. Damn brat. Jayla cursed in her heart, but the wolf limb blade in her hand trembled continuously, betraying her current mood. Too smart. It's just a few dozen child beggars. Jayla's heart trembled. I didn't kill them myself. It has nothing to do with me. It's all that Rick, that damn accountant. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me? A baby covered in blood suddenly appeared in front of Jayla. The baby was wrapped in an expensive blanket. Then she raised the blade in her hand. At that moment, her heart seemed to be so heavy that she could not draw blood. So please help the remaining 4 child beggars in front of you, because this is you. This is a favor you owe us. Thales felt extremely uncomfortable, but he still said those words in pain. Jayla shut her eyes tightly and put the wolf limb blade back into her boot. Of course, if the wolf limb blade's version counts as a favor, then it's fine. After all, there's no need to worry about too many debts. Thales seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too depressing, so he laughed again. However, it was very forced. After a long while, Jayla opened her eyes. She raised her head slightly. Thales, you are really a special child. You can always hit people's vitals with one hit. Quite probably died the same way. You killed him with one hit. Her tone was a little weak, which made Thales nervous. However, her next words made Thales feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But it's useless. Even if I am willing to help you and sacrifice my life to protect you, you will never be able to cross Red Street Market. Jayla enunciated each word clearly. Every time he paused, he felt as if he was going to die. Because tonight, the Brotherhood will attack Red Street Market. It has already begun. Red Street Market will become the most terrifying battlefield in Eternal Star City tonight. The time around him seemed to have spasmed, and it took a long time for it to return to normal. What did you say? Thales' lips trembled as he asked in shock. So give up. You also know that since Red Street Market is already a battlefield, no matter how powerful I am, even if I have the power of the kingdom's wrath, it is impossible for me to cross the battlefield of 2 big gangs with 4 injured children, Jayla said dejectedly. Thales looked at Jayla in shock, then at the 3 children who had almost finished their bread in the distance. When Korea saw him looking over, she waved happily. 4-year-old girls always forget their pain easily. Don't worry. Sinti licked the breadcrumbs off his hand and patted the still terrified Ryan. Thales will help us escape. Yes, Thales is the smartest. He can do anything. Korea raised a small piece of bread and added happily. But on the other side of the cellar, in front of Jayla, the boy who bore the child beggar's confidence and hope buried his face in his hands in despair. How could this be? Why would the Brotherhood attack Red Street Market today? Why is it tonight? It shouldn't be. Haha, an accident, an accident. Haha. We can't go anywhere else. Other than Red Street Market and the Western District after that, the Brotherhood has eyes and ears everywhere. Unless we go straight to the first district of the lower city and go to the sewers, to the underhanded path. That's the Iron Bat Society's territory. No, the Iron Bat Society has long submitted to Black Street Brotherhood. Go back to the abandoned houses? Destroy Quide's body and destroy all evidence. Impossible, the other children already know. They will find out about us eventually. What should we do? What should we do? Thales' face was pale, his lips were pale, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Jayla could not bear to see him like this, but she could only shake her head and pat his shoulder. Stay here with me. Jayla sighed. I have someone I trust who can hide you for at least a month. I can look for the old man. Jayla paused for a moment and said awkwardly, the Brotherhood values the old man's reputation a lot. At least you won't die. But it's definitely worse than death, the hopeless Thales added in his heart. Sometimes, Jayla looked at Thales' dispirited look and lamented that this smart boy had reached the end of his rope. We have to accept our fate. Thales' vision suddenly blurred again. Chiron sighed, she's already gone. You have to restrain your grief. Sob, sob, sob. I'm fine, don't worry. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine. I'm really fine. I know, Chiron. Hee, sometimes we have to accept our fate. Since she's gone, this is a hurdle we have to overcome. No one is an exception, hee. Auntie. We have to accept our fate. Sob sob. Accept our fate. Sob. Accept my fate. What is my fate? Am I supposed to transmigrate to this world and be killed? Do I deserve to accept it? Ridiculous. I've read so many books. I've done so much research. I've written so many papers. How can I accept my fate? How can I believe in this so-called fate? Thales raised his head abruptly, startling Jayla. His eyes were filled with determination and anger. Brat, are you all right? Jayla asked tentatively. She did not know why, but at that moment, she was actually a little afraid of this 7-year-old boy. They will stay here with you. Thales suddenly spat out a sentence. The 3 of them will stay. You have to stay as well. Only then can you protect them. Just say that you've caught these 3 child beggars. Thales said emotionlessly, as if everything in front of him had lost its color. What? Jayla was a little surprised, but Thales ignored her. I'll make a statement with the 3 children. I'm the one who killed quite alone. Thales continued to speak expressionlessly, emphasizing the word alone. When the Brotherhood comes, just tell them this. Jayla frowned. What about you? Do you want me to hand you over? I'll go alone. She did not know why, but Jayla suddenly realized that this child had already made up his mind. No one could go against his decision, let alone stop him. But she could not let him die just like that. After all, you can't even leave Lower City District, brat. The Brotherhood will definitely find out when the sky brightens. Their informants will capture you. When that time comes, you will only regret not begging me to kill you now. Jayla said with a complicated expression. Thales turned his head. His eyes were so cold that it was frightening. Yes, Thales said coldly. Ever since he transmigrated, he had stayed in the Brotherhood's base in the suburbs for a year, and in Lower City District for 4 years. He knew the Brotherhood's methods and abilities very well. I probably can't escape. But they can live, and they don't have to bear the pain Quide left behind. No, Quide has already left them with unforgettable pain for the rest of their lives, he said quietly. Jayla stretched out her hands and placed them on his shoulders, but she turned her face away. Thales could feel Jayla's hands. The assassin's hands, which were known for their stability and precision, were trembling slightly. No, I still have a place to go. The only place. And I already knew it, didn't I? Thales snickered. Oh fate. That's how it works. It's toying with you. You can also play with it. He looked at the 3 children who had just finished eating their bread, and were looking at him hopefully. They were no longer child beggars. The prince turned his head and looked at Jayla with a firm but calm gaze. Thales spoke softly as he looked at Jayla, whose face was gloomy and eyes were red. It's 4:30. The sky will be bright soon. There's still some distance to Red Street Market. Tell me all the informants that I need to pay attention to. I should go. Head to Red Street Market. Note 1. Football Manager is a team management game in the Football Manager series. Players often have this feeling. I have done everything I can in terms of tactics, mentality, lineup, and public opinion. But no matter how many times I save the game and replay, I just can't win against my opponents. In the face of Jayla's rejection, Thales felt the same sense of helplessness. 2. Calf, also known as Earthshaker or Earthshaker, a hero that could be chosen in Dota 2. Its ultimate skill was a pure damage skill. The more enemies gathered in a certain range, the higher the damage of the ultimate skill. If it is amplified in a sufficient number of people, it can even change the outcome of a team battle that is bound to be lost. Hence, the timing of the calf's amplification is very important. If one wants to maximize the damage and cautiously wait for the crowd to gather, hesitant or amplify it too late, they may miss a good opportunity in a team battle. If one is impatient and amplifies it too early in a sparse crowd, it may be a waste of energy. Chapter 10. The children's statements were not difficult to string together. In their minds, Thales was the hero who defeated Quide. Thales made up an excuse and lied to them, saying that Jayla would arrange everything. No matter who asked, he would insist that Thales stabbed Quide's neck from behind. That way, once the storm died down, they would be safe. They can't catch me, Thales said with a smile. Coria and Ryan, who were 4 and 8 years old respectively, had little doubt. In their eyes, Thales was always omnipotent. Only Cinti was slightly doubtful when Thales left. However, the transmigrator managed to make him keep the promise of "you think I'll do it." Then it was time to go. Baba. Time to go. When he waved at the children nonchalantly and stepped out of Sunset Pub's back door, Thales felt that there was still a hint of sadness in his heart. "I won't be able to take care of you in the future, children. I hope my luck is good. We'll meet again in the future." What a heavy farewell. After all, I've stepped forward bravely. It's a little bleak. Huh. Thales widened his eyes and looked at the expressionless Jayla. She swung her long legs and overtook him from behind while fully armed. "Hey, aren't you supposed to stay in the pub and take care of the 3 of them? Without you Don't worry, I hid them in the secret room and left a note for Edmund." Jayla, who was wearing a dark gray tight suit, pulled down a pair of transparent goggles from her forehead and put them on. She then pressed down on Thales' shoulder with a displeased expression and squatted down beside him. "But, no buts. Brat," Jayla interrupted him in an unquestionable manner. "Since you've decided to bear the wrath of the Rhoda family alone, and go to Red Street Market to try your luck, I should at least send you on your way." Jayla patted the wolf limb blade on her boot. "Besides, the Brotherhood's hidden sentries in XC are not something a 7-year-old brat can avoid. Even if I tell you everything in detail 100 times, you won't be able to get past me." Thales stared at Jayla dumbly. After a second he squeezed out a sentence. "But Red Street Market is at war. Don't waste any more time. Get on, let's go." Jayla did not waste any more words, nor did she bother to explain. Her arrogant expression forced Thales' hesitation back into the depths of his mind. "But come up? From where?" Thales looked at Jayla, who was kneeling on one knee. The short-haired and valiant sister's tight-fitting clothes accentuated her already hot body, making it look even more shapely. Her chest was even. Ahem. If he sat on her arm and clung to her neck, wouldn't that be? When he thought of this, the prince lowered his head in embarrassment and rubbed it. Boom. "Ah. It hurts." Jayla fiercely jabbed the center of Thales' forehead with her finger again, causing his worldview to be shaken. As if she had seen through Thales' thoughts, Jayla fiercely pulled out her wolf limb blade. Thales, who was clinging to Jayla's neck, could only close his eyes and press his head against the back of Jayla's neck. His nose was filled with Jayla's body fragrance, and he had no idea where he was. But Jayla's voice still traveled clearly into his ears. So one of the 6 powerhouses in charge of the Brotherhood's intelligence gathering, the Sleepless Icobian Lance, trained a special group of hidden sentries, the Sleepless. It's not that they don't sleep, it's just that their schedules are different from normal people. I don't know the exact number of them, but all of their schedules are staggered. They start at dusk, start at dusk, start at dusk, start at noon, and start at dawn. There are all sorts of times. That's why Lance's hidden sentries are able to work in shifts to ensure that every hidden sentries on duty are at their most energetic and vigilant. Lance calls this the alert period. From their senses to their experience to their cooperation to their tracking, Lance has trained them to be better than the police station's purebred Rudo police dogs. They have a team that is in charge of the headquarters. During the day, they blend into the crowd in disguise. At night, they turn into hidden sentries to observe and monitor all the key entrances and exits in XC. The 2 people we passed by just now should be the last sentries of the Sleepless, in front of Red Street Market. Thales did not speak. He was already shocked by Jayla's stealth skills. Reedmore was not the first Sleepless they passed by. Every time Jayla leaped to the Sleepless sentry position, she would switch from running to walking slowly. What surprised Thales the most was that Jayla's movements entered an extremely strange rhythm. She quietly crept behind the Sleepless, hiding her shadow and body in the blind spot of the Sleepless vision at the same time. Sometimes, it was the blind spot of 2 Sleepless vision, and all the Sleepless did not notice them at all. What Thales did not know was that Jayla was also very surprised by his performance. from the beginning to the end. Even if he was following behind a sleepless, even if the sleepless could see them if they turned around, Thales still did not move. His heartbeat was steady, and even his breathing was barely discernible. For a 7-year-old boy's control, this was obviously a little too outstanding. Of course, if Jayla had not used the strange rhythm of her movements to perfectly cover up Thales' breathing, he would have long since heard the barely discernible breathing he thought he was breathing. But this was already very difficult. This child is indeed not an ordinary person. Is it a psionic ability or a bloodline? Or is it a combination of both? It can't be that he was born with it, right? Thales' original plan was to let Jayla lure away these hidden sentries. This was the first time Thales heard about these sleepless. His previous estimation of the Brotherhood was still too shallow. He also had to take the risk of exposing himself. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated this female bartender. She was not only agile and knew how to use a knife. "We're here." Thales reluctantly slid down from Jayla's back at a corner beside the intersection. He slid down gently from Jayla's back. Before his eyes was the red street market at night. The scene of him meeting the noblewoman there a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. The area and volume of Red Street Market was not smaller than Black Street. As the name suggested, it was a famous place for seeking pleasure in the Western District. In fact, there were quite a number of nobles, ranging from dignified dukes who visited Eternal Star City to lords who could not be seen in public in the outskirts of Eternal Star City. They would either conceal their identities or brazenly come to this place. They would have some voluntary or involuntary relationships that surpass friendship with some adorable and confused young girls or boys. Of course, this was the tacit understanding between the nobles of Eternal Star City and Blood Bottle Gang over the years. Tonight, Black Street Brotherhood's hand reached here. Unfortunately, what welcomed this hand was a sinister trap. "The situation is not good," Jayla said in a low voice. Thales could see this as well. The road to the entrance of Red Street Market was littered with corpses. Some had severed arms, some were decapitated, some were twisted, some had intestines spilling out, and some had ribs turned outwards. Blood dyed the Red Street Market dark red in the dark. From a distance, there were at least 30 people lying on the ground. Even Thales, who had just killed someone, could not help but take a deep breath when he saw the corpses all over the ground and the various ways they died. He tried his best not to think about it. Faintly discernible sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Jayla calmly stretched out her hand and pressed it on Thales' shoulder, forcing him to squat down. "I think the last time I killed someone was before I met you," Jayla said. Her tone was a little lonely. Thales could not see her gaze behind the goggles, but he suddenly felt that Jayla was a little stern. "Brat, from now on, you owe me a favor." Thales was stunned. He saw Jayla stretch her hand to touch the knife on her thigh. Then the female bartender used an extremely soft voice, like a mosquito's buzz, to warn Thales. "Don't speak, don't move. There's a real elite up ahead. It's not like the sentries of Sleepless." Thales' hair gradually stood on end. He was a little dejected as he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to cross Red Street Market and escape from the Brotherhood. But if there was already one at the first stop, he was still too naive. In the next second, Jayla suddenly took out a thick black cloth from the left side of her abdomen and gently covered Thales' mouth and nose. "Use this to breathe and cover up the sound." Jayla did not say much. Her expression could not be recognized because she was wearing the goggles. She slowly pulled out the knife from her thigh. Thales pressed the black cloth on his mouth and nose tightly. "This is really good stuff. I don't feel any difficulty breathing under this black cloth, and the original sound of breathing is also covered up. If this was in a game, it would definitely be a high-grade equipment with sneak plus 20. Thales automatically ignored the faint scent of Jayla's body on it. But in the next moment, Thales could not relax anymore. "I found him." He only heard Jayla say that. Then, she shot up like lightning, stepped on the wall beside her, and pounced towards the pile of corpses at the intersection like an arrow released from a bow. The only thing that was faster than Jayla was the wolf limb blade she threw. At that moment Thales, who was breathing through the black cloth, was surprised to find that among the 30 or so corpses, there was a corpse whose intestines had been turned inside out. It moved a little. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a cold glint suddenly shot out from behind the corpse and knocked the wolf limb blade off course. But the second wolf limb blade was already in its owner's hand, and it was charging towards him with Jayla. She held the blade in a reverse grip with her right hand and instantly slashed at the corpse. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales recognized the sound in front of him. It was the sound of a sharp metal blade piercing into flesh. But before he could realize what had happened, he felt his vision blur. He saw a figure stumble out from behind the corpse. Then, a rapier fell to the ground with a clang. Jayla had already landed lightly on the ground. She pressed her left hand against the ground, and the blade in her right hand was covered in blood. The figure that had jumped out from behind the corpse had already fallen to the ground, swaying. She did not move. The female bartender picked up the wolf limb blade that had flown away with a backhand and quietly stood up. In just a few short seconds, Thales' jaw almost fell off as he watched. Thales knew that Jayla was very strong. But other than when he slaughtered a dog in the past, it was not until today, when he saw her swiftly ambush and kill people, that he truly understood how strong the female bartender was. Thales still did not make a sound, nor did he move. He vaguely felt that at that moment, Jayla was even more solemn. What an eye-opener. Among those in the ordinary class, you should be considered an outstanding assassin, right? As the voice rang, a huge, bald, and ferocious man walked over from afar. He held an exaggerated spiked mace with 5 sides. He did not even look at his comrade who had already died at his feet. He only stared at the female bartender in the middle of the corpses. You also know that your brotherhood is finished, right? Everyone is in the trap, and all of you have been wiped out. Our mission was to be on guard, or intercept any possible reinforcements from the Brotherhood. But we never thought that the dignified Blackstreet Brotherhood would only send a little girl with a blade. The huge, bald man walked under the setting moonlight. For some reason, Thales could clearly see his face in the deep darkness. It was a man who was missing half of his nose. His nostrils were terrifyingly protruding, and he looked like a skeleton. Thales suddenly recognized who he was. It was the bald Sven, the head of Blood Bottle Gang's shady business. Chapter 11. Since 12 years ago, when the kingdom was in chaos and blood was everywhere, that terrifying swordsman used the tip of his sword without any principles or emotions to carve out a territory in Blackstreet. The newly born Blackstreet Brotherhood and the long-standing Blood Bottle Gang in the capital were like 2 evil dragons that would not rest until one of them died. They fought to the death for the hegemony of Eternal Star City, and even Constellation's underworld. As time went by, especially in recent years, the Blackstreet Brotherhood gradually grew from a young dragon into a giant dragon with sharp fangs and fierce claws. They were on par with the Blood Bottle Gang, who originally had the upper hand, and they stood on equal footing. During the long struggle, the 2 gangs also gathered a group of terrifying people outside the kingdom's field of vision. They stirred up a huge wave of blood in the underworld. Among them, the dozen or so powerful fighters from Blackstreet Brotherhood, and the dozen or so elites from Blood Bottle Gang became the front lines of the struggle between the 2 gangs. They represented the most promising youths and the most promising newcomers. Compared to the Brotherhood's 3 mysterious legendary assassins, the 6 powerhouses who rarely fought, the Blood Bottle Gang's 2 terrifying mystics, and the strange 8 psionic warriors, even the child beggars were familiar with the names of these young and powerful fighters. The bald Sven was the most mysterious of the 12 elites from Blood Bottle Gang, who were known as the strongest 12. There were only 12 of them left at the moment. He was in charge of collecting Blood Bottle Gang's debts, and rarely showed his face in large-scale battles. That was why no one said that his martial arts skills and combat abilities were great. However, he had stood tall for 5 years in the bloody battles between the gangs. At the same time, many of the powerful fighters from the Brotherhood who had fought against him had already turned into white bones. Jayla did not say anything. She only exercised her wrist. Dorna was an idiot. The idea of using corpses to ambush us was also very disgusting. However, I still have to thank him for his death. Otherwise, I would not have known that we had an uninvited guest. Sven smiled in an ugly manner. He removed his terrifyingly large mace from his shoulders and spun it back and forth with both hands as if it was effortless. Jayla suddenly disappeared from the spot. The bald Sven smiled without a care. He then turned around and swung his mace fiercely. Ding. Clang. The spiked mace, which was twice as thick as a normal person's arm, collided head-on with two wolf-limb blades, causing Jayla, who had rushed to the left and was prepared to launch a surprise attack, to lose her balance and fly backwards. Thail's heart clenched. Fortunately, Jayla managed to maintain her balance in the air. With a beautiful backflip, she landed on the ground. The bald Sven gritted his teeth and swung his weapon, as if he was swinging a baseball bat from Thail's previous life. What terrifying strength. Thail suddenly found it a little strange. If it was just great strength, then why was Spencer rumored to be so mysterious? What a terrifying speed. But if I knew of your existence, it wouldn't be that difficult to stop you with my battle instincts. Sven's hideous nose trembled along with his smile. It was a frightening sight. Jayla did not speak. She only disappeared again. The next moment, she appeared in front of Sven's left foot. He thrust out his twin sabers. However, Sven merely tapped his feet on the ground and moved his body to the side. Then, using his body's inertia, he smashed his hammer down again. Bang! The spiked mace smashed into the stone floor, sending a shower of gravel flying. On the other hand, Jayla barely managed to roll to the side and avoid the fatal blow. To think that there would be such a crooked blade. What a rare weapon. Come on, little girl. It doesn't matter if you are an assassin or a killer. When you're dealing with a prepared enemy, the sneak attack you're so proud of is useless. Jayla crouched on the ground as if she was thinking of a countermeasure. What will you do? You won't charge at me head-on, will you? After all, if you want to enter Red Street Market, this is the only way. Sven had been using words to disturb Jayla. Thales became increasingly nervous. He knew that at the moment, Jayla was the only person he could rely on to cross Red Street Market and escape from the Brotherhood. However, at that moment he was more worried about Jayla's own safety and Sven's mysterious reputation. Jayla's expression was hidden behind the protective goggles. However, she seemed to have made up her mind about something. She slowly stood up and flipped the wolf limb blades in her hands at the same time. It's been so many years. Jayla laughed bitterly in her heart. Do I still have to use this blade? Thales gulped nervously. He had seen Jayla's ghostly nimbleness and terrifying speed, but when faced with the bald Sven, who was obviously strong, would her wolf limb blades still be useful? Then Jayla did not disappear again. She faced Sven's front and charged forward. Thales almost screamed out loud. The two blades were positioned in front and behind. The front blade went straight for Sven's throat, while the back blade moved in the direction of the spiked mace. A head-on attack? Don't even think about asking for death. Sven roared excitedly and swung the sledgehammer at Jayla. Whoosh. The spiked mace whistled through the air as it went towards Jayla's waist while she was running. Later, I'll have to properly deal with this pretty girl by my side. Ha. Sven was shocked to see that this time, Jayla did not block or retreat. The moment the mace was about to hit her, her flexible body stretched out at an impossible angle. Facing the spiked mace in front of her, Jayla did a forward somersault that shocked Thales so much that his jaw dropped. She barely avoided the incoming spiked mace. Even Sven was astonished. This body movement. How did she do it? The attack was not over yet. The female bartender gently pressed the back blade against the spiked mace, and with Sven's great strength, she leaped onto the bald man's left shoulder. Then the front blade slashed downwards. The modified curve of the blade allowed the wolf limb blades to slash at Sven's left neck faster, more forcefully, and more fatally than normal blades. Rip. Sven roared and retreated. At the critical moment, he avoided being hit in a vital spot, but blood still gushed out from his left shoulder. Did this person completely give up on defense and use risky dodges to attack head-on? Doesn't she know that one mishap and she'll be dead? But Jayla did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. With a tap of her foot, she continued her attack. She turned sideways again, and dodged the tip of Sven's hammer by a hair's breadth. The wolf limb blades in her hands followed their master, and spun toward Sven. There was another flash of blood. This time, Jayla cut open the bald man's right rib. Then the next slash came. She charged head-on and perfectly displayed the agility and flexibility of her body. She faced Sven's terrifying attacks, and every time she was about to be hit by the mace, she would move and dodge. There were a few times when Thales saw the tip of her nose narrowly brush past the rusty nails on the spiked mace. At the same time, the rhythm and speed of Jayla's attacks did not decrease in the slightest. In fact, it was even more fatal than when she launched a sneak attack. On the other hand, even though Sven roared repeatedly and his momentum was astonishing under her relentless and extremely dangerous attacks, even Thales could tell that he was already in dire straits, and was in a pinch as his body continued to bleed from the injuries he sustained. This can't go on, Sven thought in panic. How can she not make mistakes when dodging by a hair's breadth? Asterisk clang. Asterisk Sven roared angrily and used all his strength to block an attack. Then he rolled to the side in a pathetic manner. Imagine a big man like a bear being forced to roll on the ground by a slender girl who was only 2/3 his height, to avoid this round of attacks. Then he quickly widened the distance between them. This is the swift killing blade. This sentence was like a pebble that broke the surface of the water. It stopped Jayla's continuous attacks and made the latter stop in her tracks. And the moves you used to kill Dorna were probably the swift killing blade and the instant killing blade. Sven panted violently. His face was filled with fear as he roared in disbelief. The swift killing blade. I have only seen it in the hands of the blood chant, Loden Charlton a long time ago. You are a member of the Charlton family, the assassin's flower. Jayla knelt on one knee without saying a word. This seemed to be her favorite posture to exert force. She only stared coldly at the big man. This is impossible. Sven seemed to have suffered a blow. After Kessel V succeeded the throne, the members of the Charlton family fled Constellation and disappeared outside the country. Why are you here and standing on the Brotherhood's side? He said in disbelief. Wanted posters and bounties have been posted all over the Western Peninsula. How dare you come to Eternal Star City with the heavy crime of killing a member of the royal family? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by the army and the royal guards? No matter how strong the Charlton family and Blackstreet Brotherhood are, can they withstand the wrath of the Iron Hand King and all of Constellation? However, the bald Sven's angry tone suddenly softened in the next second. If I die here, your identity will definitely be exposed. The kingdom's secret intelligence department will receive the news that the regicide family has returned to Constellation by tomorrow morning. Kessel V will not let you go. He will eradicate every descendant and bloodline of the Charlton family. You can let me go, he said in a low voice. His tone was already begging. I don't care about the Blood Bottle Gang's mission anymore. Just go there directly. As long as you let me go. I promise that I will leave Constellation tomorrow. I will also not expose your secret. I know what you are capable of. I do not want to provoke the Charlton family. However, in the next moment, Jayla once again dashed in front of him. Asterisk ding. Asterisk shick. Asterisk this time, Sven blocked the first slash. However, that slash seemed to have a life of its own. It changed its direction at a rapid speed in a bizarre manner. After it knocked against the head of his hammer, it actually avoided it without any resistance. Jayla's head and chest also changed directions like soft ribbons, avoiding the spiked mace in front of her. It's practically like a human body drifting, Thales thought in his heart. What's going on? Sven thought in shock. Why is the trajectory of this slash unblockable? However, the blade in the female bartender's right hand did not stop moving. After changing directions, it returned to its original trajectory and went for Sven's neck even more fatally, until it cut into his throat. Blood flowed everywhere. Sven watched in shock as Jayla calmly wiped the blood off the blade on Sven's clothes. Then she quietly withdrew her blade. The spiked mace in the bald Sven's hand fell gently. What is this knife technique? Sven struggled, wanting to ask a question before he collapsed. However, Sven could not finish his question. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to 4 years ago. In the trash pile behind Sunset Pub, there was an indifferent woman in front of him. She waved the blade in her hand and said to the dumbfounded Sven, "It's a pity to use the serial killer blade to kill a dog. Hey brat, do you want to eat dog meat? Call me big sister, and you'll have dog meat to eat." The serial killer blade. Thales knew that it was the serial killer blade. The last person who enjoyed this knife technique was a large angry wolfhound who had a small conflict with Thales. We just had a heated debate about whether humans should be part of the angry wolfhound's diet. At the same time, I'm very grateful to you for supporting my point of view. So dog meat? Jayla's skills surprised him once again. However, what shocked Thales even more was what the bald Sven said. It was the truth about the Charlton family, the assassin's flower. Killing a member of the royal family? Assassin's flower? Regicide? You talk a lot of nonsense. Jayla looked at Sven's corpse and said coldly, "The so-called strongest 12 is nothing more than this." After saying that, she summoned Thales, who was hiding in the dark. "Let's go, brat." Thales walked past the bald Sven's corpse and looked into his eyes, which were filled with grievances. He still did not understand why Sven, who only had strength, a big build, and was missing a nose, was the most mysterious existence among the 12 strongest ones. Was Jayla too strong? He shook his head and walked towards Jayla. The two of them continued to walk towards the battlefield between Blood Bottle Gang and the Brotherhood. Thales glanced at the female bartender's side profile. He was smart enough not to ask her about the Charlton family. "I have a secret anyway," the boy thought. "And it's even bigger than yours." At the same time, in the inner altar of Sunset Temple, the gray-haired middle-aged noble looked calm, but he was actually anxious as he waited on the stone chair below the inner altar. His gaze never left the small sacrificial lamp that was burning on the altar. It was as if he was afraid that the flame in the lamp would suddenly change. Beside him sat an elderly priest who was focused on praying. He was quiet and pious. This made the middle-aged noble think of Yodel. He was also quiet, but he was even more terrifying than Yodel. Even though His Majesty was very confident in Yodel, and believed that he would not hesitate when he needed to act, Yodel was a person who hid behind a purple drop mask all day long. But Yodel, the guy who always hid behind the purple drop mask, had worked with him once when he was young. It wasn't a happy memory. With his efficiency, he should have found his target long ago. That person was a person with his own creed. After all, he served His Majesty's will, and Yodel Kato, that bottomless man, served His Majesty's interests. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between clouds and mud. Does Yodel really know or understand when His Majesty wants him to act? Soon after, the bald Sven's corpse suddenly moved. Then the wounds on his neck and around his body gradually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the man climbed up with great difficulty. "Damn it!" Sven cursed and touched his spiked mace. "The Charlton family has appeared in Eternal Star City. Just this news alone will get me 10 gold coins from the city hall." But Sven touched the wound on his neck that had just healed. His life was still more important. Fortunately, the woman was in a hurry and did not turn around to check. Sven was one of the 12 strongest in Blood Bottle Gang. There was no need to go into detail about his battle instincts and skills, but more importantly, it was his unknown self-healing psionic ability that allowed him to turn defeat into victory the moment his enemies let their guard down. As long as your head, or more accurately speaking, your brain is not damaged, you can return from death. This was what the Blood Mystic, the true powerhouse of Blood Bottle Gang, said to Sven. "Congratulations, Undying Sven." And that boy, the Undying Sven thought. "When I was in a state of suspended animation, I saw a thin and weak boy appear at the corner of the street and leave with the woman from the Charlton family. This is also strange. A child who can follow the woman from the Charlton family is definitely not an ordinary child. Is he a genius? Does he have some kind of ability that can turn the tide of a battle? A biological weapon? A large area of effect attack? Or some kind of non-human long-lived species? That boy looks young. Maybe he is already hundreds or thousands of years old." Sven shouldered his spiked mace and frowned. Once I report this to the Heir mystic, I will. But his train of thought was interrupted, because a strange person wearing a strange mask suddenly appeared in front of him. He appeared abruptly in front of Sven. "You saw that boy," the strange masked person said. His hoarse and indistinguishable voice did not sound like a question, but a statement of affirmation. "Who is this person? I did not notice him at all. He's hiding his tracks. Could it be that he's also a member of the Charlton family?" The strange mask seemed to be made of a dark purple, hard metal material. It had distinct edges, and only 2 round holes were drilled into the position of the eyes. The holes were covered with circular crystal drop lenses, and there seemed to be a bronze-yellow mechanical device behind the lenses. The reason why Sven could still think so much was because he had nothing else to do other than thinking about it. The person wearing the dark purple mask held a short sword with a crossed hilt in his right hand, under its master's control. This short sword once again cut open the wound on Sven's neck that had just healed not long ago. Sven did not even have the thought to dodge before his neck was cut open. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Sven fell down again along with his spiked mace. How unlucky, Sven thought as he prepared to welcome the next death and resurrection. However, after Sven faked his death, he discovered to his surprise that the masked person did not leave. The strange masked person furrowed his brows in a barely noticeable manner behind the mask. He slowly crouched down and stared at Sven's wound. After a while, the strange masked person nodded as if he had come to a sudden realization. In Sven's senses, he discovered in despair that the masked person's right hand danced lightly with the short sword, and drew a beautiful sword flower. "No!" Sven roared in great terror in his heart. Then Sven could only watch, as the strange man stabbed the dagger into his head through his temple, agilely and fatally. The blade was pulled out. There was not even a drop of blood on the smooth blade. As long as your head, or more accurately, your brain is not destroyed, you can return from death. In his daze, Sven seemed to have heard the blood mystic's words again. From then on, one of the 12 strongest in Blood Bottle Gang, the Bald Sven, who was also known within Blood Bottle Gang as the Undying Sven, never woke up again. The strange masked person crouched down and brushed his right hand over a mark left by a blade on the ground. It was the mark left by the wolf limb blade when it pierced into the ground. He stood up. Then he disappeared. Chapter 12. There was a clear shattering sound. The glass on a door was smashed by a figure. Lillian, who was wearing a thin silk nightgown, held a candlestick and looked in surprise at the figure that fell from outside. It was a rather handsome man with short blonde hair, wearing a starry blue police uniform. Would the police break into a house from the 3rd floor window at? Lillian looked at the clock above her head. 4:50 in the morning? After all, Laurel Clubhouse was one of the most famous clubhouses in Red Street Market. It was located between Red Street Market and Riverside Street, a famous commercial street in the Western District. Lillian was also a famous beauty in the clubhouse. Even if it was a count-level noble or a high-ranking court official, Lillian would have to pay at least 20 gold coins an hour to accompany her. Therefore, when Captain Cohen Caribbean of the Western City Police Station, who had a bright future ahead of him, rushed into the private bedroom of the Laurel Club from the 3rd floor, Lillian, who was woken up from her sleep, came over to take a look with a candlestick. "Miss, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest." Cohen crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. He hid his sword behind his back and bowed to the charming Lillian. But when he reached out to take off his hat to salute her, he realized that his officer's hat had fallen off during the battle just now. "Damn it," Cohen muttered. "It's all the old man's fault for losing my night suit. I can't even go out to buy one in the middle of the night." Lillian boldly looked at the polite and handsome police officer. This was very important. Otherwise, Lillian would have thrown a candlestick at him. She rolled her beautiful big eyes slightly and reached out to stroke her smooth black hair. Her fingers brushed across her proud chest as she chuckled. "You're right, Lillian. You're right. Respected Sir Police Officer, we are closed tonight." Cohen obviously knew where he was. Usually Laurel Club would be bustling with activity at this time. But facing the beauty in front of him, he only smiled slightly. He was not the slightest bit mesmerized by Lillian's alluring charm. "So you have been instructed to close tonight?" "Of course. The Blood Bottle Gang has opened up a connection and promised to make up for the losses. Otherwise, do you know how much damage Red Street Market will bring to those lords who have worked hard for the kingdom by shutting down for one night? If they can't contribute to the normal operation of the second largest country in the Western Peninsula, because of work fatigue, physical fatigue and mental boredom, then what about the 10 million people in Constellation?" Lillian winked and smiled slyly. Cohen looked at this mature and seductive beauty and frowned slightly. It seemed that the information he received through his informant was not complete. He had originally thought that the Blackstreet Brotherhood had taken the initiative to attack the Blood Bottle Gang's Red Street Market branch. Now, it seemed that the Blood Bottle Gang had set up a trap in Red Street Market in advance and counterattacked. In that case, the focus of his visit tonight to probe the two big gangs would shift from the Brotherhood. After all, it was the Blood Bottle Gang that had existed for nearly 100 years. "Hey, that golden-haired green-skinned dog." A female voice from outside the building interrupted their conversation. "Come down and accept your death. According to the rules, we are not allowed to enter any house." Lillian curiously walked to the broken window and saw a woman covered in blood and wearing leather armor. She was waving the whip in her hand and angrily looking upstairs. Cohen bowed to Lillian again. "Thank you for informing me, beautiful lady. Please forgive me, but I have to meet another lady now." The golden-haired police officer cum patrol leader turned around and lightly leaped down the street. "My dear Lady Bernice, there is no need to be so impatient." Cohen's smile suddenly became cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "By the king, in the name of the Holy Constellation Covenant, as a Level 2 police officer, I have the authority to kill any suspect who may endanger the interests of the kingdom and the lives of its citizens. Don't worry, I will immediately send you to reunite with your brother." Upstairs, Lillian covered her mouth. She recognized that it was the younger sister of the notorious Layton siblings, one of the 12 strongest fighters in the Blood Bottle Gang. Scorpion Whip Bernice Layton. Her brother, Stinger Primo Layton, had just come to Laurel Club yesterday. He, who had a penchant for special things, had nearly scalded a new girl to death with the oil in an everlasting lamp. According to the police officer's tone, Stinger Primo Layton had already died in his hands. "Green-skinned dog. Even your superior would not dare to disrespect the Blood Bottle Gang. You. How dare you?" Bernice angrily rebuked. As a maverick among the 12 strongest fighters, she had shaved off the left side of her head and combed the rest of her hair to the right side. This made her look much more muscular. "I will whip every piece of flesh on your body until it becomes mush." As soon as she finished speaking, Bernice swung her whip in a circle and curled it towards Cohen. The barbs on the whip seemed to come alive as they flew out and attacked Cohen at the same time. "I see." Cohen's figure suddenly became blurry. Only an expert would be able to see that he was moving at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. He quickly changed his position. Ding! Ding ding! Ding! The phantom of the longsword swiftly turned, and the approaching barbs slashed down. If your brother was still alive, with his ability to control these barbs, the two of you might have been able to create some trouble if you two worked together. But Bernice's whip was as flexible as a snake. The tip of the whip and the flying barbs formed a continuous attack without any blind spots. "If I had arrived 10 seconds earlier, Primo would not have died," Bernice said with hatred. "And you, green-skinned dog, will be torn apart by us." Cohen's expression did not change. He slashed down 5 barbs at lightning speed, but the whip was already in front of his eyes. At this moment, Cohen's expression suddenly turned serious. He charged forward without even looking at the whip that was lashing at him. "Idiot who doesn't want to live." "Rip." Bernice grinned as she looked at the charging Cohen. Her whip mercilessly tore open his right shoulder. At the same time, 3 barbs shot out. "My barbs are poisoned with pain-amplifying poison. There are many barbs, and there are thorns in the barbs. Once they are grazed, the pain will be..." Cohen did something that Bernice did not expect. The police's figure rushed forward to meet the 3 barbs. His momentum did not decrease. He raised his left hand and blocked the barbs that were flying towards him. The barbs pierced deep into the police officer's arm. One of them even pierced through his palm. But his expression did not change, as if he had just been bitten by an ant. Bernice looked at Cohen in surprise. Many of her enemies had suffered from the pain of the poison barbs. Their faces contorted as they wailed and rolled around under her body. But why did he not react at all? Did he not feel pain? Street performer. Let's end it here, Cohen said coldly. Bernice looked at Cohen, who was charging towards her at lightning speed. She quickly reacted and lashed out with the whip in her hand, trying to build a shield in front of her. However, a copious amount of power instantly erupted from Cohen's sword. Bernice's expression changed instantly. No. In an instant, Cohen's sword seemed to have become several times sharper. It flashed and cut the barbs into several pieces. In front of Bernice's eyes, Cohen's cold face and sword became bigger and bigger. The next moment, the plain but sharp sword ruthlessly pierced through her left chest, and the tip of the sword came out from her back. At this moment, the words came out of her mouth with difficulty. Power of eradication. You are super. But she could not finish her sentence. Law enforcement complete. Cohen gently pushed the shocked Bernice away from the sword, as if he had done something insignificant. Let me give you a suggestion. Next time, if you have a trump card, use it right from the start. He gently pulled out the barbs from his hand. That powerful force once again surged into his palm, forcing out a few drops of green liquid. If I was wearing armor, even if it was light armor, you would have died 10,000 times. In the eyes of those who have experienced war, even super classes are as childish as street fights. But you guys are like children's games. Bernice closed her lifeless eyes and fell to the ground forever. Not far in front of her, her brother leaned against the wall, his throat pierced by a sword. Cohen bowed to Lillian, who was still in shock, and headed deeper into Red Street Market. Although this man looked like a gentleman, Lillian covered her mouth and thought, but he really doesn't know how to show mercy to women. In another alley of Red Street Market, Jayla coldly pulled out the wolf limb blade from the abdomen of the last thug in front of her. She shook off the blood on the blade in disgust. Fales tried his best not to think about Jayla's massacre. It always reminded him of Quide's widened eyes before he died. Those people were aware of the consequences of joining a gang. Fales felt much better when he thought about it this way. Fales pressed down on the black cloth covering his mouth and nose. He watched as Jayla slaughtered a small team of 7 or 8 Blood Bottle Gang thugs. Then he skillfully and tacitly crawled out of his hiding place and lay on Jayla's back. How did you overcome it? The kind of disgust and guilt from killing people? Jayla sighed. I was taught since I was young. She carried Thales on her back and moved briskly. Her tone was cold. Those I killed were not my own kind. It was like stepping on an ant. Thales did not say anything else. He only hugged Jayla's neck tighter. After they passed Sven, the road in Red Street Market was littered with corpses and the glint of swords. Even Jayla's scalp went numb from a few places. The two of them were careful along the way. However, in the chaotic situation, even with Jayla's ability to hide herself, it was extremely difficult. The ground was littered with corpses and the deafening sounds of fighting. Even though they tried their best to cover their tracks, they still inevitably ran into 2 teams of thugs. One was from the Brotherhood, and the other was from Blood Bottle Gang. Jayla attacked with all her might without mercy, leaving no survivors. Then she quickly left. Thales did not know why, but he was already somewhat used to such bloody scenes. This is not a good thing, he reminded himself. Mental numbness would almost certainly lead to deviations in behavior. This is the 5th intersection, and we still can't get through. Jayla stopped and frowned. She touched the air in front of her. Thales landed on the ground and touched the air in front of him. It was clearly nothingness, but what he touched was an invisible and hard barrier. Is this a psionic ability? Thales asked in surprise. Until now, Thales had not seen many psionics, but there were still quite a few. For example, Morris, who was in charge of human trafficking in the Brotherhood, was one of them. Years ago he only used his gaze to suffocate a fleeing child beggar to death. No, psionics do not have such a powerful ability, blocking 5 or 6 intersections of such a large street at the same time. I suspect that the remaining intersections are about the same. Even psionics would find it difficult to do so. Jayla pushed up the goggles on her face and said with a solemn expression. The female bartender carefully observed the transparent barrier in front of her. She remembered the old man and that man. When Jayla thought of this, she could not help but pause for a moment. They told her about the terrifying legends. She put on the goggles again. From now on, we have to be more careful and try our best to avoid all battles to avoid exposing our whereabouts. Based on what I know, this is most likely the work of a mystic. I hope that our luck is not so bad that we will run into him face to face. Thales widened his eyes. Mystic. During his 5 years on the streets, he had heard this word more than once from the customers in Sunset Pub, the customers in Red Street Market, the gamblers in Black Gold Casino, and the thugs in the Brotherhood. At first, the boy thought that this was similar to the magicians and wizards in the fantasy novels he read in his past life. But later on he realized that this was not the case. No one would provide Thales, who was a lowly child beggar, with knowledge about the world. Even if there was, what he could come into contact with were mostly hearsay and terrifying ghost stories. However, with the professional field research experience he found in his past life, Thales was able to learn a lot of general knowledge through observation. The following were his observations about the word mystic. Firstly, almost all the times when mystic was mentioned, the people who talked about it would be accompanied by negative emotions such as fear, hatred, and curses. Keywords such as powerful, terrifying, damned, hell, illegal, and so on also appeared at the same time. Secondly, mystics were quite rare in this world. The rare here was not the rare type in his past life, where they were said to be rare, but could be found everywhere. Thales judged that among the countless people who talked about mystics, over the past 5 years, only one customer in the brothel had a certain degree of truth to their words. It was obvious that they had either directly or indirectly come into contact with information about mystics. Thirdly, he had never heard of any organization or force of mystics gathering. However, it was widely rumored that there were 2 mystics among the highest leaders of Blood Bottle Gang. Fourthly, the police officers and patrol members who were in charge of patrolling the West City Gate were equipped with weapons known as anti-mystic equipment. Fifthly, mystics were completely different from the psionics, psionic warriors, swordsmen of eradication, and knights of eradication, that everyone loved to talk about. The latter could be innate or acquired through training. As for mystics, Thales had never heard of how they obtained their terrifying abilities. Sixthly, other than mystics, there was also a weapon with a suspicious name called Mystic Gun. It was only allowed to be used in the kingdom's army. Anyone who held it illegally would be convicted of a felony. That was all the information Thales had about mystics. Thales had imagined countless situations where he would encounter mystics, but according to the information he had, none of them seemed too optimistic. Like now, Thales stuffed the black cloth into his pocket and lay on Jayla's back again. A few minutes ago, at the center of Red Street Market, in the underground warehouse of a chess room, a handsome man dressed in blue with long, dark brown curly hair sat quietly beside an ancient military board table. There was a map on the board, and on it were a number of game pieces. There were black and red chess pieces, ranging from knights, swordsmen, catapults, and shield warriors to imperial guards, prime ministers, and kings. This was a chess game passed down from Extet. It was based on historical allusions and common knowledge of war. It was currently the most popular game among the nobles. Rise and Fall of the Empire. It simulated the battles between the human kings and the armies of the ancient empire. For the nobles who lived like princes, it was the best way to show off their manliness and attract the attention of women. It was also a pastime that did not have to risk their lives. Of course, there were also a few nobles with unique hobbies. It was said that they liked to use real people as chess pieces. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, if one looked closely, they would find that the map in the middle of the military board was a street map of Red Street Market. The handsome man moved the chess pieces with ease with his right hand. One by one, he removed the black and red chess pieces from the map. However, among the chess pieces he removed, there were far more black chess pieces scattered around than the red chess pieces, which were concentrated together. 2 black prime ministers were in the middle of the map. There were many black imperial guards and swordsmen around them, and a few red knights were restraining them. Further away, many black knights and shield warriors were being defeated by the 2 red prime ministers, who were leading the swordsmen and imperial guards. In the middle of the map, there was a dark red king who stood out like a crane among chickens. Beside him was a red imperial guard. The handsome man in blue was happily playing his own game. If one were to look closely, one would notice that a light blue energy ball was gathering on his free left hand. It was breathing slowly as if it was alive, and there seemed to be a storm hidden within the energy ball. The man in blue would occasionally open his mouth to say something. One could clearly see the trajectory of the air vibrating around his mouth, turning into ripples and dissipating in the air. However, strangely, no sound was made. This scene was even more eerie in the dark and lonely silence. At this moment, the man in blue suddenly furrowed his brows. Then, without changing his expression, he reached out his hand and removed a red catapult from the edge of the map. However, after a few minutes, the man in blue furrowed his brows again. He slowly reached out his hand and removed the only remaining red swordsman from that spot. The blue energy ball in the man's left hand flickered for a moment. The storm inside was showing signs of instability. He took a few deep breaths, and for the first time he spoke with a voice. Who is in charge of keeping watch and intercepting in the direction of downtown? He seemed to be asking the air. In the terrifying darkness, a strange but certain answer came. Dorno the shapeshifter, and Sven the undying. The man in blue closed his eyes and shook his head. Then he moved the 2 red swordsmen from other places to the 2 chess pieces that were eaten. He moved one of them deeper, as if he wanted to catch the thing that ate him, Dorno and Sven. The ripples in the air spread out from his mouth again. His lips opened and closed silently for a while. Then gradually he spoke with a voice into the air. The Talon brothers in Moria were eaten by us an hour ago. So they are reinforcements. He mumbled. He hesitated for a moment, and moved one of the only 2 red prime ministers on the map over. That's good. However, in the next moment, the man in blue's expression changed again. He moved his right hand to the edge of the other side of the map, and removed the 2 red swordsmen almost at the same time. The man in blue's expression did not look good. Who is in charge of the Inner West Ring security mission? It's the Leighton siblings, Stinger and Scorpion Whip. This time, the voice in the darkness seemed to be a little more cautious. The man in blue did not speak. His gaze wandered back and forth between the 2 ends of the map. His face showed doubt and dissatisfaction. Is it a chess piece from outside? What a headache. Didn't I tell the police station that there would be a curfew? In the end, he sighed helplessly. Is it because I haven't played these human games for too long that my level has dropped? Sigh. The man in blue raised his head slightly, his expression complicated. Groudon, do you know? The purpose of traps and mazes is to block the entrances and exits, and trap the rats that walk right into the trap. But if the entrances and exits of the traps are cleared, then how are we going to catch the rats? Then the man in blue's expression turned cold. He decisively moved the guard next to the Red King in the center of the map to the place where the 2 red swordsmen were eliminated. In the darkness, the sound of wind rang out. Then there was no more sound. Chapter 13. Damn it! In the night filled with the sounds of killing, wild laughter could be heard continuously. On the blood-red street, the leader of the Brotherhood, Morris, leaned against the door of a grocery store. He panted heavily and pulled out a dagger without a handle from his shoulder with difficulty. Beside him, an elite of the Brotherhood had already fallen. A similar dagger without a handle was stuck in the back of his head. Morris, the leader of human trafficking, panted and waved his hand to stop the killer, Leork, who was about to rush to the rooftop. Don't chase him. Max just wants us to run for our lives. In the distance, Blood Bottle Gang's flying dagger clown Max flew on the rooftop, leaving behind a wild laugh. But if this goes on, we will be harassed to death by him. The clown is a psionic warrior. He is much stronger than the average psionic. Leorc jumped down the street and looked at the remaining 5 elites beside him. All of them were injured. He frowned and said. Morris took a deep breath and analyzed the situation with a clear mind. He and the Phantom Wind follower were carefully chosen to use the uniqueness of their abilities to restrain us and prevent us from regrouping with the others, so that their superclass elites could slaughter our elites. Moreover, even if they were killed by the clowns throwing knives, they would not be able to do anything. It is still better than being lured to the air mystic by him. Those people are calamities that cannot be provoked. Morris stood up and waved his hand. The retreat order should have been sent out. Senza will probably give the same order. How many of our people can survive will depend on their luck. Leorc looked at Morris and waved at the elites. The group continued their journey. Because of these air walls, we have been taking detours. The others are probably doing the same. If we meet the mystic, Morris interrupted Leorc in the middle of his sentence. He will not attack so easily. And we should not even think about finding that calamity. It is not easy for the mystic to maintain this kind of air wall. But since he has chosen to divide and surround us, he will rely on his lackeys to kill us. This is our only chance. Morris gritted his teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. Let's let those hypocrites who think they're high and mighty see the brotherhood and the strength of us lowly people. We have killed our way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. We are not people that the Blood Bottle Gang can compare to. Even if we can't get out, Black Sword will avenge us. Even if the enemy is a mystic. In a dark room, only an old-fashioned candle was burning. Are you saying that all of our men are trapped in Red Street Market? Up until now, other than a few thugs, no one in charge has come out? Nasri nodded and knelt down on one knee. He respectfully and fearfully reported to his superior, Sleepless Eye Kobiang Lance, I'm not sure what's going on. Not long after I took over the shift of the hidden sentries, the first batch of people arrived. According to them, after Lord Morris gave the order to retreat, the first few batches of people who wanted to charge out were all intercepted and killed by the ambush team led by Sven and Dorno. Only just now, when Sven and Dorno died at the entrance of Red Street Market, did they manage to charge out safely. No one knew how old Kobian Lance, the Sleepless Eye, was. They only knew that since the day Black Street Brotherhood was established, he was the magnate in charge of gathering intelligence. He was mysterious and strange. He was the darkness of the darkness, the secret of the secrets. He always hid himself under a dark red cloak, revealing only his withered and thin chin. However, anyone who was stared at by him would feel a deep chill run down their spine. Lance muttered to himself for a while before he slowly asked. Sven and Dorno are among the strongest 12. Sven is extremely resilient, while Dorno is good at disguises and ambushes. To kill both of them, only someone who is at least at the level of the 13 generals can do it. Is it Leorc? Is it Moria? Or is it Adrianza or the Talon brothers? Or is it Senza and Morris, the two magnate? Did you not find anyone who can take responsibility? Lance's words were vague and indistinct, as if they came from another room. Nasri shook his head, trying his best to contain the fear in his heart. What a blunder. Morris will probably be very displeased with me. Lance thought silently, but his expression did not change. It's time to clean up the rats in the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is different from the small team formed by a bunch of old fellows 12 years ago. Lance smiled strangely and waved his hand to pass an order to Nasri. Awaken and activate all the sleepless in downtown. Regardless of whether their alert period is over or not. Send all the men from the second and third outposts to the entrance of Red Street Market. From the roofs to the sewers, I want to know clearly how many hairs are on the legs of every black fly that flies past. Yes. Let those who escaped carefully recall the details of the streets. Pick the best men from the first outpost to infiltrate Red Street Market one by one. Set up outposts regardless of the sacrifices. Pigeons, signal flares, torches. No matter what you use, at least contact Senza and Morris. I want an unobstructed channel from Black Street Market to Red Street Market. Yes. Send the men from the 4th outpost to the other territories. From Black Street to the abandoned houses, from the smelly ditch to the sewers, from the Grand Bazaar to the Western City Gate. Be on full alert. At a time like this, we cannot let down our guard. Yes. The 5th outpost split into 2 teams. One team will inform the other powerhouses in the Brotherhood. The other team will immediately rush to Extet and drag that old fellow, Ramon, back. If he is unwilling, say that this is Black Sword's will. Yes. Senza and Morris were both among the 6 powerhouses. They were not to be trifled with. It was impossible for Blood Bottle Gang to trap them without paying a price. Lance lowered his head and stroked the ruby ring on his finger. That damned fatty was, after all, someone who could become the leader of Black Sword Temple in the past. As for that tall Senza, the only thing harder than his fist is probably his personality. And, Lance thought to himself. And that damned Chef Edmund. The outcome has not been decided yet. Lance's expression suddenly changed under his cloak. He noticed that his subordinate was acting strangely. What else have you not said? Yes. Nasri lay down on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, Our patrolling brothers have just discovered that all the child beggars in abandoned houses have escaped. We have only captured a portion of them. They are now locked up in the water prison, and are prepared to be interrogated by torture. Lance's chin moved slightly. The sleepless eye asked calmly, Interrogate what? Nasri clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. With great difficulty he spat out the news that made things worse. Quide Rhoda died in abandoned houses. His assistant, Heir, is outside right now. He wishes to see you, my lord. Go down and hide. Jayla's tone became cold again. This battle cannot be avoided. Thales quickly slid down and lay down beside a hidden stone block. He took out a black cloth and covered his nose. Even though the surroundings were already filled with the smell of blood, Thales had just taken 2 breaths when Jayla, who was beside him, dashed forward and leaped onto the roof. The female bartender did a backflip and bent her upper body backward. She pressed her hands on the ground as if she was avoiding a hidden weapon. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk as Jayla flipped over and stood up. Thales heard the sound of rushing wind ring through the streets. Immediately after, Jayla fell from the roof to the ground. The blades on her legs had long since moved to her hands. The wolf limb blades slashed out continuously. A few gusts of wind rushed past. Thales could only hear the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind, and he did not know whether Jayla had managed to cut him or not. Then, a thin gray figure appeared on the street. Oh, isn't this the female bartender from Sunset Pub? You're wearing goggles. Are you here to swim? Don't be so surprised. After all, I've hidden my face before and drank in Black Street. You're also wearing gray today? It's a pity that the weather is bad. Otherwise, we would be wearing matching outfits. It was a feminine yet strange voice, frivolous and rude tone. Jayla never spoke much during battles. She gently knelt down on one knee. Thales knew that this was a sign that she was about to use force. The man in gray took a few steps forward. Under the faint moonlight, the tattoo on his face could barely be seen. Perhaps I should introduce myself. I am Madeira Ralph. You can also call me Phantom Wind Follower. Thales' heart tightened. Another one of the strongest 12. By the way, bartender sister, were you the one who got rid of Dorno and Sven? Don't misunderstand. Actually, I hate those 2 troublemakers as well, but the Lord has ordered. Without warning, Jayla activated her speed. In the next moment, the silent Jayla had already dashed in front of him. She swung her blades at strange angles at the same time, and changed directions at the same time. Consecutive killing blades. Thales shouted excitedly in his heart. After watching Jayla fight so many battles and kill her way in and out of the crowd, it would be a lie to say that a glimmer of hope for becoming stronger, and a thirst for power, had not been ignited in his heart. But Ralph disappeared into thin air. The 2 blades slashed empty air. It didn't work? Thales' heart tightened. Jayla did not stop. She spun around and hurriedly swung the wolf limb blade in her right hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk there was a clear sound of metal clashing. Ralph's figure reappeared on Jayla's right, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back. Hey, why are you the same as Leorc? Ralph lightly flicked the hidden blade on the back of his left hand and said helplessly, could it be that all the assassins in the Brotherhood can sense my location? Also, why don't you like to say? However, before he could finish his sentence, a wolf limb blade flew towards him. Instant kill blade. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the wind around Ralph was so strong that the wolf limb blade in the air became unstable. Asterisk clang. Asterisk then, he sent it flying with a swing of his sword. But Jayla's figure instantly appeared in front of the phantom wind follower. She was not slower than the flying blade. Before he could react, the female bartender swung the blade with her left arm and swept it across Ralph's chest. Did I hit him? Thales was so excited that he could not take it in. He was waiting for this instant kill blade to succeed. But he was disappointed to see that Ralph's gray robe fluttered, and he flew upwards against gravity at an unbelievable speed. He narrowly dodged the sure kill strike. But Thales felt that Ralph's dodging this time was a little clumsy, because his figure could be seen indistinctly. He was no longer as traceless as before. Jayla wanted to continue attacking, but her feet seemed to be tripped by something invisible. She could not continue her unstoppable attacks. The power of the wind? Thales lowered his head and silently recalled the knowledge from his previous life. The female bartender quietly took a step back and picked up the other wolf limb blade on the ground, waiting for the next opportunity. That was close. Even a bartender from the Brotherhood has this kind of ability? Ralph gently rubbed the wound on his abdomen. He did not look happy. The wound was deeper than he imagined. The angle of the blade was strange. The speed and strength of the slash were beyond his expectations. A blade technique that can even threaten superclass elites? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Jayla adjusted her goggles. She held the blade in her hand and knelt down on one knee. Hey bartender. When Ralph saw that his opponent was about to attack, he suddenly spoke in a gloomy tone. Before I came to Constellation, I traveled around the continent for a while. I once witnessed an assassination in Serra Dukedom. That was the most direct, riskiest, and most difficult assassination I've ever seen in my life. The assassin used dual blades. He exerted force from the roof and dashed out. His attacks were continuous and unstoppable. Ralph lowered his head. His feminine voice was filled with solemnity and seriousness. So, Flying Locust Blade Bennett Charlton. Who is he to you? Jayla did not reply, but Thales instinctively felt that something was wrong. Bennett Charlton? In the next moment, the female bartender's graceful figure dashed out and instantly appeared in front of Ralph. Thales had a feeling that the silent female bartender's emotions changed after hearing that name. The female bartender, who had been silent for a long time, roared as if she had gone mad. Stranger. Jayla Charlton attacked in anger. Until now, Thales had seen Jayla attack many times. She had always been quiet, low-key, direct and fatal. But this time it was different. This time, Thales heard Jayla's blade roar like a thunderclap, something he had never heard before. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Ralph's expression changed drastically. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two swords collided with each other like thunder. Energy shone faintly from the bodies of the two figures. One was starry blue, and the other was slightly red. The noble police officer with a bright future, Cohen Caribbean, gritted his teeth with difficulty as he sensed the power coming from his enemy's sword. His opponent was not weaker than him, and was at least a supra-class swordsman. How long had it been since he met such an opponent? Ever since he left the battlefield with the orcs? Or was it that time when he challenged Miranda? The two forces intertwined and entangled, but Cohen knew that he was already at a slight disadvantage. The starry blue power began to flash on his silver-white sword. Cohen knew that if this continued, he would lose sooner or later. So his body suddenly trembled, and the vibration caused him to miss the two people who were fighting with their swords. The two figures abruptly separated and took a few steps forward due to inertia. Cohen only managed to stabilize his body after taking 6 steps. His enemy, on the other hand, Use 2 steps to maintain his balance. Cohen's expression was solemn. He began to feel that he needed to reconsider Director Lorbeck's words. Then he turned around and looked at the troublesome enemy in front of him. He questioned, "You are also a swordsman of eradication and have trained in the Tower of Eradication. You obviously have a better place to go. Why are you willing to lower yourself to be a gangster in the Blood Bottle Gang, commit crimes and bully the weak? The Tower of Eradication gave you the heart of the sword. Is it because you are a lackey who bullies the weak and fears the strong?" His enemy slowly turned around. His left shoulder was equipped with a black half-body armor, and his right arm was wrapped in a red bandage. Under the red and black clothing, the clear lines of his muscles could be vaguely seen. This was a man with a fair complexion, but he did not give people the impression that he was elegant or delicate, because the gaze in his eyes was now full of murderous intent. The swordsman in red and black quietly sized up the police officer from head to toe. "Is this the green-skinned rat that broke through the sir's trap? This green-skinned rat, this stance, and this stance. Is he from the army?" The red and black swordsman twirled the green longsword in his hand, which only had a single side guard, and said nonchalantly, "I'm not afraid." He said indifferently, "Hey, green-skinned rat. Since when did the police dare to meddle in the affairs of the Blood Bottle Gang?" Cohen took a step forward and closed the distance between him and the swordsman. He said coldly, "I am not a police officer now, but a swordsman of eradication, Cohen Caribbean. I am questioning another sword. Answer me." The scene was silent for a few seconds. Then, the expression of the swordsman in red and black gradually became serious. "My heart of the sword is an unruly will and freedom of choice, as well as the pursuit of power. As long as I am satisfied, the Blood Bottle Gang, the Brotherhood, Shadow Shield, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the Royal Guards, and even the Tower of Eradication do not matter to me. So your question is completely meaningless. As for you, green-skinned rat, you are willing to be the traitor of a country. You must have gained the consciousness of a traitor from that conservative tower, right?" Cohen's expression finally turned solemn. He was surprised and shocked when he heard that the swordsman in red had no respect for the Tower of Eradication, and was even slightly hostile towards it. He remembered the story his teacher told him over drinks when he was training in the tower. The tragedy of brothers fighting against each other and brothers fighting against each other. Cohen gritted his teeth in disbelief. "You are the successor of the swordsman of eradication from outside the tower. You are a member of the Disaster Swords." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-black swordsman moved. The reddish power of eradication surged around him like a tidal wave. It gathered into a fierce wave and slashed down with his green longsword with an astonishing momentum. The will of the sword was fierce and violent. Cohen felt as if his entire body had fallen into a red vortex. The power of eradication around him was shattered and could not be mobilized. The fierceness of the swordsman followed the surge of his longsword and went straight for Cohen's chest. His fair face was covered in frost, no longer as calm as before. "Disaster swords? Calamity? Comparing us to those monsters? Is this what you call Lord Crassus's sword? His sword, our sword, is the true sword of eradication. Of course we are calamities. To you outdated, conservative and sissy academies, we are the calamities you are destined to face. One day, we will destroy the Tower of Eradication and prove your absurdity." His tone was cold and full of murderous intent. It was the same as the green longsword that was surging towards him. Cohen's sword blocked the green longsword, but in an instant, the saber that was shining with blue starlight was bounced off. Cohen gritted his teeth and retreated in a flustered manner. However, the green sword was like a murderous shadow that followed him everywhere. No matter which direction he dodged to, he could not avoid it in time. The young police officer made up his mind. His silver-white saber flashed again, and this time, it was aimed at the swordsman's throat. But his enemy was still crazed and reckless. He ignored the sword that was about to attack him, and only urged the green sword in his hand to roll toward Cohen's heart. The crimson power of eradication exploded along with the sword will, and tore the clothes on Cohen's chest. Cohen struggled to maintain his sword will, but he watched helplessly as the two swords crossed each other. As the power of eradication rubbed against each other, they stabbed each other's heart and throat. Damn it. Is this the style of the disaster swords? Such a crazy and fierce sword style, unparalleled power, willpower at all costs, and the resolve to make both sides suffer. No wonder they were exiled. Cohen smiled bitterly and faced his death. Two swords, one green and one white. One stirred up a crazy and unstoppable red tide, while the other flickered with faint starlight. Chapter 14. Thales had never seen Jayla's blades so furious and so threatening. He could vaguely feel that the two wolf limb blades contained a suffocating pressure at this moment. Ralph gathered all his strength and crossed the two hidden blades in front of his chest. He retreated quickly. The female bartender charged forward with even more ferocity. In the blink of an eye, she swung her blades like lightning. Their figures moved in sync as if they were dancing, but they were far from being elegant and civilized. Ralph's hidden blades turned into shadows and met Jayla's sword-wielding arms in an instant. Asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk the sounds of weapons clashing were endless. The hidden blade blocked Ralph's twin blades countless times. The blades also blocked Jayla's hidden blades countless times. Both of them moved with extreme speed. The signboards and shop fronts on the street flashed past quickly. Both of them seemed to be in a state of stillness as they focused on dismantling each other's moves. Thales could not take his eyes off them. He almost forgot to breathe. However, the offensive and defensive stances were very obvious. Jayla's dual blades were attacking her opponent's vital points, while Ralph's hidden blades were only used to block her opponent's attacks. One was attacking while the other was defending, but it was a competition of speed and dexterity. However, the next time the sound of metal clashing could be heard, the wolf limb blade in Jayla's left hand suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound, as if a ripple had formed in the air. It bounced off Ralph's sword that was trying to block it. Jayla's unexpected trump card shocked Ralph. One wrong move led to many wrong moves. The failure of this blade gave Ralph no time to pull back his other blade. His chest was exposed to Jayla's left blade. Asterisk slash. Asterisk this was the sound of the wolf limb blade cutting through his clothes and chest. At the moment of life and death, Ralph did not hesitate to activate his psionic ability. The Phantom Wind follower did not live up to his name. He pursed his lips, and the tattoo on his face shone with a faint white light. A violent whirlwind formed between the two of them, blowing Jayla and himself in different directions. Ralph stepped on the ground and used the wind to leap into the air, leaving only a few traces of blood on the ground. The female bartender was forced to stop in her tracks. She retracted her arms and adjusted her body to adapt to the sudden gust of wind. The momentum of her twin blades was also broken. Thales did not directly feel the gust of wind from afar, but it did not affect his judgment. Both of them were affected by the wind at the same time. Ralph flew backwards, while Jayla's footsteps were blocked. The wind did not stop. Instead, it continued to grow stronger. Ralph's figure was like a kite, floating in the air. The light of the tattoo on his face became more and more dazzling. The female bartender had no choice but to bend her knees to resist the increasingly strong wind. At the same time, she took the opportunity to recover her strength. Ralph was no longer smiling mischievously. The pain in his chest made him fearful. The little girl in front of him was troublesome to deal with. She was probably no less than any of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood. Recalling the aura of the two sabers earlier, the Phantom Wind follower was determined not to give her another chance to turn the tables. Fortunately, her attack had consumed a lot of energy. The Phantom Wind follower's face turned cold. He flipped his hands and two hidden blades appeared beside him. The wind picked up. Under the cover of the strong wind, Ralph once again revealed his ghostly figure. The next moment, Ralph appeared above Jayla's head. Jayla gritted her teeth and immediately swung her saber to block. Asterisk clang. Asterisk however, Ralph retreated after one strike. His figure disappeared into the distance like a gust of wind, not giving Jayla any chance to counterattack or form a chain of attacks. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Ralph's hidden blades appeared again. This time, they were aimed at Jayla's lower left side. Similarly, when he missed his attack, he flew backwards. As long as I can interrupt your sudden attack and continuous attacks, the Charlton family's famous assassination blade for centuries will no longer be effective. Ralph's voice came from the wind again. Jayla resisted her opponent's guerrilla attacks with difficulty. The strong wind that attacked her from time to time forced her to expend a lot of energy to maintain her body's movements. At the same time, she had to predict Ralph's next attack direction. Thales, who was watching the battle, became nervous. What should I do? Ralph's feminine voice rose again. However, as long as you tell me why the Charlton family is lurking in the Brotherhood, perhaps we can sit down and have a talk. Jayla's expression turned solemn. She actually closed her eyes at that moment. She seemed to have made a decision. She held the two sabers upside down and fiercely stabbed the blades into the mud bricks under her feet. Ralph's hidden blades appeared again. They were still above her head. However, this time Jayla turned around on the spot. The two sabers stabbed into the ground abruptly followed her arms and spun in a circle. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a thunderous sound. Jayla sent the dirt and stones on the ground flying several meters into the air. The flying dirt and stones blocked Ralph's line of sight. The glint of the sabers flashed faintly in the dirt and stones. Ralph roared angrily and retreated. The tattoo on his face shone even brighter. The strong wind in the air suddenly sped up, stirring up a terrifying force that blew the dirt and stones in all directions. In the strong wind, dirt and stones flew in all directions. At that moment, Thales, who had half his head peeked out from a hidden spot and was engrossed in watching the battle, suddenly heard a hoarse and indistinguishable voice. Lower your head. Thales did not even have time to be stunned. He instinctively lowered his head. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk dirt and stones flew from the center of the battle and quickly flew over Thales' head. A few pieces of dirt and stones hit the side door of the shop behind Thales, making a dent in the wooden door. Thales looked at the door behind him and patted his chest while cold sweat dripped down his back. If only he had not lowered his head just now. However, before he could react, a slender and valiant figure appeared in his hiding spot. Hurry up and leave. Thales was a little dumbfounded. The Jayla in front of him was definitely not good. The originally valiant and valiant bartender now looked tired. She panted slightly, and her left arm was actually trembling slightly. He found my weakness. If I can't form a continuous attack, I can't beat him. The bartender put her arm on Thales' shoulder and revealed an ugly smile. If this goes on, you will be discovered sooner or later. I will lure him away, and you will leave alone. Walk along the alley on the left with your body lowered. Use the black cloth to cover your breath. If you encounter any sound, immediately turn around and change paths. The Brotherhood did not attack too deep. Once we pass the center of Red Street Market, there will be fewer and fewer people. Brat, even if you are alone, you have to survive. Thales stared blankly at the bartender who suddenly said goodbye, until her figure shot out and faced the center of the strong wind outside the street. Thales subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab her back. Jayla. The prince listened to the sounds of fighting in the distance. The dog meat in Sunset Pub's kitchen that night appeared in his mind. Eat slowly. Brat, I was the one who took down this dog. So what if you're a bartender? I Jayla, am a trained bartender. I can't give you this dog leg. You can't bite it. Goodbye, Sister Jayla. Goodbye, Jissy. Thales turned around resolutely and headed into the depths of Red Street Market. I have to survive. I still owe Jayla a favor. The sounds of fighting behind him grew further and further away. It was a messy battlefield. Cohen leaned on his sword and held the wall to his left as he knelt and coughed violently. The police officer's chest was dripping blood. His left rib was pierced and his lungs were damaged. The wound almost reached his heart. Moreover, the enemy's violent power of eradication was still lingering around his wound. Even the power of eradication that Cohen was so proud of, the glory of the stars, could not withstand it. As for his enemy Cohen, he raised his head and looked at the swordsman in red and black, whose expression did not change. The red-black swordsman's left shoulder armor had been pierced by Cohen's glare sword. His shoulder was also bleeding. His left chin and the left side of his neck were also slashed. But it was far better than Cohen's situation. At the moment when the two swords were about to pierce each other, the two of them displayed completely different combat qualities. Cohen activated a part of the glory of the stars and condensed it into a star shield to protect his heart. He deflected the fatal sword that was aimed at his vital point, and then thrust the sword in his hand with all his might. On the other hand, the red-black swordsman did not care about the silver-white sword that was aimed at his throat. Instead, at the moment when the sword was about to touch his body, he calmly and even more crazily thrust the sword in his hand. He was faster than Cohen by a notch and thrust the sword into his opponent's ribcage. Then, while Cohen's longsword trembled, he lowered his head and avoided the vital point on his throat. He only left a scratch on his chin and the side of his neck. Then he allowed Cohen to pierce through his shoulder armor while he pushed the sword in his hand deeper. The difference between the two was obvious. "You are an outstanding swordsman," the red-black swordsman suddenly said. When faced with a sword like that, many people would avoid its sharp edge, and then try to counterattack. But you insisted on thrusting that sword. As for the act of condensing a defense, it was taught to you by the army, right? Cohen coughed up a mouthful of blood and chuckled. A veteran once told me that on the battlefield, you must have a life-saving move. Only then can you live longer than the enemy and be less injured than the enemy. The red-black swordsman was silent for a while before he chuckled. He must have never been in a suicide squad before. Cohen panted and frowned. The suicide squad that charged at the Barenbone people and orcs on the Western Front. You've done it before? The swordsman nodded. 3 times. Which guard? Skull Guards, the 17th Suicide Squad. Fakenhas Suicide Squad, 3 times? Looks like you've offended someone important. What about you, police officer? Raven Guards, 2nd Commando. Thunderbolt Raven? 2nd Commando? Humph. I was wondering why Caribbean sounded so familiar. Looks like he's a noble. Cohen spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. Actually, I've always wanted to ask, does the Shaka wine before the charge taste good? Father never let me drink it. It tastes terrible. Damn quartermaster. He even embezzles the wine of the dead. Is that so? Yes. The conversation between the two suddenly stopped. The red-black swordsman put away his madness and violence, and Cohen put away his helplessness and panting. Graudenreimer, Skull Guards, the 17th Suicide Squad, Swordsman and Shieldman, he said. That's my name. It's an honor to fight against you, sir. Cohen Caribbean Raven Guards, 2nd Commando, Combat Captain. The police officer smiled bitterly. This honor is mine, Sir Gangster? The two stared at each other solemnly and seriously. On Cohen's sword, the glory of stars flickered. The red-black swordsman Grauden's right arm surged with violent power, piercing his veins and making them bulge. The final strike that would determine life and death. This was the moment that belonged to the swordsman of eradication. Glorious, sacred, and inviolable. But in the next moment, the two's expressions changed abruptly. Suddenly, the sound of howling wind came from next door. A slender and valiant figure, holding a pair of swords, flipped from the air and landed on the street. This distance should be enough. The female bartender panted and looked at the two, one kneeling and the other standing, until she saw what Cohen was wearing. I hope that brat can, huh? The kingdom's police officer? This is a gang war. Why is the cop here? Cohen and Grauden looked at her in bewilderment as well. Is he from another gang? Cohen thought. I hope he's not from the Blood Bottle gang. I don't think I've heard his lordship mention this woman, Grauden thought. Is she a pawn from the outside? You can't run. Bartender's sister. The sound of the howling wind was accompanied by a feminine voice. Ralph appeared at the corner of the street. He saw the two swordsmen as well. Grauden? You should be guarding his lordship. Ralph frowned and said, Why are you here with a cop? Very well, Cohen thought. He then turned to the female bartender. Since this woman is the opponent of my enemy, she should not be from the Blood Bottle gang. Focus on cleaning up your rats. Grauden, the red-black swordsman, said coldly. He seemed to not want to talk to Ralph. I will do my job. Groudon finished speaking and raised his sword coldly at Cohen. Cohen slowly stood up, clenched his teeth, and held his silver sword horizontally across his chest. Ralph curled his lips. The wind beside him continued to blow. Jayla took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and adjusted her angle. All four of them understood the situation on the battlefield. 2 from the Blood Bottle Gang, 1 from the Brotherhood, and 1 cop. Oh, it was a police officer. In the next moment, all 4 of them moved. Groudon's longsword flashed with a red light as it mercilessly chased after Cohen's heart. Cohen's face turned pale. He faced Groudon and drew a sword ring with his longsword. Ralph's figure disappeared again, but the sound of the wind rushed towards Jayla. Jayla's figure burst forward. Her twin blades sliced through the air as she advanced, but unexpectedly, she rushed towards Cohen. Thales carefully covered his face with the black cloth. He hid his breathing as he ran, avoiding the 2 elite thugs who were fighting to the death. In the crowd, a figure who was nearly 2 meters tall stood out. Wherever his iron fist went, the Blood Bottle Gang member with the red bandana would be sent flying. It was probably one of the elites from the Brotherhood. Thales did not know if it was one of the 13 generals or the 6 powerhouses. In any case, it could not be one of the 3 legendary assassins. But Thales just quietly went around them. This was not his battle. He wanted to escape. For himself and for Jayla. For the child beggar in the 6th house. When Thales turned a corner, he ran into an air barrier. At that time, he did not know that this was the famous air wall among the elites. He smashed the barrier in annoyance. Damn mystics. I have to go around again. I hope I won't run into anyone. When he thought of someone, Thales could not help but think of the voice that reminded him to lower his head. He thought it was Jayla. After all, the latter had immediately appeared in front of him. But he later realized that it could not be Jayla's voice. It was a hoarse voice that was difficult to distinguish. Jayla, Ralph, and himself were not the only ones present. That was the 4th person. Thales' scalp tightened. He suddenly thought of something. If the person who reminded him to lower his head was the 4th person present, then why did Jayla and Ralph not notice anything? Jayla had clearly appeared in front of Thales the moment the rocks and soil shot out. Without a doubt, Thales concluded that his strength was more terrifying than Jayla and Ralph's. But since he has no hostility towards me, why didn't he help me? Bang. Thales ran into another invisible barrier. He patted his head in frustration. There are more and more of these things. Don't they cost money and MP? Thales turned in another direction and ran forward. Bang. Another barrier. This time Thales did not manage to stop. He fell to the ground and knocked his left forehead against the corner of the house beside him. Thales grimaced in pain as he rubbed his broken head. He raised his bleeding head and looked in front of him. Something's not right. He was at a crossroads. Although it was dark around him, according to his memory, he was probably near the center of Red Street Market. Even the sounds of fighting gradually faded away. Thales moved gently towards the other 3 directions and extended his hand. Then he touched 2 barriers in 2 directions not far away. Thales was shocked. It really has the strangeness and hints of a horror movie. The prince was silent for a while before he turned to the only direction without a barrier. He silently extended his hand. As expected, this time, he walked continuously for more than 10 meters without any obstruction. Thales' heart sank. I didn't expect this. I've already walked this far. Fate, you're such a B***tch. He abruptly swung his right hand that was covering his forehead, allowing the blood to drip onto the ground. The transmigrator resolutely took a dozen more steps on the empty street, until he approached a house. In the middle of the house was a large wooden door that was ajar. Thales raised his head. There was a large signboard on the door. The illiterate prince could barely recognize one word. It was because he used to beg at Black Gold Casino. That word was chess cards. Thales turned around and looked in the other 3 directions. He remembered the pain of his bleeding forehead. Is there no other way? This invitation was sent in such a crude manner, Thales muttered. But he still sighed and stopped hesitating. He pushed open the half-closed door, and walked into the chess room in the center of Red Street Market. The room was dark. There was only a little light in the distance, like an old-fashioned candle. How good at creating an atmosphere. Welcome to my amusement park, my little friend. As he walked past the chess tables, and even bumped into many of them, Thales heard a cheerful and relaxed voice. I am Asda Sakern. My peers are used to calling me the Heir Mystic. A long time passed. Thales used all the strength he had in 2 lifetimes to calm the panic in his heart. In the darkness before him, there was only a flickering candle flame. It was the entrance to the cellar of the chess room. Thales took a deep breath and walked down the cellar. He held his breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. In front of him, a handsome man with long dark brown hair and dressed in blue sat beside a long table. He smiled and nodded at him. As for the invitation, I will pay attention to it next time. Sunset Temple, Inner Altar. The gray-haired middle-aged noble could not hide the excitement in his heart. In front of him, the flame of the lamp on the altar that carried the kingdom's future was growing bigger and redder. He picked up the lamp and strode out of the inner altar of the temple. The elderly priestess behind him was shocked. She wanted to stop him, but she immediately thought of something. Her hand froze in midair. The priestess sighed. She watched the noble walk away and slowly sat down. After a while, the elderly priestess summoned the sleepy intern Nia. Chapter 15. Even in the long life of Asda Sakern, his first impression of the boy was a particularly funny and ridiculous one. Under the dim candlelight, the black-haired boy looked rather battered. Blood dripped from his forehead, his small face was bruised, and there were red marks on his neck as if he had been strangled. His slightly trembling body was covered in tattered sackcloth, and a dagger was tied to his leg. After learning of his own identity, he appeared to be at a loss. He was slightly nervous as he pressed his hand against his chest. He seemed to vaguely understand the meaning of the word mystic. The pressure in his body changed rapidly, and even the air he exhaled became much more turbid. But his eyes were really special. Yes, those strange eyes were not filled with fear or unfamiliarity, nor were they filled with panic or vigilance. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and excitement. Thales was surprised by his own thoughts at that moment. The moment he heard the word mystic. After the initial shock, he suddenly had the urge to ask what exactly a mystic was. Was it an occupational hazard? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Thales saw 3 irregular spheres placed quietly in a dark corner. Each of the spheres was as big as a person. Then, Thales recognized the vague outline of a person's hands and feet on those spheres. The boy's face was a little pale. I think you have already met the Brotherhood's Talon brothers and Moria. The mystic Asda noticed his gaze and grinned. They are very ambitious. They went straight to the center of Red Street Market the moment they arrived. Sorry, I am not used to suffocating or pressing like Morris. In fact, I prefer the simpler method. Is squeezing a living person into a ball really a simpler method? Thales thought about it and silently criticized. Come, child. Asda smiled gently. His voice was very pleasant and gentle. Come and look at my chessboard. Thales gulped and turned his head. He chased the few human flesh spheres out of his mind and quickly thought about his situation. Then when he saw the blue energy ball on Asda's left hand that looked like a 3D effect, but he knew it was definitely not, he decisively removed the thought of pulling out the dagger and putting it on his neck from his mind. Thales followed the method he used when he defended his thesis in his previous life. He took 3 slow but rhythmic breaths before he slowly walked up. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Asda looked at the boy's grown-up behavior with a faint smile. When the boy approached the chessboard and was about to speak, he was surprised to see the boy pull out a chair without hesitation and sit on it. He frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the view of the chair, so he moved the chair a little closer to Asda before climbing back up and sitting on it. My legs are a little sore. Thales smiled sheepishly at Asda. He accidentally tore the wound on his forehead, causing him to hiss in pain. It's my negligence. With great interest, Asda turned his head and tapped lightly with his right hand. The wound on Thale's forehead seemed to be pressed down by something, and the blood stopped flowing out. This is... You raised and fixed the local pressure of the air? Thales touched his forehead in surprise and found that there was an invisible layer that isolated his hand from the wound. Asda stopped smiling and nodded without batting an eyelid. Not bad. Did your home tutor teach you physics? No. Thales put his hand down in embarrassment. It seemed that Asda had mistaken him for a noble or a rich man's son. Asda nodded and turned to the chessboard on the table. Do you recognize what this is? Thales looked at the map on the table in detail. A board game with Red Street Market as the map. No, this is the current situation of the battle outside. The red side is Blood Bottle Gang, and the black side is the Brotherhood. Thales said in sudden realization. Of course. Asda extended his right hand expressionlessly. 2 black chess pieces and a crystal chess piece flew over from afar, and were caught in his hand. This should have been a flawless trap. I would have killed everyone from the Brotherhood, from Morris to Senza, in a short period of time. But things never go according to plan, do they not? The 3 chess pieces danced in the air like birds and circled around Thales' head. Magic, magic, just treat it as a magic show. Thales forced himself to calm down as he watched Asda's performance. First of all, my subordinates are getting more and more useless. They should have surrounded Morris and Senza at the first instance, and killed them at all costs. But they timidly avoided the strong enemy and used guerrilla tactics to cut off their wings. They are a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Secondly, I don't know if they are reinforcements from the Brotherhood. In any case, this unexpected chess piece messed up my deployment too early. As Asda spoke emotionlessly, the chess pieces above Thales had suddenly landed on the map one by one. This is the companion who came with you from District C. He is terrifyingly fast. He took down Dorno and Sven in one move. Ralph can only chase after him until now. As a tracking psionic, Nemino could not even catch up to the dust behind his feet. I can only say that it is gratifying that the Brotherhood still has such an expert. In the air, a black swordsman landed on the map, one after the other with a red swordsman. Further away was a red prime minister. Thales knew that he was talking about Jayla. He could only hope that she was safe, especially when there was a red prime minister in the distance. This gap is really fatal. Many chess pieces escaped, although they are all small fries, Asda sighed. Through them, the headquarters of Blackstreet Brotherhood found out about the situation, here an hour earlier than I expected. I can feel that Lance and his men have already taken control of the entrance. The rat trap is broken. He lowered his head bleakly, his face full of regret and sorrow. At that moment, Thales almost thought that the person in front of him was a temple priest who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted mankind. But Asda immediately raised his head. His sorrowful expression disappeared without a trace. He gently waved his fingers, and the 2 chess pieces in the air began to spin again. This guy came in from another direction. I don't know which camp he is from. The time he took to kill the Leighton siblings was shorter than the time it took to slaughter 2 pigs. No one could stop him when he rushed into the vicinity. I could only send Groudon, who was by my side, out. Now I don't even have anyone to talk to, Asda said, seemingly dissatisfied. Asda seemed dissatisfied. The crystal knight fell from the sky, and was placed next to a red guard. It is probably a chess piece from another force. If it is not a noble, then it is an official. This is also an accident. Thales gulped again. Finally, it is you, my little friend. Because there is no one else available, I had to personally invite you. Asda tilted his head. His gaze suddenly became sharp. The last black chess piece above Thales had suddenly landed in the center of the map. It landed next to a red king chess piece. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Tell me, where did you come from? Asda leaned against the back of his chair. It was hard to tell whether his expression was genuine or not. Why did the people from the Brotherhood send you all the way to the center of Red Street Market? Are you some kind of terrible weapon? Were you sent to my side to assassinate me? Or is it an important piece of information and parcel that needs to be handed over to that other chess piece? I hope you can answer my questions willingly and in a friendly manner. instead of shouting death to the mystic and rushing towards me. To be honest, that is pure suicide. Asda looked at him quietly. His eyes were full of sincerity. Unlike the sincerity in Rick's eyes, which obviously had ulterior motives, Asda's sincerity was emotionless. It was as if he did not care about the answer to this question. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. The prince reminded himself. In his mind, he kept thinking about the presentation sessions and seminars, how to use a language familiar to the audience, and lead them into unfamiliar territory. I am very good at this, am I not? Thales took a deep breath. Mr. Asda Sakern, are you saying that you can know everything that happens in Red Street Market just by sitting here? He first had to gather all the information. Not exactly, Asda replied nonchalantly. I can know even the slightest air condition in the entire street, from the change in air pressure in various parts of the body to the flow of air outside the body. In other words, all the lives that breathe in Red Street Market are under my surveillance. This is his ability? So he is indeed the air mystic? Thales thought to himself. No wonder the Brotherhood was beaten up so badly. Then you will naturally understand. Thales began to organize his words and logic, looking for a chance to survive the verbal confrontation. Along the way, my companions and I carefully avoided any confrontation. We only attacked when we had no other choice, whether it was the Brotherhood or Blood Bottle Gang. I think this proves that we are not from the Brotherhood. At least, we are not here for the Brotherhood tonight, and we have no intention of getting involved in the battlefield. So, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. That makes sense. Asda nodded. He still looked as if he was indifferent, but his tone did not soften. But you still took my pawns. I do not care about the lives of those small fries, but I do care that my plans and goals were interrupted, whether it was intentional or not. Even the most depraved judge would not turn a blind eye to manslaughter, right? And you did not answer my question. Who are you? Why is it so important? Thales quickly adjusted his words. I am the Brotherhood's enemy. Only this sentence made Asda raise his head slightly. Thales understood the cause of the matter, and decided to tell part of the truth. I am just an ordinary child beggar. I offended the higher-ups of the Brotherhood and fled. The Brotherhood's eyes and ears are everywhere in the upper district. The Red Street Market, which is adjacent to Blood Bottle Gang, is my only chance. But my companions and I did not think about the gang war that happened tonight. So unintentionally. I apologize for our recklessness. I can also, make amends when I have the ability. I believe in my future value. It is definitely worth it for you to spare my life today. I am already destined to be enemies with the Brotherhood. No matter how weak I am, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Blood Bottle Gang does not need to eliminate potential enemies for the Brotherhood, does it? Asda's eyes narrowed. What an eloquent child. That's it. That's it. Asda was silent for a long time. There was a faint smile on his face. The air pressure in your body does not fluctuate much. Although your breathing is tense, it is very stable. Although you did not tell the whole truth, you did not lie. The mystic smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said sincerely, so, your appearance and the disruption of the chess game seems to be a coincidence. Actually, I do not care about those chess pieces that were eaten by you. After all, they are just small chess pieces. The so-called strongest 13 generals, psionic warriors and 6 powerhouses, other than Senza, are just ordinary class and superclass. Even the Blood Bottle Gang is just a relatively large chess piece. I don't even care that you messed up my plan and broke through my trap. Asda smiled bitterly and looked at Thales. It's just that I didn't expect that my plan would be destroyed by a coincidence. This makes me very depressed. Coincidence. Haha, I am beginning to understand where Empress Helen's power lies. What a strange and peculiar person, Thales added in his heart as he nervously observed the air mystic. The world is really strange. Asda suddenly laughed involuntarily. Child, do you know? The birth of mystic energy is also purely a coincidence. Thales' heart began to beat faster. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the mystic who had a strange expression. A long time ago, there was only magic in the world. There was no mystic energy. Asda's expression was yearning and complicated. Wizards searched for the truth of the world. They used all kinds of ingenious methods and wisdom to use the world's resources and energy to serve a better world. Until one day, a wizard apprentice with low aptitude accidentally discovered that his magic was not very stable. It was as if magic had a life of its own. It began to lose control, and began to rebel against its master. Thales was shocked to find that he was actually floating in the air. In a panic, he wanted to grab onto the edge of the table, but he found that he was floating higher and higher. His arms could no longer reach the table. He quickly looked at Asda, but to his horror he found that the mystic's expression was filled with pain and madness. Yes, this is how it all started. A wizard apprentice accidentally made a mistake. Asda muttered to himself in a neurotic manner. At the same time, he gently picked up the black pawn that had just fallen from the map. Thales watched as the pawn was taken away. His heart sank. He knew what the mystic was going to do next. From instability, to complete loss of control, to being dominated, the world you are familiar with began to collapse. Fear and panic struck. No one could save you except yourself. Thales painfully discovered that the flow of air around his body began to accelerate, and the air pressure began to change. No one knew what happened to him. It was only when he returned to the world that people realized that he was no longer a wizard. He was not even human anymore. He was no longer immortal. As the air pressure increased, so did the temperature. Terrified, Thales only felt that the air around him was getting hotter and hotter. He began to sweat profusely. It was also an accidental mistake. He accidentally killed two deities. It's like I accidentally stepped on two ants. Asda's words were extremely cold. He slowly turned his head and curled his lips. This lunatic. Thales loosened his clenched teeth. He wanted to speak, but found that his voice could not pass through his throat. This was the first mystic, and also the most powerful mystic in history. The wizards were horrified to find that compared to him, their spells were like child's tricks and deceptions. The gods panicked to find that the divine power and divinity, which were once high and mighty, could not withstand a single blow. How laughable! The colorful but childish era of wizards came to an end. The new mystics stood above the sky, surpassed the gods, and looked down on all living beings. In the high heat, Thales began to feel the pressure coming from all directions. His limbs were squeezed close to his body. His entire body shrank into a ball and floated in the air. It was a horrifying sight. It was as if he was stuffed into a washing machine from his previous life. Fear. Of course humans would be afraid. Power that was not taboo and could not be restrained could only be enjoyed by a few. How could they not be afraid? In the air, Thales felt his entire body begin to lose strength. He could not help but notice that Asda's tone had already placed himself beyond the scope of humans. And so the war began. Asda stood up gently. The energy ball in his left hand was still spinning. However, it was probably a coincidence. We lost. Asda lowered his head in desolation. He raised his right hand, and without looking at Thales in the air, he clenched it hard. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, all the joints in Thales' body began to crackle. His eardrums felt like they were being crushed by something, and all the blood in his body surged. Is this what it means to talk and kill? Am I going to be squeezed to death? Thales thought hopelessly. His mind was no longer clear at that moment. Just like crushing an ant? The wound on his forehead, which was sealed by Asda, suddenly burst into blood again. Is this a mystic? It feels no different from a psionic ability. Before Thales died, he saw Asda's left hand from the corner of his eye. There was a blue ball of light spinning continuously there. There seemed to be an infinite storm spinning within it. He suddenly felt the wound on his chest that was scalded by the silver coin start to burn. The muscles all over his body seemed to be burning, getting hotter, hotter and hotter. So we mystics and mystic energy have become taboo. When Asda said the last sentence, he frowned imperceptibly. His last sentence should have been accompanied by the death of his target. Has my control deteriorated? The mystic did not think much about it. He just closed his right hand again expressionlessly. But at that moment, Thales felt a hint of pleasure in the illusion of burning. The pain of being squeezed by the air seemed to have lessened a little. He found himself able to speak again. Thales opened his mouth with difficulty and looked at the energy ball in Asda's hand. I hate it the most. Holding a ball to act cool. That guy. Screw you, mystic energy. Thales heard himself say that. Then a wave of heat came from his body. Asda's eyes were filled with surprise. The dark chess room was suddenly filled with red light from an unknown place. Asda looked around in shock, but then he found the source of the red light. He looked down at his left hand. There, in the blue energy ball, a hint of red light appeared. It began to corrode the blue storm inside. A hint. A little. A line. A side. The red light spread. Until it corroded the entire energy ball. No. This is, Asda murmured, as if he had seen the most unbelievable beauty. The translucent energy ball in Asda's hand suddenly stopped spinning. Then the energy ball that had turned red disappeared in his left hand. The air mystic raised his head and looked at Thales, who was in midair. There, in front of Thales' right hand, the red energy ball floated quietly. Asda's eyes were filled with excitement. You are. However, before the mystic could finish speaking to Thales, the world seemed to shatter. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the energy ball suddenly exploded. Invisible energy was transmitted from inside. If the chess room cellar was like a balloon, then right now it was as if the balloon was blown out from the inside. Doors, windows, glass, chessboard, candles, everything was instantly blown away and then shattered. From the beams to the pillars, the house suddenly exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Asda was also sent flying backwards as if he was hammered by a huge force. He crashed into the wall. Thales was also sent flying by the huge force and crashed into the ceiling. But the ceiling and the wall were immediately blown apart. But the force that bound and squeezed him had disappeared. It was the same as his consciousness. On a street. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Morris put down 2 Blood Bottle gang members who were suffocated to death by his psionic power. He listened to the explosion in surprise. The degree of the explosion. It was at least a battle between supreme class fighters. Could it be Senza? Did Senza meet the air mystic? The elites around him were also bewildered. Boss. The assassin Leork was covered in blood. He rushed over from afar. His expression was mixed with joy and worry. He said breathlessly, Erwal. Chapter 16. With extreme speed, Jayla and Groudon charged at Cohen at the same time. If Cohen was a point, then the direction in which Jayla and Groudon were charging from was exactly centered around Cohen. Groudon was on the left, and Jayla was on the right. Groudon growled. His veins bulged, and his crimson sword stabbed at Cohen. He would not stop until he saw the blood of his enemy. Cohen was stunned for a moment, but Jayla, who was charging forward, only lightly tapped his left shoulder, then his right shoulder. Cohen, who was about to attack Groudon, saw the look in Jayla's eyes behind the goggles. The police officer immediately understood Jayla's intention. Cohen felt his heavy injury, but did not think too much about it. He knew that he could not block Groudon's sword. Then he might as well not defend. Girl, Cohen thought. Don't disappoint me. Cohen's eyes were clear. He ignored the approaching green sword, and decisively switched the silver saber to his left hand. He held it in a reverse grip, gave up on defense, and focused on waiting for the female bartender's arrival. Sure enough, the next moment, Jayla threw the wolf limb blade in her right hand at the aggressive Groudon. The flying wolf limb blade shot towards the red-black swordsman's abdomen from the left. Jayla's right hand was free, but she continued to charge at Cohen. The next moment, Groudon's sword arrived in front of Cohen's abdomen. The green longsword stabbed into Cohen's abdomen. But Jayla's wolf limb blade in the air also slashed across Groudon's left chest. Groudon roared angrily. Cohen groaned in pain. Because of the interference from the wolf limb blade, the stab was slightly off the mark, avoiding his vital organs. The glory of the stars in Cohen's body surged and gathered near his injured muscles. Looking at the red-black swordsman's fierce gaze, Cohen endured the pain and turned his head to look at the female bartender on his right. He chose to believe her. But what about her? Would she believe him? Groudon snorted coldly and instantly pulled out his sword. He turned around and faced the attacking Jayla. In front of him, the police officer endured the pain in his abdomen. The glory of the stars shone, and the saber in his left hand fell. It pierced the ground. He looked like a heavily injured swordsman struggling at the last moment. Groudon's expression was cold. His ruthless power of eradication, which was completely different from the glory of the stars, surged again. He had already prepared all his sword moves. He only needed one strike to pierce through the space between the young lady's eyebrows. You can't save him. The result of recklessness is that you will die together with him. However, Jayla only cast a cold glance at Groudon before she moved past Cohen. They could even bypass Groudon. He ran to Cohen's back. Groudon was stunned for a moment. Didn't she want to save them? Jayla did not choose to take the opportunity to attack Groudon. She knew that Groudon was ready to counterattack. Ralph attacked from behind her with the sound of the wind. The bartender knew that there was only one chance. Next, she calmly extended her right hand. His life was in Cohen's hands. The police officer gritted his teeth. His right hand, which was strengthened by the glory of the stars, suddenly swung backward. Now, Jayla, who had just passed by him, had her right hand seized by Thales in midair. It was like handing over the baton in a relay race. Ah! Cohen roared. The remaining glory of the stars in his body gathered into blue light spots and spread to his right arm. He yanked Jayla, who was behind him, back with all his might. The long sword in the police officer's left hand stabbed into the ground acted as an anchor. Due to the huge impact, it made an unpleasant sound of friction. The next moment, as the police officer pulled back with his sword, the light Jayla drew a semicircle in midair like a chain hammer. In an instant, she was swung to the other side of Groudon by Cohen. She changed directions in an instant. Jayla held Cohen's hand tightly like a lover. The wolf limb blade in her left hand looked down from above and slashed down coldly. The red and black swordsman's face was filled with shock. So that's what she's trying to do. She wants to get the green-skinned swordsman's cooperation. With their combined strength, she can instantly attack my unguarded side. He calmly pursed his lips. It's a good idea, but she's still at ordinary level. She's underestimating the abilities of a supra-class swordsman. The power of eradication in his arm quickly grew. The speed of the green longsword increased, and it swung to the right at a faster speed than usual. Before you attack, I can... Groudon's gaze instantly froze. In front of him, Cohen gritted his teeth and rushed towards him. He used his body to block Groudon's sword. Sparks flew. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, that was the sound of Groudon's shoulder bone being cut, followed by his chest being cut open. The wolf limb blade went down from Groudon's right shoulder and tore open his right chest. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, that was the sound of Cohen's right arm being dislocated and his right rib being cut. A large amount of blood gushed into the air from Groudon's right shoulder. It sprayed all over Jayla's face. At that moment, the sound of Ralph's wind finally reached Cohen's side. Groudon opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Then he smiled as if he had been freed and instantly collapsed. Good blade. Good cooperation. Groudon gently closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying red and black swordsman was killed by Cohen and Jayla's strange yet tacit cooperation. The Phantom Wind follower saw Groudon's fate. He could not believe that the terrifying superclass swordsman by the air mystic side, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, was easily killed in the next moment. But he did not have time to be shocked. Because Cohen roared and stomped on the ground. He pulled out his saber with his left hand, and ignoring his dislocated right arm, turned around and rushed towards him. The sword flashed. Ralph chuckled. How can I stop the Phantom Wind follower at this speed? Even in a high-speed collision, I can change direction at any time. What? Ralph was surprised to see Jayla, who was beside Cohen, kneel down on one knee and slam into Cohen's chest. The police officer managed to turn around while groaning in pain. However, the speed at which he charged towards Ralph immediately increased by more than one-fold. Damn it! At this speed, I can't possibly. Ralph roared and activated his psionic ability with all his might. Amidst the howling wind, Ralph pulled out his hidden blades and blocked the police's fatal strike. However, the police's longsword seemed to have a life of its own. With a twist and a thrust, it suppressed Ralph. Sword lock. One of the swordsman of Eradication's signature sword techniques. It was used to lock the enemy's weapon. In despair, Ralph saw Jayla, who was in Cohen's arms, pop her head out with a cold expression. No. At the moment when he could not break free from Cohen's longsword, the female bartender stretched out her right hand, crushed his throat with ease and pleasure. 2 people and a corpse fell to the ground at the same time. Fortunately, this psionic has never been on the battlefield, the police thought. If he didn't retreat at the first instance but attacked, then we're done for. Cohen spat out blood in a pathetic manner. The pain in his chest and abdomen, as well as the dislocation of his right arm, made him unable to get up. Who are you? The police asked the girl in his arms weakly. Jayla, who was at the end of her tether, had exhausted all her strength. She lay in the police's broad embrace, turning her face to wipe the blood off her face on the police officer's uniform. The female bartender trembled slightly, but she still showed a relieved smile. None of your business. The young female bartender replied with a smile, but her eyes were a little sore. Brat, you should be able to escape. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk at that moment. A dull explosion came from afar. Tyrion, you need passion to do research. You can't be lazy. Academics are a lifetime of interest and dedication. In the end, when you reach my age, you will realize that you will not fit in with the crowd. You will become eccentric, indifferent, and difficult to be moved. You will realize that what truly supports you to the end is not vanity, not results, not satisfaction, but the purest persistence from a long time ago. So you have to understand Professor Chen's stubbornness and madness. That is probably the only persistence he has left in his life. Thales shook his head and recalled another piece of memory. He pulled himself out of the ruins. When the prince crawled out of the ruins, covered in blood, he raised his head and saw Asda looking down at him with a complicated expression on his face. The air mystic's clothes and long hair were still as bright as new, as if he had never been through the explosion. Lunatic, paranoid. Thales criticized in his heart. He was extremely exhausted and had no strength to resist anymore. He simply turned over and lay down in the ruins. He was a little tired of this lawless world where power was the most important thing. You, mystic, do whatever you want. The transmigrator gasped for air. A lunatic who would kill at the slightest disagreement. No wonder the mystics lost the war. Asda quietly looked at Thales on the ground with a strange gaze. After a while he suddenly laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, is this also a coincidence? The strange mystic gently waved his right hand, and Thales was lifted up by the air. But Asda did not kill him again. He waved his hand again, and the air around Thales began to flow at the same time. It instantly stopped all the prince's bleeding. Thales was lifted up by the mystic and landed on his feet. But the prince still looked at the blue-robed mystic with an unfriendly expression. He no longer held any hope of communicating rationally with Asda. Child, you just used some kind of power to break my mystic barrier. Those things you call air walls, Asda said softly. There was some excitement in his tone. Only a supreme-class elite can do this, but you. Also, the power in your body can interfere and affect my mystic energy. Do you know what this means? I don't even know what supreme class is, Thales replied weakly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't want to tell a lunatic who was just about to kill me. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him with a profound gaze. It seems like you don't know your own nature, child. But it's okay. Everyone has their first time losing control. We all start from ignorance. Who will take this lunatic? Ha. Thales calmed himself down and thought about the meaning behind Asda's words. Then he raised his head in surprise and looked at the mystic who wanted to kill him just now. First time losing control? We? Asda looked at the child, his eyes radiating fanaticism. Yes, we the mystics. Looking at the fervor in the mystic's eyes, Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. He subconsciously took a step back and shook his head in fear. But the mystic took a step forward. His voice was filled with a spine-chilling fervor and madness. Yes, child. You were right. Your future value is definitely worth me letting go. No, it's worth me doing my best to guide you. Child, what's your name? Ever since we were betrayed by those two B** stards and lost the battle of eradication, our numbers have dwindled. Asda grabbed his shoulder tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, Thales would run away. No. Thales murmured and took a step back. But Asda's hand still held him tightly and refused to let go. This kind of mentally unstable lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. This kind of taboo existence that everyone in the world hates. What a joke. Someone take this lunatic away. The world of Errol seemed to hear his prayer. You can say no, but you can't refuse. This is only the first time you lost control, and Ugh. Asda, who was still talking endlessly, suddenly froze. A smooth blade suddenly poked out of Asda's chest. Asda lowered his head in disbelief. He looked at the blade on his chest and let go of Thales. Thales was also shocked. He took a few steps back, tripped over a wooden plank, and fell to the ground. But Thales did not see fear, panic, or any other emotion in the mystic's eyes. It was as if he was not stabbed in the back, but bitten by a mosquito. He was bewildered. Why is there a mosquito? It was as if he couldn't even feel the pain. My heart was obviously pierced, Thales thought in horror. Asda stared at the blade on his chest with a strange expression. Impossible. Asda frowned and raised his head to think carefully. He said to the person behind him, "That's impossible." He said to the person behind him, "Even if you are a supreme class elite, it is impossible not to breathe. It is impossible not to move the air when you move. It is impossible not to have air pressure in your body. As long as there is breathing, airflow, and changes in air pressure, it is impossible to escape my control. How long have you been in Red Street Market? How did you hide from the mystic energy of air? No, you can't break through the air wall. Otherwise, you would have attacked in the house just now, right? Tell me." There was no answer. Asda turned around with a gloomy expression. He did not care that the blade was still in his back. He coldly said to the ambusher behind him, "Tell me. Tell me." This time, Thales saw the ambusher behind Asda clearly. The ambusher stood quietly. He was dressed in black with a hoodie. Everything from his gloves to his boots was black. What was even stranger was that the assailant was wearing a dark purple mask, and this mask only had two dark lenses where the eyes should be. He did not move. Like a ghost. At that moment, anger flashed through Asda's thoughts, which were formed by mystic energy. Anger was a human emotion. After all, it had left him for a long time. So the mystic energy in his body surged, and quickly helped him regain his calmness and rationality. "I think you must be very patient," Asda said in a low voice. "You waited until my mystic energy was unstable, and my senses were low to ambush me. Very good. You did it. You ambushed a mystic." Asda did not care about the blade in his chest. He stared at the ambusher wearing the strange mask. "So who are you? Are you here to deal with me? Which family do you belong to?" He asked a few questions, but the strange masked man still did not move. Asda frowned. After asking those questions, he could not sense the flow of air in the strange man's body at all. Is he not surprised or pleased? Does he not react to my questions? My ability to sense air, which has always worked like a mind reader, actually failed? He could only use force. Do you think you can kill me like this? Asda took a step forward and raised his left hand gently. There seemed to be no emotion or thought in his eyes. As he moved his fingers, the air began to flow. The space around the strange masked man began to be compressed by the air. I can't let it spread beyond Red Street Market, Asda thought. Otherwise, the kingdom's wrath and Black Sword would notice and rush over. Today's operation would be meaningless. I'll use a small amount of mystic energy first. I just need to get rid of the mask in front of me. This time, the strange masked man spoke. No, a mystic cannot be killed. His voice penetrated the mask and traveled faintly. So, you are not mute or deaf. Asda looked at the two lenses on the mask, but he could not see anything other than the complicated mechanical gears behind the lenses. Thales almost cried out in surprise, because the strange man's voice was hoarse and difficult to distinguish. It was the voice that made him lower his head during the battle between Jayla and Ralph. The strange masked man took a light step forward and walked past Asda. It was as if the terrifying air pressure around him could not stop him at all. Under the air mystic's bewildered gaze, the strange masked man extended his hand and swung it. The short sword disappeared from Asda's back and appeared in his hand. It was a short sword with a crossed hilt, and it was dark in color. Asda frowned, but surprisingly he did not resist. He only stared coldly at the uninvited guest, and considered the situation at hand. What is he relying on? According to the updated information yesterday, the Judgment Spear is at the western front line, the Motionless Bow is in the suburbs, the Staff of Constellation is in the palace, and as for the Supreme Sword and Shield, half of it is still in cooldown, while the other half is in Broken Dragon Fortress. The ordinary anti-mystic equipment in Eternal Star City is not enough to seal a mystic above Supreme class. Why is this mask so calm? Thales watched in disbelief as the masked man removed the short sword from Asda's back. The wound on Asda's chest, which was supposed to be bleeding, emitted a faint blue light. Then the blue light turned into his clothes. They were as bright as new, as if he had never been pierced by a short sword in his chest. Mystic. Thales began to believe Asda's crazy words. What kind of monster is a mystic? But before Thales could figure this out, he was shrouded by a figure. The strange masked man walked in front of Thales, and before he could react, he held the skinny boy in his arms. Thales was about to struggle, but the strange masked man gently pressed the back of his neck. The boy felt his strength slowly disappear, and he fell limp in his arms. In a daze, Thales saw Asda raise his hands from the corner of his eyes. Hey, be careful of him. The boy wanted to speak, but the strange masked man covered his mouth. But Asda was still behind him, and he was no longer prepared to observe. This boy was too important. Since you know that a mystic cannot be killed, why did you still attack? Asda's mystic energy surged, stirring up the air within a 50-meter radius. You can't possibly be at the true world level, but you should at least be at the peak of the supreme class. You even have a way to hide from mystic energy. Asda waved his hands with an unfriendly gaze. Thales immediately felt that the air pressure around him had changed. The air mystic was about to attack. But no matter who you are. However, Asda's words were interrupted by his own horrified discovery. This. What is this? What was interrupted was the air pressure around him. Thales raised his head, looked over the masked man's shoulder, and saw that Asda's eyes were filled with terror. The mystic trembled and took a step back, looking at his chest. There, the hole made by the masked man was now flashing with purple light. That was the first time Thales saw terror in a mystic's eyes. The masked man lowered his head and approached Thales, his hoarse voice echoing in his ears. A mystic cannot be killed, but a mystic is not invincible. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt at ease. He subconsciously felt that this strange man in front of him was much safer than the lunatic behind him. Asda was now clutching his chest in panic. It was as if the purple light was about to explode from his chest. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the masked man, his voice filled with fear and hatred. This is the Imperial Kingdom's legendary anti-mystic equipment. The masked man covered Thales' eyes with his hands. Those two bastards. Thales did not hear the rest of Asda's words, because the moment Asda gritted his teeth indignantly and turned into hundreds of beams of light that burst forth with infinite energy, Thales felt as if he had entered another dimension. All sound and light disappeared from his senses. Thales knew that he was already far away from Red Street Market. The night was finally coming to an end. When Jayla woke up again, she found herself being carried on a sturdy shoulder. The streets on both sides were slowly retreating. When she realized the situation she was in, she hastily slapped the familiar man. Hey, Edmund, put me down. I still need to go back. The fat chef only snorted impatiently. Let you go back to that pretty boy lover? And a cop at that? If Big Sis finds out, hee, Jayla blushed. That cop is not my lover. I clearly saw you lying in his arms, that face full of happiness. Did you not pay attention to our surroundings? Hey, I did. The night was dark and windy. In the dead of night, amidst the flowers and under the moonlight, no one knew a rendezvous. You're getting the point wrong, fatty. Right or wrong, you'll know in the future. Hey, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I still need to find someone. You're already in this state. Don't expect me to let you go back. Damn fatty. Stupid chef. Put me down. I want to challenge you. With just you? You're only slightly more outstanding in the ordinary class. Come back and say this to me when you reach the super class. Hey, I really have someone very important to find. Forget about a cop. Even if you're looking for a prince, it's useless. Damn fatty. You're using this matter to stab me again. Oh dear, just put me down, won't you, Uncle Edmund? You're already in your 20s and you're still acting like a spoiled child? Do you still think you're a young girl? Aren't you ashamed? No, Uncle, you're already in your 40s. Aren't you still as young as a 3-year-old? If I'm young at heart, huh? What's wrong with this sentence? At the same time, on the other side of the street, Cohen was woken up by a slap. In his daze, he realized that the person in front of him was his immediate superior, the police chief, Lorbeck Dara. However, the chief was currently applying medicine to his serious wounds with an unhappy expression. When he saw that Cohen had woken up, he said angrily, "Hero, you're awake. Have you gotten rid of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang after strolling around for the whole night? You're really daring. You openly disobeyed orders, a lone hero. Aren't you proud of yourself? But what? If it weren't for your father, I would have killed you long ago. Would I have come to look for you after seeing the sword glare? But what? I'm really unlucky to have a subordinate like you. Do you think that you're the male lead of a play in the Dark Knight Temple? And that the one just now was the female lead? Don't mention that girl. If your father knew that you came to Red Street Market in the middle of the night to look for a woman. No. You still have the cheek to say that? Even the red card of Laurel Club, Miss Lillian, came to report that you went to her bedroom in the middle of the night. This, patrol captain, level 2 police officer, openly disobeyed orders and sought pleasure in the middle of the night. Let me tell you, you'll be suspended when you get back. Sigh. At this moment, a second loud sound came from the center of Red Street Market. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the entire Eternal Star City heard this terrifying explosion. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this time, the shockwave from the air explosion soared into the sky. The high-temperature dust that was kicked up by the explosion suddenly came from afar. Director Lorbeck and the dejected Cohen looked in the direction of the center of Red Street Market in shock. Oh no, the director muttered. The city construction funds that were just approved. Director, you've missed the point. People who don't care about money and don't care about the house, shut up. On the other side of the street, Edmund the cook and Jayla, who was on his shoulder, looked at the aftermath of the explosion in shock. Little Jayla, Edmund muttered. Fortunately, we ran fast and were far away. Is that the point? Didn't Big Sis say that safety comes first? You are really my 3-year-old uncle. Hey, how can you say that? When Thale's legs landed on the ground again, he could not help but lie on the ground and cough. The wounds all over his body seemed to have started to hurt. The strange masked man stood quietly at the side, as if nothing had happened. Asda, is that mystic dead? No, the hoarse voice answered. But he won't appear again for at least a decade. Thale's heart tightened at first, but he immediately relaxed. The mystic's madness, abnormality, and strangeness had left a deep impression on him. 10 years was enough for him to come up with a countermeasure. Thales suddenly raised his head, as if remembering something. I still have a companion. When she protected me, she's fine. The hoarse voice seemed to know what he was thinking and immediately answered. She's on her way back to District XC. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and his whole body went limp. But he immediately remembered an extremely important point. You, mister. With his previous bad record of coming into contact with the mystic, Thales asked cautiously, Who are you? Thales did not expect a person who wore a mask and hid his identity to answer him in a friendly manner. But the next scene almost made his jaw drop to the ground. The masked man, who was murderous just a moment ago, suddenly took a step back. He placed his right hand on his left chest and his left arm behind his waist. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. He replied respectfully and solemnly that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.